Seconds, Mayor.
Council of January 13th, 2014. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Murphy?
Here.
Helen? Here. Wickman? Here. Quinn, sorry.
You changed it. It's a new year. It's a new year.
Can we start this meeting over?
Here.
Shakti? Here. Harrison? Here. Faraway? Here. Johnson? Present. Hall? Coop?
Here.
Roy Ball?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, and at this time, as is customary, I'd like to welcome everyone and thank you all for coming out tonight and choosing to take part in your local government, either by being here live and in person tonight in City Council chambers or watching us at home, which I'm sure everybody's doing on Channel 8, or also on our website, both live streamed and archived on the Lakewood.org website. We very much appreciate your decision to take part in your local government. At this time, I would like to ask that all sound producing devices, phones, pagers, that sort of thing, be silenced in chambers. And I do see some signs. Signs are welcome as long as they're in the back and don't block either the view of the public or council. And with that, I would ask that everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silent prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. We do have obviously one sort of, I've come to call a feature attraction lately. That is what we call a second reading ordinance, and in sort of the order of things, that will take place a little bit later in the agenda. Fortunately, it is the only second reading ordinance tonight, so once we get to that part of the agenda, it will be first in the queue. Before that, we do have some proclamations and presentations, and with that, I would ask the clerk to read into the record item 4.
Item 4, proclamation, Lakewood Historical Society's 40th anniversary.
Nice to see you. I don't think Michelle's coming down for this, right?
Mayor, would you like me to? Okay.
No, I think I've got Ann Moore is here from the Lakewood Historical Society. So if I could ask Council President Barraway to read the proclamation.
Here we go. Proclamation recognizing the 40th anniversary of the Lakewood Historical Society. Whereas the City Council wishes to honor the many accomplishments of the Lakewood Historical Society in recognition of its 40th anniversary and express our gratitude for its unceasing efforts to preserve the history of our citizen and its residents. And whereas the Lakewood Historical Society was formed on August 15, 1974, in conjunction with preparations for the upcoming centennial and bicentennial celebration of Colorado's 100th and the nation's 200th anniversary. And whereas one of the Society's first projects was writing the Lakewood History Book, and on September 9, 1976, the book titled 76 Centennial Stories of Lakewood went on sale and eventually sold out. And whereas Cider Days kicked off in 1978 with the Society adding new items to the annual festival each year, Cider Days is now one of Lakewood's Heritage, Culture, and Arts Division's key community events. And whereas the Lakewood Historian newsletter began in 1995 to record the stories of Lakewood, as well as the winning essays of the Dennis Vanderhoof Lakewood History Essay Contest, and it is stored at the Lakewood Heritage Center. And whereas in 1998, the Society started recording oral histories of Lakewood residents, and more than 28 tapes have now been transferred to the Jefferson County Public Library, making them available online. And whereas, in 2004, the Society created its own Register of Historic Landmarks, and the Stone House, Peterson House, and Washington Heights Arts Center have been added to the list. Now therefore be it resolved on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, I, Bob Murphy, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do recognize the 40th anniversary of the Lakewood Historical Society in the City of Lakewood, given under my hand and seal of the City of Lakewood this 13th day of January 2014, A.D., Bob Murphy, Mayor.
Well, what a great list of accomplishments. Ann and I were kind of doing a running commentary between us.
I could tell.
Running down the list, and I had to admit I have not read the 76th Centennial Stories of Lakewood, so one of many, many accomplishments. And congratulations on the 40th anniversary and the many wonderful things you've done and will continue to do.
Thank you.
Please.
And I told him we'd get a copy of that to him. And also here's to another excellent 40 years ahead of us. Do you want us to come over there?
Yeah. Just a brief moment here.
Somebody young.
The clerk, please read item 5 into the record.
Item 5, presentation, Heritage, Culture, and the Arts Alliance.
And I would ask Debbie Coop and the entire entourage, whoever wants to come down here. Michelle, are you coming down? Please. I'm just going to let you take this. You're so good at this.
Hi, everyone. So glad to be here this evening. And tonight I am here on behalf of the Heritage, Culture, and the Arts Alliance. My name is Debbie Coop. I'm the chair of the board. And we also have Dave Barry taking pictures over here. And Keith Dameron over here. Is there anybody else here tonight? I guess they weren't able to make it. But the reason we're here tonight is to present the Heritage, Culture, and the Arts Division a check for $5,000. Wow. And I'd like to give it to Michelle Neerling. Thank you. Wow. Time.
Multi.
Okay. We are so pleased to give you this check. And I just want to mention a few of the things that it's going to be spent for. We've got repairs to outdoor kiln and pit fire area at the Washington Heights Center, the Maxine Barnes Volunteer of the Year Award, youth education and outreach, Jefferson County Teachers Exhibit Awards, reproduction artifacts for the Traveling Trunk Education Program, and Art in the Park. And I know that you'll put it to good use, and we're going to continue to keep raising more money. Now, the reason that we were able to fund these projects was the money that we raised at our fall fundraiser. It was a Gala Lakewood style, and we honored Bob Zockman, and we had so much fun. We really appreciate all of you who were there in attendance. Thank you for coming. I didn't mean to turn my back on you. I'm kind of looking over here at Michelle. Sorry about that. But we had a wonderful time, and we had some really great sponsors, and I hope I can take a moment to say their names. We had Chris Gillis from Mile High Wine and Spirits, and I'm reading this to make sure I get it correct. Jim and Kathleen Curtis from Village Roaster. Michael Coughlin from 240 Union Grill. Vinnie Malhotra from Little India. Eric Stevens, the Rockwood Fired Pizza and Spirits. J.W. Lee from Wasabi. And Casey Butcher from Zynga Frozen Yogurt. And we did make sure that we put a little thank you in this month's issue of Bravo magazine. So please look for that in your mailboxes. And besides that, we do have another event coming up. And I want to make sure that I put in a plug for that. It's going to be Wednesday, February 26th from 6 to 8 p.m. at our Lakewood Cultural Center. It's called Canvas and Cabernet, and it'll be a night of painting and fun for everyone. We hope that you'll join us. And you can rediscover your hidden talent or artist that you have in you, and there'll be an instructor there to help us paint. There'll be beverages of our choice to have and enjoy while we're painting, and you'll be able to take something home with you. So it'll be a lot of fun. You want to go ahead and reserve your spot now because seats are limited. Tickets are only $50, and they can be purchased at the Lakewood Cultural Center box office. You can call them at 303-987-7845 or online at lakewood.org/tickets. So I had to put that plug in. I hope you don't mind. All right. But all the money raised at that event will go towards our youth programs and scholarships here for the arts in Lakewood. So did you want to say anything? And then Dave Barry has something to say real quick, too.
Good. Thank you. Mayor and Council, I just want to let you know how much we appreciate the HCA Alliance. This is an all-volunteer organization, and they work throughout the year to raise funds to enhance arts and culture here in Lakewood. And we're just so appreciative of their efforts to help us bring additional programs and reach additional folks in the Heritage, Culture, and the Arts Division. So thank you very much. And I'll introduce Dave.
Thank you all. I just wanted to take just a second to invite everybody on the council, Mr. Mayor, and everyone here. Next week, on the 24th of January, I have a photo exhibit opening right across the hall at the Ritchie Gallery, and it will be on Alaska. It's called Alaska, the Great Land, and I think you will enjoy it. I do. So, anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. I just want to thank Debbie and the entire HCA Alliance board. That September evening, the gala evening, Lakewood style, is really one of the great events of the year. If you haven't gone, I would encourage you to go. It's very economical, but mostly a whole lot of fun. And this is actually the first I heard of the February event. I look forward to that one, too. So thank you all very much. Thanks for everything you do. The clerk, please read item 6 into the record.
Item 6, presentation, the Advisory Commission for an Inclusive Communities Annual Report.
And I would ask the chairman of the, as we say, ACIC, Gay Dugan, as well as Lori Simpkins, to come on down. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Gay Dugan, and I'm the chair of the Advisory Commission for an Inclusive Community. As the mayor mentioned, this is Lori Simpkins, vice chair. Each year, the ACIC is required to give an annual report to the City Council. It is our pleasure to review the progress we made last year, as well as go over our plans for this coming year. As many of you know, the ACIC was established in 2007 as a way to involve residents more directly in providing valuable public input to City Council through grassroots efforts and working on specific assignments. Last February, the City Council approved a major restructuring of the ACIC. We decreased the number of members from 43 to 30 volunteers and reduced the number of committees from 8 to 3, and those are civic awareness, neighborhoods, and sustainability. We feel the restructure was a very positive change. As a result, we have reorganized and streamlined, set up new guidelines, and established more cohesive relationships. In 2013, we received 8 assignments from the City Council and worked on several grassroots efforts that were brought forward by ACIC members. The Civic Awareness Committee is working on proposals related to civility and code of ethics and hopes to bring their recommendations forward soon. As a result of the changes of the Rooney Road Recycling Center, the Sustainability Committee is researching alternative green waste disposal solutions. The Neighborhood Committee promoted the Colorado Municipal League's If I Were Mayor essay contest, encouraging middle school students to think outside their classroom and more globally about their community. As a grassroots initiative, the ACIC promoted the Jefferson County School Students' Day Without Hate, bringing a school event into the community. Lakewood's involvement encouraged the other cities to do the same and made the 2013 event stronger and more visible. In our ongoing efforts to stay informed and educated about what happens in our city, we had several guest speakers that spoke about some very interesting topics, to include homelessness, resources for senior citizens, and Lakewood's new zoning ordinance. During the summer months, City Council members took us on bus tours of each of the 5 wards. And I'd like to say special thanks to City Council members for providing those educational tours. Our members really appreciated it. Thank you. Also, during 2013, members volunteered to be part of the Ambassador Program, where they attend pre-selected community meetings and report back to City Council on items of interest to Lakewood. At our annual meeting in November, the Commission elected the new officers to serve for 1 year. The 2014 officers are myself as Chair, Laurie Simpkins as Vice Chair, and Barbara Heckel as Secretary. Committee chairs were also selected at that time to include, for Civic Awareness, Liz Doxey, Neighborhoods, Anthony Schwery, and Sustainability, Acting Chair Sam Larson. Executive Committee, please stand to be recognized. Thank you. For 2014, we have no plans to slow down. We are currently working on several assignments and look forward to receiving new ones from you. In closing, I would like to invite and encourage interested residents to attend our meetings. We take public comment at the beginning of each of our meetings, and we currently have a few open positions. Please visit the Lakewood website for more information about the ACIC or stop by the City Clerk's office. On behalf of the ACIC, I would like to thank City Council and City staff members for your continued support. I look forward to working with you in 2014. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Gay and Lori and Barb and everyone on the commission, I want to thank you for everything that you do. You mentioned in your presentation a number of assignments from City Council, but that also works both ways. You also bring things to Council that you've heard out in the community, and we appreciate your incredibly valuable input in helping to make Lakewood a better place to live and work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, let's move on to item 7, and I'm going to go back down to the lectern for this. If the clerk would please read it into the record. Another proclamation.
Item 7, proclamation, Advisory Commission for an Inclusive Community, charter members.
So keeping with the theme of the ACIC, or Advisory Commission for an Inclusive Community, this is a new commission that was created about 8 years ago now. And what we wanted to do tonight was recognize 5 very special people. And those people are a combination of charter members and members who have served their full complement of 2 4-year terms. So that is clearly a remarkable commitment to their community, demonstrated by 8 years of service on the ACIC. So I would ask, as we read the proclamation into the record, those 5 members, if they're all here, to come down to the lectern, and that is Chisato Arai. I didn't see Chisato. Oh, there she is. Lorna Fox, Steve Sumner, Mary Taylor, and John Weston. Doesn't look like John could make it this evening, but and again, this is something that your commitment is so special. We thought this was really the least we could do to honor your 8 years of service on the ACIC. So with that, I would ask Councilor Scott Coop to read the proclamation into the record.
It'd be an honor to. Proclamation in appreciation and recognition of the charter members of the Advisory Commission for an Inclusive Community. Whereas the City Council wishes to honor and thank the charter members of the Advisory Commission for an Inclusive Community for volunteering to serve their community. And whereas the charter members are Chisato Arai, Lorna Fox, Stephen Sumner, Mary Taylor, and John Weston. And whereas these members served in a dedicated fashion by helping launch the Commission in 2008 and continued to serve 2 full terms. The charter members are now leaving the Commission because they are term limited. Whereas the Commission was created to serve as an additional link between our residents and City Council to help advise City Council on issues important to the community. And whereas members of the Commission also are considered ambassadors for the City of Lakewood, and these charter members fulfilled this role with character and enthusiasm. And whereas these charter members devoted numerous hours of their time as they focused on improvement and excellence in our community. They also improved leadership, thoughtfulness, and commitment. And whereas these charter members' willingness to serve as a conduit from neighborhoods to City Council has helped us make sound decisions for Lakewood's future. Now, therefore, be it resolved on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, I, Bob Murphy, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do express our appreciation and recognition of the charter members of the Advisory Commission for an Inclusive Community in the City of Lakewood, given under my hand and seal of the City of Lakewood this 13th day of January 2014. Bob Murphy, Mayor.
My honor to present a copy of this proclamation to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. I'll speak for myself, but I think I speak for everyone else up here, that it was really our pleasure and our honor to serve this wonderful city, this council, and our community. And I hope I get a chance to do it again. It was my pleasure, and I hope that other members of the community will come forward to serve it as well.
Well said.
One last thing, as I stated, there was some kind of specific sort of criteria for these proclamations tonight, the charter members and the fact that they serve 2 full-year terms. But there are many people that have contributed to the ACIC. I'm looking at Karen Harrison, who's a former chair, Shakti. I see Randy Little in the audience, an early chair of the ACIC. So we truly thank each and every one of you, and I saw a little pride of ownership coming from Karen as these proclamations were being read. So thank you all very much again. Okay, the clerk please read item 8 into the record.
Item 8, presentation service request system.
And this is something fairly new that we're going to be debuting shortly, so we thought it was good for council and the community to see it. I would ask Angela Klein to step forward. Angela, as we all know up here, is our citizen outreach specialist and handles the service request system.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Like Mayor Murphy said, I'm Angela Klein. I'm the Citizen Outreach Specialist for the city here. And I'm here tonight. I'm very excited to announce the launch of our brand new Citizen Relationship Management System, or otherwise known as our Service Request System. We are launching this on Wednesday morning, so I'm very excited, and I hope you guys are as well. The primary reason that we are launching this brand new system is that we would like to make it easier for our residents to interact with the city on their own time and really from anywhere. As you can see, we have several items here that are listed that are benefits of this system, and one that I will be featuring to you tonight is what I'm calling our virtual city hall. It's basically a knowledge base of frequently asked questions that our residents come to us, and we hope to give them the information prior to them having to contact us. Now, our residents will be able to access Request Lakewood through our homepage at lakewood.org. There will be a link on the left side of the homepage, as well as we will have a mobile application available on the Android, iPhone, or iPad. As you can see here on the left side of the homepage, and the mouse is not working. Okay. Left side of the homepage, you'll see Request Lakewood with the question mark. And then once you click on Request Lakewood, it will bring you to this knowledge base for citizens this is basically the screen that it'll take you to. And we actually have 36 categories that citizens can choose from, whether it's contacting your city council members or calling about snow removal. Basically, it covers a lot of different categories. As you can see on the top right, there's a top 10 topics most requested by citizens, and that list is actually dynamic, which is really great. So every 24 hours, that list will update depending on how many clicks the category actually receives. There's also at the top left corner, there is, you can actually search by keyword. Once you click on topic code enforcement, for instance, it'll bring you to another screen which shows you 7 of our most popular code enforcement requests. So if you were to click on inoperable vehicle or trailers on private property, you will basically see about a paragraph of information for the resident to see. It also directs them right to our webpage if they want more information. It also gives them an opportunity at the bottom of the screen to submit a service request to us. Once they click Submit the Service Request, it'll bring them to this page. It automatically brings in the name of the topic. It asks them for a location, and as you can see here, a map pops up. That red icon can actually be dragged if that icon is not matching the address that they are reporting. They can also attach a file or a photo, and they can also describe the problem as you see below, and then we ask for them to enter their contact information. They can remain anonymous, but we do ask for their information so we can have a dialogue with them. We also are featuring a mobile application, which I think is really exciting. It's actually called Go Request, and once you go into the App Store, if you're familiar with that, you would select the city Lakewood. You can submit a new issue. You can track current issues. And we also have a shortcut right to our homepage as well. As you can see here, you would select the issue type right from the top screen, and this is an example of a graffiti report. You would describe the issue. You would enter in your contact information. And actually, the mobile app looks up your address from GPS coordinates. So I think this is a really great feature for graffiti. Oftentimes, graffiti does not have a specific address. So this feature allows someone to be maybe in a field or maybe some other location that doesn't have a specific address given to it. And you can also add in a photo. You see at the top left-hand corner, there's a photo where you can attach. And actually, once you click the mobile icon, it takes it and then it's submitted. It tells you that your issue has been submitted, the issue number as well as the date that's expected to be closed. You get a detailed submission right after with all of the details you've entered and any follow-up comments. And lastly, if you have entered more than one, you can go into that track feature and it'll show you all of the graffiti reports that you have submitted, or like on the screen, abandoned vehicles or overgrown weeds. And really, it was really short and sweet.
Oh.
So if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I will be following up with you via email on what you can expect Wednesday morning. Things will look a little bit different, very similar, but it will look a little different. So,
Angela, that looks fantastic.
Yeah, I'm
It'll be
excited. It's great.
A great service to our residents. So let me just ask you, if I wanted to complain about a dozen jackhammers going on right outside my office window for the next 5 weeks, who should I call?
Well,
Okay,
I'm here
I got
with
her.
you. I have no answers.
She has no answers for that one, 'cause her office is right above that redo outside here. All right, council, any comments or questions? I think this really looks tremendously exciting. I love that mobile app, as you pointed out, particularly for graffiti. That's going to be very, very useful for us. So, great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, will the clerk please read item 9 into the record?
Item 9, Resolution 2014-1, appointing the Mayor Pro Tem of the City Council of the City of Lakewood.
And again, this is something under our city charter that the City Council would formally approve the upcoming year's Mayor Pro Tem by official vote at council meeting. And I would ask our council president, Cindy Barraway, to read the motion into the record.
Mayor Murphy, I move for the adoption of ordinance O 2014-1 on. That's it. It's not second and final
I
reading.
mentioned the name.
Let me get to it. Appointing the Mayor Pro Tem of the City Council of the City of Lakewood.
And who would that be?
That would be Adam Paul.
All right. I kind of feel like it's Academy Awards. We were Golden Globe, waiting to see what envelope is going to be open there. So the motion is to appoint Adam Paul as the Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to need a second other than Adam Paul. Adam's seconding the motions tonight. Oh, thank you, Councilor Roybal. Appreciate it. So, a motion and a second on the appointment and election of Adam Paul as the Mayor Pro Tem for 2014. Any discussion? If not, please cast your votes. Shakti, I need one from you. Unanimous. Congratulations, Adam. This is normally where we thank the previous year's Mayor Pro Tem for his or her service, and that, would, of course, would be Diana Wilson. So I'm sure Diana's at home watching every minute of this meeting tonight, riveted. So we certainly thank Diana. All right, item 10, please, Margie.
Item 10, Resolution 2014-2, appointing the President of the City Council for the City of Lakewood.
And again, this is more a custom rather than a policy or procedure, but we do have a council president that is the third of the council officers, along with the mayor. And Scott Coop has indicated a desire to assume that role. And I would ask current Council President Barraway to read that into the record.
Mayor Murphy, I move for the adoption of ordinance O 2014-2, appointing the President of the City Council of the City of Lakewood, Scott Coop.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilor Wickman?
I'm not going to make a mountain out of a molehill, and I'm going to go ahead and vote for the measure. But, one of my core values is government transparency. And this kind of is an illustration of a concern of mine that so many decisions are kind of made behind the scenes, and then, come Monday night, all I'm doing is just rubber stamping everything that comes before me. On this particular item, we go through every year and we rubber stamp it. But this year there was some emails went out early about some people who were interested in running for the position. And I thought that was pretty exciting, actually making these things a contest. Well, anyway, that quickly got shut down. The mayor pointed out that we can't be having these discussions via email. We need to be doing these at an open meeting. And I thought, that's great. We'll discuss it here Monday night. So I was looking forward to that. Well, anyway, a couple of days ago, I got a memo listing all the appointments to the committees and stuff like that, and it listed that Scott Coop was going to be our council president. well, I'm all for all that, but there's like, where did that come from? Kind of out of the blue. I'm kind of wondering, how did these things get selected? And then I'm just presented with a rubber stamp. Anyway, I'm not going to make a big deal. I'm going to vote for the motion, but like I said, I do feel some frustration with the fact that these things are all done behind the scenes, and no one knows what's going on. I just have to rubber stamp it.
Thank you, Councilor Wickman. I think you did just make a big deal out of it, but I was the one. No audible support or discord with the Speaker in council chambers, please. I was the one who reminded you not to conduct council business via email. You, who was always so concerned about transparency, you were trying to conduct business from a foreign country via email. We did have some special circumstances this time around, and I would ask, Councilor Kellen first, and then Councilor Coop.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify my recollection. Council president is a position where we basically run for it among our colleagues. And like any kind of position like that, if I decide I want to be council president, it's up to me to contact individually so that it's not a formal meeting and kind of lobby my colleagues saying, hey, I want to do this job this time, and I'd like you to support me in it. And my recollection of what happened this time is that a couple people expressed some interest, and then there was some lobbying one-on-one going on as appropriate, and the other person who was interested dropped out. So I don't know that anything was done behind the scenes other than if I want something to pass on this council, I have an obligation to try to talk to my fellow councilors one-on-one to tell them my views and see if I can persuade them to come over to my way. They don't always do that, but just coming here and just dropping things without ever trying to talk to anyone about it is really a waste of all of our time. I mean, that's not how you come to a consensus, and that's not how you work as a group. And I just find it very frustrating that there's this perception of all this stuff happening behind the scenes. That ain't just saying how it works. I'm sorry. I mean, we do talk to each other one-on-one. That's my job. It's to talk to you, it's to talk to them, and it's to make good decisions and listen to what they're saying and try to explain what I think so that we come to good decisions.
Thank you. Councilor Coop?
Yeah, I would like to explain a little something. For people that do keep track of this, it is rather late in the year that this is taking place. And that is to make accommodation for me in my personal job, my job outside of this position. In December, I am not available to come to council meetings in December. It's always been that way. Every year I've been here in December. I've not been able to come to December meetings because of my job. So the mayor, there's no requirements. The way we understand this is that there are no requirements to get it done at a certain time. That's the reason it's being done at a later time. Now, I don't want to mention the other person that said that they were interested in being council president. If they want to chime in, I would hope that they would feel comfortable doing that. At no point in time was there ever any discussion, any dissuasion, anything on my part. In fact, I kind of said, don't drop out. It'll be fun to have this discussion. There was no coercion by anybody to ask this other person to drop out.
Thank you. Councilor Johnson.
I'd like to say I strongly support you, Scott, and I hope that we can get on to a vote, please.
All right. Do we have a motion in a second? We do have a motion in a second. All in favor of Scott Coop as council president? Whoops. Please cast your vote. And the motion passes 11-0. Scott, thank you for your willingness to serve. Cindy, thank you for a great job in your year as council president. A lot of difficult issues, and you did your job very, very well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I couldn't have done it without the rest of council and the staff, city staff. Thank you very much.
All right. Will the clerk please read item 11 into the record?
Item 11, Resolution 2014-3, approving the appointment of members to the City of Lakewood City Council Budget and Audit Committee.
Cindy, we have to read the names too.
Right. Mayor Murphy, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2014-3, approving the appointment of members of the City of Lakewood City Council Budget and Audit Committee. That's Ramey Johnson, Scott Coop, Karen Kellen from City Council, John Ludwigson,
Tim Dennis,
and Donald Tallman. Sorry, I have on two different screens here, and Donald Tallman as citizens of the City of Lakewood to be members of the City of Lakewood City Council Budget and Audit Committee.
Is there a second? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second, and I would just state before any discussion or vote or to kind of let everybody know what the Budget and Audit Committee is all about. As you can imagine, the budget for the City of Lakewood is large. It's very complex. And we have an oversight committee that's a little bit unique in Lakewood. It's fairly common to have a intra-council budget committee, but we expand this committee to have 3 members of 3 residents of Lakewood, 3 citizen representatives. So 3 council representatives, 3 citizen representatives meet at least 4 times a year, get sort of the early information about the financial situation of the city, and of course, as the name implies, the budget. So we all walk through an example of this tonight. This is a committee that got a very early indication of the, first of all, severe need for this rather large construction project that's going on out here, and also the cost that project would be, and the impact that would have on our fund balance and reserve. So that's a committee that knew about it fairly early on. So anyway, we've got the motion and the second. All in favor of those 6 names to be members of the Budget and Audit Committee, please cast your votes. I almost said Murphy. You got to punch the... All right, it passes unanimously. And thank you all for your willingness to serve. Donald and Tim and John, as citizen representatives, have been on it for a couple of years now. It's a great commitment. There's an awful lot of study that goes along with that job. All right, on to public comment. This is. Let me make sure I got the right order here. So public comment is the portion of the meeting where the public is invited to address City Council on items that do not appear on the agenda. So if, for example, you want to visit with us tonight during public comment about the group home issue, your opportunity will come at a later time during second reading. All comments should be directed to City Council. As I kind of alluded to earlier, I do ask that all in council or in attendance here observe the decorum of council chambers and display no audible support or discord with the speaker. And we do have an item tonight that about which there will be differences of opinion, not just up here on council, but amongst the speakers as well. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The indicator lights on the lectern when you come down here will be green for the first 2.5 minutes. When that level has been reached, it'll turn yellow. That tells you you've got 30 seconds left. At that time, the light turns red, at which time I would ask you to wrap up your comments. And in terms of the public comment portion, we have a roster. I will first call on the names that have indicated a desire to speak during public comment by signing up on the roster, and then go to anyone else in the audience. And again, this is about non-agenda items. So, Steve Hosey, you are up, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight, I want to start by something that's not on my agenda. First of all, I see we have a lot of seniors in the room today. I want to say thank you to all the veterans that are here. I'm a Marine Corps veteran myself, and without our veterans, we would not be here.
Thank you.
I also want to say thank you to all the moms and dads are here, because without the moms and dads that are here, we would not be here. It's an honor to be in front of all of our citizens and in front of our council members and the mayor. With that, let me start. I come before you as a service-disabled U.S. Marine Corps veteran, having honorably served 7 years in the Marine Corps. I'm also a Lakewood homeowner, and I'm also a Lakewood business owner. One of my disabilities, one of 14 that the VA has said I have, is a reactive airway disease. Smoke certainly is a big negative to my health. With that said, let's get to the slides provided to the council members and the important subject at hand. I will be going off the slides because of our audience as well, but let me cover the slides. The subject is Light Up Lakewood. If you council members and the mayor were not aware of, it is perfectly legal. It is perfectly legal in the city of Lakewood for drug paraphernalia shops, aka tobacco shops, to have pot parties in their stores. And there's not a thing that you can do about it until you change the municipal code or the state law. Can you imagine pot parties being held in your favorite restaurant right next door because there happens to be a tobacco business? That tobacco business sells glass pipes. Or that tobacco business might even sell some tobacco-related accessories, but not really. There are numerous pot parties already being planned in the city of Lakewood. You're just not aware of it. How is this possible? In the Colorado Clean Air Act, the law, CRS 2514-204, says what the smoking restrictions are. And then it has a big exemption, as provided in Section 2514-205, where you can smoke. While the CRS 2514 in your municipal code was updated in 2013 to include marijuana smoke and where you can't smoke, as in the restrictions, you failed to update your municipal code to exclude marijuana smoke from all these places you want to say it's okay to smoke tobacco. Were you aware of this, Mayor?
Yes.
And you allowed it to happen?
At the time, no.
I don't mind that people want to light up and smoke marijuana. I don't mind that we want to have people who want to drink. That's their choice. What I mind is when that smoke impacts my health, impacts our businesses in our city. Is it your intent as a council and as the mayor's office to allow that to continue and for Lakewood to become the pot party capital of Colorado? It's your choice to take action now, not later. On my slide, I clearly have the impacts. I clearly have the CRS, the Colorado State Law, which is commonly referred to as the Colorado Clean Indoor Act. That means when we're indoors, we should be able to breathe clean air, not marijuana smoke, because you failed to update the municipal code to exclude marijuana from those exemptions. Did you know it's okay to hire a private limousine? I don't know how that driver could have all his passengers get high and not himself get high. So now you're encouraging high drivers. That's pretty amazing. A retail tobacco business. Retail tobacco business. It's a great nebulous term. It covers everything from cigarettes. Great. Let's sell cigarettes. Hey, it's a business. We get tax revenue. It covers smoking accessories. Smoking accessories are your pipes, from your tobacco pipes to your meth pipes and everything in between.
Time's up.
Oh, so
I encourage you to look at the recommended solutions and take action.
Thank you, Mr. Hosey.
Any questions? Thank you.
And we are going to be looking at this. And Mr. Hosey's been in contact with a number of folks. So I would just ask our city attorney, Tim Cox, to comment. There is an update coming.
That's right. Council members, at least those of you who have been on the council or observing, know that pretty much every year we have an ordinance that comes forward to update our criminal code to keep on track with changes in state law. That ordinance has been in the works, was in the works when I met with Mr. Hosey for quite a while a couple of weeks ago. I explained to him the interplay between state law and our local ordinances, and that we were planning to address that in this upcoming ordinance, which we intend to bring forward on first reading at the next regular council meeting.
Councilor Quinn?
Just a question. At this point, is that intended to only be concerning marijuana, or would that be all smoking in indoor areas, such as retail tobacco businesses?
Well, to keep it simple, you'll recall a couple of years back, the council did adopt its own version of the Clean Indoor Air Act, patterned largely on the state law. Since then, Amendment 64 was passed regarding what we call recreational marijuana. We have the medical marijuana industry already in place, and there have been changes in state law to address some of those new developments, but not all. The exceptions were not addressed when the state law changed to account for marijuana being a legal use in certain circumstances. So the particular circumstances Mr. Hosey is talking about with the retail tobacco business is really a pretty narrow loophole that he's unfortunately been victimized by, and we're, as I said, we're already planning that to fill that at the local level. We still need the state to take some action as well, and I expect that during this legislative session.
Okay, so the proposed ordinance change would only prohibit smoking marijuana in retail tobacco businesses.
Before the change in state law, retail tobacco businesses were one of the places under state law where tobacco smoking would be allowed, whereas most indoor locations are not allowed. The state law the change in state law included marijuana in the definition of smoking, and so as a result, the exception for retail tobacco businesses appears to apply to both marijuana and tobacco. I don't think that was the intent, but that's what the state law currently says, and that needs to be addressed as well as our corresponding provision. So that'll be one component of the multiple changes to the criminal code to comply with state law.
Okay, thank you.
So we got to update our ordinance to comply with state law. Councilor Barraway?
I'm just curious, Tim, in terms of updating that piece of it, lately I've seen people with the vaporizers, and I don't really know how those work, but I've seen them in restaurants where they pull them out and there's, I don't know if it's smoking is the right term, but they have a vaporizer. Do those emit any smoke of tobacco smoke? Do you know?
No, it's not smoke in the technical sense. There is a vapor that comes off of them. I know that when you on the council did discuss the local version of the Clean Indoor Air Act, there was at least one person who mentioned the so-called e-cigarettes. They are not within the definition of smoking currently because, as I understand it, it is a vapor, a water vapor, and not a smoke per se.
I guess from my perspective, it's more the perception when somebody can sit there in a restaurant with e-cigarette. So anyway, thanks.
All right. Next, Edie Bryan, standing at the ready for several minutes here.
I'm Edie Bryan, former council member. During the course of discussion on the issue that you said is coming up later this evening, we learned that Lakewood does not require that a property be posted with the building permit or notice of a proposed zoning change or change of use. There is no requirement for that. And I would ask that you modify that. Everyone seems to think that it ought to be posted, and it is. I know the county does because the Green Gables has a sign on it. And I ask that you modify that when you are revising the zoning code or wherever the applicable place is, to require that there be public notification at the site that is affected, and probably some way that a person could, via either electronic means or other means, get further information on the details of the proposed change.
Great. Thanks, Edie. I'm going to consider that your comment on the second reading ordinance for the evening. Edna Smith, please. Oh, all right. And Chuck Gunenlock? Group home? All right, we'll get them. And again, if your comment is about the group home issue, we're going to have to wait until later in the evening till we get that on the agenda. Thank you. All right. Anyone else want to talk on Mr. Little? Come on down. Seizing the last opportunity, my council president is turning off my microphone, sending us all a message here.
My name's Randy Little, 10590 West Dakota Avenue, Lakewood, Colorado. Margie. I came tonight to congratulate all of you for a hard-fought and great election this year. It's been a while since I've been here, and I haven't had a chance to get in the door to talk to you. I think that Ward 4 was really a tough race that had a lot of inconsistencies and a lot of problems, but it all prevailed out in a good sense. I want to congratulate Karen Harrison. She and I were neighbors for, some 15 years in business. We've known each other for a lot of years, and she was on a few committees back then. So I just came tonight to thank all of you. I call all of you my friends. I know every one of you personally, and we've been out to lunches many times, and I just want to congratulate you one more time. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Anyone else? Non-agenda items? Non-agenda. Heather, come on down. Yeah, we'll see. She's checking on
it. Good evening. I hope everyone had a good holiday. Happy New Year. Good evening, Mayor, councilors. 2 months ago, there was a hearing on the status of the 2090 property. Before anyone gets their hopes up, no, there has not been a decision made. Tonight, I'm here about the second part of the suit, and that was the allegation of the open meetings law that had been violated by the city of Lakewood. Do you have the overhead? Can you do that real quick or no? I'm sorry. I was actually here just to discuss this meeting notice and the retreat, but now we have more to discuss, so bear with me. First, this meeting notice posted January 2nd, 2014, for a meeting that was to happen at 7:30 a.m., January 3rd, 2014. The required time to post notice to the public, as you and your staff should know, is a minimum 24 hours. City Hall is not open until 8 a.m., so there's no way that this notice could have possibly been posted within the 24-hour legal minimum limit. And you can make that bigger if I move it down for you. Second, the retreat. And that's really, I'm just pointing out the second day of January, and then the meeting is the next day. Secondly, the retreat, the annual council retreat, is going to be held in Colorado Springs. I'd actually like to attend. Yes, I know that sounds strange, but it will be difficult for me to find someone to care for my 2 children on Friday and take the extra time and financial cost for me or to my family should I decide to travel there to listen. Having these meetings out of town like this serve to dissuade the public from participating. Further, by not recording this meeting, the public will not be able to catch up on what the council decides are its priorities for the year. I'd encourage you to think about having it in town next year. Finally, other matters have come up tonight, which should be of concern to any person who values an open city government. We heard from Councilor Wickman about what appears to be a non-public decision that Scott Koop be the new council president. If there's been a decision made about who will be president, that decision and all talks and negotiations leading up to it need to be conducted in public. Mayor and Councilor Kellen, you actually just contradicted each other and seemed to make Councilor Wickman's point. If the response is that the City Council is making the decision right here tonight in a public vote, that's too cute by half. If there are any talks beforehand and the field of candidates is in any way narrowed down, that's effectively a decision which needs to be made in public. Mind you, it's not that you're not a great choice. So this is not an attack on you, Mr. Councilor Koop. I'm discussing the process tonight. Summing up, I want to point out to you that a decision has not been made as to the legality of your 4 o'clock pre-meetings and discussions occurring via email between our elected officials. Paying attention this past month, it appears that the city seems to not be taking the seriousness of the open meetings law to heart. The city does not seem to be following it either in actual legal act or ethical spirit. It's frustrating as a citizen to know that the city faces penalties for potential previous violations, but then apparently continues to tread on thin ice. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Anyone else? All right. With that, we will close public comment. Councilor Paul?
Thanks, Mayor. I probably shouldn't comment on the pending litigation with the open meetings as just spoken about, but I do want to comment on Councillor Wickman's comments, because the frustrating part to what was said tonight was there was another person who was willing to run and put out an email to the group saying, I would like your support. The first response came from Councillor Wickman and said, you have my vote. So if we're going to be called out on the carpet tonight for something, I think there needs to be honesty in this discussion. And so it went forth, and that person, once she found out that there was another person running, they decided to get together. This happens, I think, what do we do this every, well, we do it every year. Every year that I've been on board. When I was council president, I lobbied my fellow ward members or my fellow members on this council, said this is what I'd like to do the next year. It was a one-on-one meeting. It wasn't a meeting where we all got together, but it all comes to the public where there's a vote. And so I think it's really important to understand, and it's very, very reckless for Councilman Wickman to throw that out tonight and put this cloud over us that we're cheating the system. It's not. And if you want to do an open records request on that email, I'd encourage you to do so, because he was one of the first to respond.
Councillor Quinn.
I just want to echo what Councillor Paul just said. I've been council president myself. When I ran for council president, I called everyone else on council individually. There was no mass email sent out to anyone. There were no backroom meetings. It was just me calling people and saying, hey, I want to be council president. That was it. Thank you.
All right. Let's move on. Public comment is closed. Oh, I'm sorry. Ramey.
I would just like to make a comment about what Heather was talking about our retreat being out of town. I can understand the public perception. However, I'd like to give you my side of that. This gives us an opportunity to actually get away from our very own setting and build a collegiality between us so that we have friendships established. We have 2 new members on council. It helps us to create those bonds that make it easier when we have issues before us, so that we can, in a very civil and proper and appropriate way, discuss things. You develop a bond, and that is actually, to me, very important. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on to the consent agenda now. And the use of the consent agenda has been made to expedite council action. As you'll hear in a moment, it contains both resolutions and first reading ordinances. Resolutions are item of a routine nature, and members of the public will have an opportunity in a moment to comment on any of those proposed resolutions. First reading ordinances are a little different. They appear on the agenda only for the purpose of setting future public hearing dates and ordering the newspaper publication of the proposed ordinance. Therefore, no public comment will be heard this evening on those first reading ordinances. The public will have the opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinances during the scheduled public hearings on the dates set tonight by City Council. And if they're not rezoning ordinances, they don't have to wait until the public hearing to comment to City Council. Any council member may request an item on the consent agenda be removed for separate discussion and action under general business. Will the clerk please read the items on the consent agenda into the record?
The consent agenda consists of items 13 through 17 inclusive. Item 13, Resolution 2014-4, designating the public place for posting notices of public meetings during 2014 pursuant to CRS 24-6-402. Item 14, Resolution 2014-5, approving the Downtown Lakewood Connectivity and Urban Design Plan as an amendment to the Lakewood Comprehensive Plan. Item 15, Ordinance O 2014-1, authorizing the installation of artwork on Relay Com PCC houses on RTD's West Rail project, including a supplemental appropriation to the 2014 annual budget. Item 16, Ordinance O 2014-2, authorizing the repair of the Rooney Valley Law Enforcement Training Facility, including a supplemental appropriation to the 2014 annual budget, further declaring an emergency. Item 17, approving the minutes of the regular City Council meeting of October 14th and the special City Council meeting of December 2nd, both 2013.
Thank you. And I will now open public comment on those two resolutions. No one's indicated a desire to speak on them by signing the roster. Anyone in chambers?
Yes.
Yes.
2014-4.
You can, absolutely, Heather. Come on down.
I just wanted to ask that public notices be also posted online in addition to the public place out here, because many people, as you can see from your audience tonight, are elderly or disabled or have young kids at home like myself, and they can't make it to City Hall to look on a daily basis. And as I just showed, the one notice wasn't posted until January 2nd that there's a meeting the next morning. So if you posted it online as well and made that a requirement.
Every one of our public notices are posted.
They are posted online, Heather.
Every one of them.
They are.
Can you make that part of your resolution? Because it's not part of your resolution right now.
They're posted online.
I'm just asking you to make part of the resolution.
Right, gotcha. All right. That's fine with me. Want to amend the resolution to include posting online? I mean, it's our procedure, so we've been doing it for a long time, Heather. All right, so we've got a motion. Do we have a motion on the consent agenda?
Not made one.
Let's make one.
Mayor Murphy, I move for approval of the council minutes for acceptance of the minutes of boards and commissions. Order all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearing set for the date included in the ordinance, and for adoption of resolutions, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
All right. Motion, and does that include online posting?
No one has made a motion on our dais up here for that.
I'll make it. That's includes online posting, even though we already do it.
He needs a
friendly amendment.
Second.
All right. So it includes online posting. Motion and a second. Did you second, Adam?
He did.
All right. Councilor Wickman, comment.
You just took care of it. I was going to talk about the.
All right. Councilor Quinn.
I just wanted to say, as co-chair of the legislative committee, that meeting on January 3rd was posted online, and as I recall, I checked a few days ahead of time, and it was posted at the beginning of that week. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just a reminder procedurally, if in fact you amend the resolution, we need to have a vote on the motion.
Oh, thank you. All right, so now we're going to vote on whether or not we should continue doing what we already do, which is post these meetings online. We have a motion and a second on that, right?
No, we don't. Well, we do. Yes, I second
we do.
it. Thank you.
So this is this vote is the limited vote of including online posting of meetings, as I say we already do. So all those in favor, please cast your votes. And it passes unanimously. Now we move on to the consent agenda motion. We have a motion and a second. See no more discussion. Please cast your votes. All right. So I guess I need to display that, right? Trying to move it along. I know there's a lot of folks that want to get this going tonight. So that also passes unanimously. All right, let's move on to the main event tonight. Will clerk please read item 18 into the record?
Item 18, Ordinance 2013-27, amending the Lakewood zoning ordinance by adding language to Section 17.4.3L relating to group homes.
All right, I will ask. This is obviously an item we've been working on for a long time. It's part of our zoning ordinance update, our overall zoning ordinance update. We have chosen to separate this issue from the rest of the zoning code. And we will have a staff presentation tonight that involves 3 different people, 4 different speakers. And I would turn it over to our Director of Planning, Travis Parker.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. back tonight to talk more about group homes. I'm going to lead off the discussion, and then I'll later turn it over to my colleagues. So first I want to give the background that I gave at our previous study session on group home regulations in Lakewood. Prior to March of 1999, group homes were fairly severely regulated in the city. There was a special use permit required for any type of group home.
Can you move the microphone just a little bit closer? Thanks.
Certainly. There's a special use permit required for any type and any number of group home. There's a 1,000-foot spacing requirement. There's a requirement that the operator must live on premises. And there was a waivable requirement of a maximum of eight persons being treated in the facility or living in the facility. In March of 1999, in response to amendments to the Fair Housing Act, Lakewood, along with most other Front Range communities, changed its ordinance and added another section that superseded the previous. So the council at the time did not remove the regulations I just talked about, but they added an additional section that covered the protected classes of people, the people with disabilities in group homes. And that new section, section 17-6-5, changed the rules for group homes of protected classes. For those with 8 and under, it removed the special use permit completely, made it an administrative approval, and it lowered that spacing requirement from 1,000 feet to 750 feet. For those group homes of 8 or more, it also removed the public hearing. It still had an administrative, what it called an administrative special use permit, but it was a special use permit without a public hearing before the Planning Commission. It did keep a neighborhood meeting requirement, and it didn't have a lot of discretion for approval. The language says the director shall approve a group home of 8 or of 9 or more people. So in 1999, there was a significant change to the rules to make them quite a bit more permissive in accordance with the Fair Housing Act. Then last year, as part of our overall change to the code, one of our attempts was to add some clarity to our code, not just in group homes, but throughout the code. And in terms of group homes, we tried to add that clarity by removing these two conflicting sections and putting all the group home regulations in one section. And we did that by replacing those two sections with a new section in our Article 4, which regulates use. And the new rules for group homes under 8 were that they were just permitted outright. So that basically dropped the 750-foot spacing requirement, which we found to be legally suspect for those group homes 8 and less. And it also removed a requirement we had for a certificate of regulation, which was just a piece of paper that we gave to each one coming in. For group homes of 9 or more, the new regulations did remove the neighborhood meeting requirement, which, again, we found legally suspect at the time. It did further limit group homes, which did not have an upper limit in the 1999 regulations. As of last year, we created an upper limit of 12, and it re-added the 750-foot spacing requirement to 9 and up. If you'll recall in the last slide, in 1999, the spacing regulations for 8 and under was lowered from 1,000 to 750, but whether intentionally or not, it was dropped for 9 and up, and there was no spacing requirement for 9 and up. We re-added that in for the homes of 9 and more. So bringing us forward to today, we've had a lot of back and forth over this the last couple months, a lot of public comment, a lot of discussion with council and with the public. At the Planning Commission hearing late last year, staff discussed some potential changes to the new code in response to public comment. The first potential change is a policy change. You won't find it in your ordinance. It's a change that we can make administratively and can and will make administratively. And that's to have an annual yearly update of our group home registration. So we'll register group homes of 9 or more. We'll annually update that registry, and we'll post all that information online and make it available to the public. The second change that was recommended by the Planning Commission is in the draft ordinance that you have in front of you tonight, and that was to reestablish notification for group homes of 9 or more. And we've got an example of the type of notification that would go out to nearby property owners and registered neighborhood organizations. This would be an informational only. Obviously, there's still the shall approve language, and it would include frequently asked questions that we often have in terms of the Fair Housing Act and other regulations on group homes. In response to your request at our study session, we have also included a second option in terms of an ordinance, one that, in addition to reestablishing neighborhood notice, would also reestablish a neighborhood meeting. And again, this is a type of meeting that would allow neighborhoods to express concerns about new facilities. And I need to note again that due to the Fair Housing Act and not putting requirements on developers of group homes that we don't put on single-family homes, we couldn't legally require developers to attend this meeting. They could certainly be asked. And so that is an option in front of you tonight as a potential change. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim Cox to talk about some of the legal aspects of the group home situation.
Thank you, Travis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, Tim Cox, City Attorney. I don't have to tell anybody who's in the room for this agenda item that we're dealing with one of the more contentious and frequently misunderstood and misinterpreted areas of law for those of us in municipal government. Group homes are a matter of federal law when we're dealing with people with disabilities or handicaps, and we are bound to apply that law when we are faced with adopting our own regulations. And as Travis pointed out, this has been an issue going back prior to 1999, in 1999, again in 2013, as regulations changed to try to keep up with new developments in the law. So we rely on the federal law, which does not answer a lot of the questions. We have to turn to interpretations of that law made by courts, made by legal analysts, made by attorneys general in the various states, and a lot of secondary sources that address the issues that we're interested in but don't necessarily provide black and white answers. There are very few black and white answers in the area of the FHA, the Federal Fair Housing Act, and its amendments, and local regulation when it comes to people with disabilities. So for those who are directly impacted or believe they will be impacted by a group home, the situation can be rather unsatisfying. The answers that they hear don't necessarily make them feel empowered or as if they have a voice in the process. We understand that. It happens in a number of areas, but none more so than with group homes. That leads to those individuals who are potentially affected by group homes to question the local regulations, how they came to be, why they are what they are, whether they are in fact in compliance with federal law or not. Some of those regulations don't seem to address the concerns of the people in the area of those group homes, and often those regulations vary from what's on the books in other jurisdictions. We know that to be true, but it is our obligation to apply and interpret federal law as we know it. The penalties for a municipality or for any entity or any person who violates the FHA or its amendments can be very severe, very punitive, very expensive, and it's our obligation to give you what we believe is the best information available. To that end, and with the folks behind me having raised some of those questions about the validity of the regulations and the changes that are proposed tonight, we thought it worthwhile to bring to you someone who has a unique perspective, maybe not unique, but an interesting perspective on this issue. Larry Berkowitz is a lawyer admitted to practice in Colorado for many years. He is currently an owner at the firm of Spencer, Fain, and Grimshaw, LLP. You may know the name Grimshaw and Herring. It was a long-time Denver firm that recently merged with a larger out-of-state firm, and Mr. Berkowitz has been with that firm for many years. Before that, he was in his own private practice. He has, I know him, or I'm acquainted with him through municipal circles. He does have an extensive background in municipal law, representing cities and towns. And he has faced these issues with group homes in that capacity as a municipal lawyer. He has, however, also been in private practice throughout his career and in that capacity has represented group home operators and the companies that run those group homes. He's dealt with questions like size limitations, locational and spacing requirements and restrictions, prior approvals, special use permits, building code requirements, covenant issues and HOA, objections to group homes, and other related matters. And he's worked on these matters on behalf of group home operators in Centennial, Arvada, Longmont, Lakewood, Denver, and Aurora. So you have somebody who's seen a couple of sides of this issue and heard a lot of the issues that you've heard about and that we're going to hear some more about tonight. So we've asked Mr. Berkowitz to be here tonight to provide you with his perspective on Federal Fair Housing Act as it affects local regulation of group homes and people with disabilities. Larry Berkowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Mr. Berkowitz, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Larry Berkowitz. As your city attorney mentioned, I'm with the law firm of Spencer, Fane, and Grimshaw in downtown Denver. I was asked to address a number of issues for you, and I'll try and answer whatever questions you might have as they come up. First of all, let me give you a little bit of history and background. In 1968, the Supreme Court decided a case of Jones versus Alfred H. Mayer Company, which held that Section 1982, that is, the United States Code, prohibits private discrimination housing based on race. In that same year, Congress passed the Fair Housing Act, which is Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. The purpose of the act was to provide, within constitutional limitations, fair housing throughout the United States. It prohibits discrimination in the sale or rental of housing, in financing of housing, and in provisions of brokerage services. In addition, it is unlawful to intimidate or threaten or interfere with any person for exercising rights provided by the Act or assisting someone else in exercising such rights. The Act prohibits discrimination because of race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, or disability. The first major revision of the Fair Housing Act occurred with the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988. It expanded the prohibited discrimination housing practices to include discrimination against the handicapped. And let me mention that while we're talking about federal law, there's also a state counterpart to the Fair Housing Act, and that's found at CRS 2434-502.2. And that says essentially the same thing as the Fair Housing Act. You're not to discriminate in housing on the basis of any of the items that I mentioned, including disabilities. The prohibition against discrimination because of handicap refers to a person with a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities, or it includes a person with a record of such impairment, or a person who is regarded as having such impairment. The Fair Housing Act makes it unlawful to refuse to make reasonable accommodations, that is, modifications or exceptions, to rules, policies, practices, or services when such accommodations may be necessary to afford persons with disabilities an equal opportunity to use or enjoy a dwelling. In the case of the city, that may require modifications or waiving of ordinances which might otherwise apply if they have the effect of prohibiting or discouraging people from housing within the city of Lakewood. Now, not all requested modifications of rules or policies are reasonable. Whether a particular accommodation is reasonable depends on the facts and must be decided on a case-by-case basis. The determination of what is reasonable depends on the answers to two questions. First, does the request impose an undue burden or expense on the local government? Second, does the proposed use create a fundamental alteration in the zoning scheme? Now, it's important to know that the remedies that are available under the Fair Housing Act can be significant and severe. They include injunctive or equitable relief, compensatory damages, an award of attorney's fees or court costs for a plaintiff who wins one of these cases, and finally, the potential award of punitive damages, even to be assessed against the city. There are very few laws that allow for the imposition of punitive damages against a city, but this is one of them. Now, Mr. Cox asked me to address a couple of different things, specifically. Now, I've reviewed your current code and the proposals for the code, and I must say there are actually a couple of things that concern me. The code indicates that the proposed occupancy shall comply with the provisions of the building code. Now, that would generally be true of any structure in the city of Lakewood. It would have to comply with the building code. However, a request for accommodation, reasonable accommodation, can also be made to provisions of the building code. So you may want to say in that provision, would comply generally with the provisions of the building code. And there are a number of situations where building codes have to be modified or provisions waived in order to accommodate housing for the disabled. The other thing that would be of concern to me, quite frankly, is the spacing requirement. In a number of cases, many cases, the courts have knocked out spacing requirements or clustering requirements, I should say anti-clustering requirements. In all of those decisions, the courts have found those restrictions or requirements to deter or prohibit people with disabilities from living in residential areas. So those kind of spacing requirements will automatically become suspect. So they should be approached with great care. The question of notice and hearings on group homes for the handicapped can be problematic. There are a number of cases and Attorney General opinions. I don't know if Mr. Cox has given you the opinion from the Attorney General of Maryland, but in that opinion, it refers to a... Sorry, bear with me, I've got a lot of papers here. The Attorney General of Maryland originally gave an opinion saying you could have notice and hearings. And after a decision, in the case of Potomac Group Home Corporation versus Montgomery County, the Attorney General of Maryland revised his opinion and withdrew the earlier one and said that notice requirements and hearing requirements are violative of the FHA. So that can be a significant problem because you'd be imposing on disabled people a requirement that you don't impose on others. That's almost a black and white violation of the FHA. When you impose a requirement on the disabled that is not imposed on others. For example, you don't impose such a requirement on other single-family residential uses. Why would you impose them on the disabled? That can be a problem. Now, Tim also asked me to address some other questions that may have arisen. For example, could the city ban all group homes? My opinion is no. In fact, you have provisions in Colorado law right now that say that group homes for the elderly and for developmentally disabled are a use by right in residential zones, and that is for group homes of 8 or less. Now, I don't know how individuals who have developmental disabilities couldn't be considered disabled. Now, the statute I was mentioning is Section 31-23-303, but that established that group homes for the elderly and for developmentally disabled of 8 or less are a use by right. So I think you would be treading on very dangerous ground to ban all group homes, especially in light of that, and especially in light of the fact that if you did it at this point, in this setting, with a hearing with a background of controversy over group homes for the for the disabled, that wouldn't be found discriminatory in and of itself. Next question was, could the city decide to limit group homes as a permitted use for homes with 8 or fewer residents? I think you could, but that poses a problem. And that is what happens when a provider of this service, an operator of a group home, comes in and says, we'd like a reasonable accommodation to have 9. It would be, I think it could be very tough for the city to deny an accommodation to allow 9. As what I told you before, that what the test is for a reasonable accommodation, that the decision depends on 2 questions. First, does the request impose an undue burden or expense on the local government? I'd submit if you have no restrictions on the number of people that can live in a single-family home, then there probably is no reason not to grant the request. Now, would allowing 9, for example, cause a fundamental alteration in the zoning scheme? I think that would also be a tough issue to overcome. Now, if someone came in, I want to give you the reverse of that. If someone comes in proposing a group home in a residential area where you have, for example, a 35-foot height limitation on structures in that zone, and if a proposal was made that was going to require a 45-foot or 50-foot height limit on a structure in a single-family zone, it seems to me a good argument could be made to deny that, arguing that that would be that would interfere with the scheme, the zoning scheme that was in place. I think it's a much tougher thing to argue that if you allow one more person, that would be causing any great harm to the city. So that's something you have to approach very carefully. You run into the same issue if someone comes in and says, well, and I've had this happen where we had someone who was disabled and handicapped wanted an awning constructed from the front door of the home where they were living to the street so that they could go out in the wheelchair and get into their car or vehicle without being in the weather. Under the building code, that kind of a structure was not allowed. But we felt that that was a reasonable accommodation that should be granted. It didn't cause any great expense to the city. In fact, there was no expense, and it didn't cause any great harm to the zoning scheme. So there are certain things that you can do legitimately, but there certainly are other things that you can't. Now, there was also a question, could you impose a moratorium? There are no cases that I could find, and by the way, there are a lot of gray areas. Tim said it correctly. There are gray areas in here. There are no cases I could find that says, well, you couldn't impose a moratorium, but there are cases that say there could be exposure if undue delay is caused to the proponent of such a group home. Whether a 6-week limitation or moratorium would cause damage to the proponent of a group home or not is kind of hard to say. in this venue because we don't know all of the facts. But those are certainly issues to be considered. I think with that, I'd be glad to answer any kind of questions you might have.
I'm sure that questions will arise a bit later in the evening. Thank you, Mr. Berkowitz. Travis, Mr. Parker, wrap up, please.
Certainly, thank you. So this is clearly a important issue. This is an issue that a lot of people have a very strong feelings about on both sides, and I'm sure you're going to hear a lot about that tonight. I think the thing to keep in mind, based on what Mr. Berkowitz said, what Mr. Cox said, and a lot of the discussion that's had, is if you are a disabled person, you need care. And short of moving into a large facility in a commercial area, this is the way that you can live in a residential zone. And it's not economic to do that for one person, for two people, even for 5 people. The way that this is done is in these group home facilities. So I think the key is not to look at these as businesses, not to look at these as groups of unrelated people living in a facility. This is a family of disabled people living in a single-family home. And that's the key. Is this a single-family home, and how do we treat a single-family home? Discussions of what the upper limit are, I think, that's what we need to talk about tonight. But the important thing is these are single-family homes. These are not businesses or other activities going on in these neighborhoods. So with that, I'll wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to hold questions until later. Tom, I'll go to you first. Remind me. It may be a while. All right. Public comments. I have a roster here. I just have a few names, Margie. I don't know if there's more that... Yeah, we may want to check. Is this the whole roster? All right. Well, in any case, we've got ample opportunity for folks to talk, even if they haven't signed up. So I'll just go down the list of folks who have indicated a desire to speak on this topic by signing up on the roster. First is Mary Brewer. Yeah. Once again, I would remind everyone that there is a 3-minute time limit. It'll be green for 2.5 minutes, yellow for when there's 30 seconds left, and then red when your 3 minutes have been reached. And if you just give us your name and address.
Good evening. I'm Mary Brewer. My address is 9200 West Cross Drive, Littleton, Colorado. I'm the president of Mary's Hope, and probably about a third of your audience tonight is men and women who reside in one of our transitional living homes. We are not in favor of any changes to the ordinance other than if you would like to change the name from group home to healing homes, because that's exactly what they are. Group homes, I think, have a misnomer. People hear that word and they think that people are running halfway houses, and that is indeed not the case at all. The truth of the matter is that group homes actually become an asset to any neighborhood. Why? Because they are well cared for inside and out. The people in the homes are living under a structured, controlled environment run by professional people who supervise the programs that are going on. Group homes are not noisy or disrupting to neighborhoods, but quite the opposite. We are polite, we are courteous, we are friendly, and we are safe. I know that at Mary's Hope, our homes are above average. They're immaculate and well cared for, and they have great curb appeal. The men and women who have become your neighbors are doctors, lawyers, airline pilots, nurses, teachers, government officials, and our military. They're mothers, fathers, daughters, sons. They are you. SAMHSA is an organization that is called the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration in America. And here's what they define treatment as. It is a process of change through which individuals work to improve their own health and well-being, live a self-directed life, and strive to achieve their full potential. SAMHSA has delineated 4 major dimensions that are essential to a life in recovery. They are health, overcoming and managing one's disease; home, a stable and safe place to live; purpose, meaningful daily activities; And this is the one I like the most: communities, relationships, and social networks that provide support, friendship, love, and hope. The most vital and important thing that we as neighbors can do is to support the healing process of those that are living in a group environment, to facilitate their recovery, to help them with their healing, to tell them that as Americans, we love them and we are going to care for them. We are not going to be fearful because they have been labeled as living in a group home. Our duty as Americans is to show love and support for one another. How many people attending this meeting tonight are
Please wrap up your comments.
for group homes?
Thank you. Charles Tafoya.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Charles Tafoya. I reside at 5248 Manitou Road in Littleton, Colorado, unincorporated Jefferson County. I'm a longtime community activist and a director of a nonprofit corporation that serves all of Jefferson County, indeed all of the state of Colorado. And I rise up in opposition to these changes in the city ordinance because it is a form of discrimination. I think we need to put the focus back on the people in these group homes and say that they have the right to housing accommodations as individuals in the community. These are not businesses. I mean, there's one way of looking at them as being businesses or enterprises, but I agree with what Travis said. These are people that are living as a family within the context of a group home. And to put unnecessary burden on them over and above what's put on any other homeowner or any other renter is discrimination, and I oppose discrimination of any kind against any people. And it says the two criteria are that it would cost the city inordinately if they allow people to live in these homes, or that it would change the zoning requirements. Well, it doesn't say that you don't like group homes or you don't like the people who live in there. Indeed, if we use that criteria, many people would be excluded from our communities. And that's not a criteria. The criteria is if it costs more or if it substantially changes the building code, and that's it. And the fact that people may not like group homes is not a legitimate criteria for controlling them, for regulating them, for putting unnecessary and cumbersome burdens on these homes over and above what you do for any other homeowner or renter. Now, a homeowner does not have to live in their home. Why should there have to be a director in the home? They can rent it out to anyone they want to. And so if that's the case, then what's the logic of adding these additional regulations on the disabled? And it's simply a matter of placing unfair burdens on the disabled, mentally ill, people that can only afford to live in a group setting over and above what other people are faced with. And finding affordable housing is a big issue in Colorado, in Lakewood, in Denver. And, we should be accommodating people, eliminating red tape, allowing people to live where they can afford in a residential neighborhood and not relegate them out to some commercial area. These are individuals, and just like any other homeowner or renter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Charlie Abel?
Good evening, Council. The last couple of speakers have caused me to want to assure folks that we have no objection to the smaller group homes of 8 or fewer. We certainly have no objection to people who are trying to put their lives back together. We admire those folks. We understand, especially as we're getting older, the afflictions that can strike the elderly. And when it happens to me, and if I happen to go to a group home, if I happen to need the care, I hope I can find a group home of 8 or fewer that has a yard available for me to sit in and soak up the sunshine. We're not talking about that. We're talking about group homes of 9 or more. 5,000 square foot footprints in around 1,200 square foot neighboring homes. We're talking about the compatibility. And when I mentioned to Mr. Tafoya that it was these larger homes were our concern, he nodded and said, warehouses. So I think the group home providers are aware of the need for a true residential setting. My original remarks begin with 15 years ago, a developer purportedly threatened to sue City Hall after the Planning Commission voted to protect the neighborhood from an intrusive facility, a residential care facility, that wasn't suitable for the intended site. Instead of standing their ground in defense of our community, City Hall capitulated without as much of a whimper of protest and reversed the decision. Why? During the intervening years, 24 group homes designed to serve federal Fair Housing Act protected groups were approved under Lakewood's zoning ordinance. Special use permits and public meetings were required. And for that decade and a half, no one sued us. Why? Now we have large residential care facilities with the huge footprints in our modest residential neighborhoods. And we're told we have no choice because we will be sued. Our city attorney's law firm represents a number of Colorado cities and towns, including Centennial, which imposes restrictions on even the smaller group homes. In Centennial, group homes are limited simply to the elderly, mentally ill, or disabled residents. They must be approved by City Council and must be compatible with surrounding homes. The firm also represents Castle Pines, where in-home elderly care is an accessory use in residential areas and is limited to 6 or fewer residents. The care provider must live in the residence, and residential care facilities for more than 8 people are not even mentioned in their ordinance. Or that
Charlie,
I would assume they're not accepted. I'm sorry, Mayor. Yeah. So why aren't they being sued? Wheat Ridge and Edgewater impose more severe requirements, including neighborhood meetings. Why aren't they being sued?
Charlie,
we would ask you, please, to understand that merely not notifying neighbors is not enough. They should have a voice and the respect they deserve from the developer and the zoning laws.
Thank you. All right, David Lucas. No audible support or discord with the speaker, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I don't think I can be, David Lucas and 13517 West Alaska Drive. In our neighborhood, we actually have an Oxford House, which is an entirely different environment than what you're discussing here. We've been able to, and they have, successfully coexisted with us. Part of my concerns in listening to everybody else, and are far more eloquent than I can be, one of the concerns that seems to be apparent is the size of the structure that's going to be there, but also a dignified amount of space for the residents that are going to live there. And how do we balance both the size of the structure versus the number of people that we're attempting to accommodate within those structures? I think everyone has a certainly deep level of compassion for people that are disabled and are impaired in some fashion, and pointing out that Lakewood is a significantly aging community. a fair number of us may be someday looking for a place to be close to where we've grown up or where we've lived or where we've had our homes, and may want to try and find a place like that that's going to accommodate us in a respectful and dignified environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos Vila, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Carlos Vela.
Sorry.
I own, it's all right. I own a property at 9035 West Virginia Avenue. I just found out about this last week through the grapevine, so I'm kind of raw to all of this. My property is just a building lot, and I've owned it for 6 years. I don't know that I have a whole lot to add to the argument. It's I guess I'm going to tell my sob stories. I had a lot of plans. We had a lot of plans for this lot. We're going to build this year, build our dream home. I've got about $250,000 invested. I don't want to sound selfish. I understand the needs of folks. I don't even know that this is going to be for the elderly. I don't think that's been disclosed to us. That concerns me. I wish somebody would tell me what kind of home this is going to be. I feel like I'm going to have to work another couple of years in my profession to make up for this financial loss. I don't know that it makes sense for me to build on this piece of land now, so we're very disappointed. It seems to me that all of this lack of disclosure is not right. I understand that your person here about the expert notification and not requiring anybody to have hearings if it's just an average citizen. I mean, I guess that's a valid argument, but this is a money-making concern. I went by there today to look at the structure. It's huge. It's not a single-family home. It's 12 bathrooms and 12 bedrooms, and it looks to me to be an institutional facility. I've responded to many of these facilities over the last 20 years as a fireman, and there's a big difference between 12 and 6 or 7 or 8. I guess that's basically all I have to say. I don't think it's too much to ask to have that notification and have a discussion before this sort of thing is dropped on us. It also, something to think about is, as long as you're not directly impacted, we talk about community and fairness, but really this impacts, good or bad, it impacts just a handful of people who are in close proximity to these homes. So, it looks good on paper, but it seems like there's a better solution. At least if there was a conversation beforehand and we had some input, maybe as this last gentleman said, maybe we wouldn't have all these lawsuits. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kathy Mays. Kathy Mays? Left? Okay. Lauren Morales? Oh, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lauren Morales. I reside at 10193 East Greenfield Circle in Parker. I am an administrator for 2 small assisted livings in the Lakewood city limits that serve frail elderly with disabilities. We are not in favor of any changes to the current language of the zoning code. We feel that the current language adequately addresses needs of the community as well as protects the people in our homes. We've experienced the hostility and discrimination that the requirement of having neighborhood meetings has brought to our homes, and ask that you consider that the meetings are typically not productive, not constructive, and we would ask that you consider also differentiating the categories of group homes, because I believe that the word group home does inspire fear in neighbors that don't understand exactly who is being served in those homes. So that's all I have to say. Thank you much.
Thank you. Let me go back to that original public comment list and ask Edna Smith, to come down. And then Chuck Gudenlock, I believe it is. Gundenlock.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Edna Smith. I live at 855 South Flower. I am directly south of the proposed home at 835 Flower. This house, the home is supposed to be 5,500 square feet under roof. That is very large in our neighborhood, huge. The owner of this home came to our home on Saturday and knocked on the door and introduced himself as our new neighbor. We told him we had a lot of questions and we'd invited him into our home. We all sat down and talked for over an hour. And it all came down that he answered some of our concerns. Other concerns were left unanswered. One thing that concerns us greatly, he said, don't worry. He says, I will be right here to address anything that comes up. You call me. All right? And he said that him and his 4 children and his wife were going to live in the basement of this facility. And I am wondering if this, in his blueprints, was there a facility for a family in the basement? Thank you.
We'll try to get that answered a little bit later. Thank you. Chuck.
My name is Chuck Gundelak. I live a few doors north of Edna, 2 doors north of 835, the proposed house on Flower Street. I'm going to amplify on what Edna said. If you guys do the math, you got 12 people upstairs, you got a family of 6, and you got a full-time employee there. That's 19 people in one house. The drawings show 13 bedrooms and baths. You got to put some more bedrooms in the basement for the folks. So guessing 15, 16 bedrooms here. You get the idea. So my next comment is, again, so many of the people here are saying if these things were small and under control, we wouldn't be doing this. So, and another just to make a quote, there's been expressions of fears about the excesses and abuses of R1 to R1 zoning, and I feel we may have one here. And just one last comment, if the place goes in with 19 people in R1 zoning, on Flower Street there, we may be the proud neighbors of the most densely and numerously occupied single-family home in Lakewood.
Thank you. Tom Kinraid?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Tom Kinraid. I live at 9080 West Fairview Avenue in Littleton. I am the past president and of the Colorado Assisted Living Association. I would like to comment a little bit about assisted living homes, or as in your ordinance you call them, group homes. A group home is actually a licensed assisted living home. We are regulated by the state of Colorado. We have the same regulations as any large assisted living facility that we have to follow. It takes approximately a year to get these things up and running and licensed in the neighborhoods. The reason that we like, or I particularly like, group homes, and I'll refer to them as group homes even though I don't like that. The reason we like those is because the people that live in a group home are generally the people that have already been in the neighborhood. They've lived in that neighborhood all of their life. They've grown up or raised their families in the neighborhood. And now we move them into a situation because they've become elderly or disabled where they can stay in the neighborhood. Generally, we run anywhere between 7 to 12 residents in a facility. It used to be that we were limited to 8. One of the reasons why we now go to 9 or 10 residents is because it's one of the only places where you could actually accept Medicaid residents. Medicaid is the government part of the government payer that takes care of the elderly or the disabled. They have a limited amount of funds that they pay to the facilities, and if you look at the larger facilities around the country or around the city or around the state, you'll find out that most of them do not accept Medicaid. We can, in our group homes, accept Medicaid because we're able to afford it, and we're able to keep those people in the neighborhood, keep them out of nursing homes, and let them live a full and healthy life in the neighborhood that they raise their kids in, that they lived in for most of their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, who else? I don't know if there's another roster. Kathy, come on down. Sir, you next, and then Randy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Kathy Kentner. I'm a Ward 1 resident. Very proud of it. And I'm going to deviate a little bit at the beginning here. I'll try to talk fast from my original comments. As all of our comments tonight have really been focused, as somebody said, Mr. Parker said, to really think about the key is a family of disabled people. And Mr. Parker also said that prior to this year, he had to say yes to group homes. However, prior to saying yes, a description of the client population, including the proposed number of residents and staffing levels, as well as some other proof. I am all in favor of group homes for the elderly in a home. I wish I could get my mother to move from that place where the mayor and I grew up into a group home near me, but not likely. Is it not okay? And all of the, Mr. Berkowitz, I believe, said group homes for the handicapped. And he also mentioned group homes for the elderly and developmentally disabled. And all of the law that he was talking about applies to those protected classes. I don't know if Mr. Berkowitz is aware, but our definition of group homes up to 8 does not talk about any class of people. Our old ordinance specified, for example, we had different rules for homes of adult and juvenile offenders. Now, a home of up to 8 adult and juvenile offenders could be considered a group home. I'm all in favor. I don't want people to think I'm against people elderly and wanting to better themselves. Mr. Berkowitz, is it not okay to require proof that the home is for a protected or a certain class? And then how do we allow for classes of people that we might want to allow that aren't actually in a protected class? Because in the past we did do that. We had a home for pregnant and infant women and infants up to 1 year. There might be some that are not protected that we do want. As I think about downsizing in my neighborhood, should I be allowed to move out into a group home and then have my home for 8 college students? I live pretty close to CCU, when our zoning ordinance says only 5 unrelated. But if I call it a group home and just go over there once a week or once a month and supervise, because that's how we define a group home, is supervision, then it seems that would be allowed. How can we be more restrictive in those ways? I think Ms. Springsteen passed out some information from other communities. I did a lot of research. I'm sure you all did too. And what we all found out is that all of the other ones are way more specific. I don't want to say restrictive in that we don't want to have group homes for great people. Somehow a rumor this started that no other city has specific definitions, but every other city has specific definitions. And somehow a rumor was started that we would be sued if we have any limitations. But please address what I brought up in November. What can we do about our definition? I am. This is my conclusion. Thank you.
All right.
I heard you. Probably would have been. What can we do about our definition now that these homes are not necessarily for all these great groups that people have been talking about tonight? Thank you.
Thank you. And there was another gentleman. Yes, sir, come on down. And then Mr. Little. And then, yes, you after Randy. I don't know where Randy went. Oh.
I am Mike Young. I live on Lee Street in Lakewood. I grew up next to the property on Newland Street. I think it's incredibly unfair for people to be accusing the neighbors of wanting to discriminate against older people and people with disabilities. My son has autism. At some point, he may well be in a facility, a group home. It's a matter of scale. 12 bedrooms in that property on Newland Street, that is huge. None of the people that I've talked to are against group homes. It's a matter of scale. There's also the matter of no more than 5 unrelated family members in a private home. Now, we're going to use the same standards for group homes as we do for private homes. That doesn't sound like we're doing that. Just please be aware that it's a matter of scale. We're not against group homes. We're not against the disabled. We're not against old people. We're against these huge buildings being put in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Little?
Hi, Randy Little again, 10590 West Dakota Avenue. I want to talk about the group home that's in my neighborhood. It's across the street from the Glennon Heights swimming pool. I've lived in my neighborhood for about 24 years, and I think they've been there longer than I have. You never hear a word from them. They have their own bus. They have their own parking. It's, as far as I'm concerned, a very good facility. But you've opened up a huge can of worms here. According to your attorney here that spoke earlier, a group home is of a physical nature. With our new laws of marijuana, you can have a group home now of up to 19 people at a large thing here, where they have a facility right there in our neighborhood. Second part of that is you have to accommodate them. Now that you can grow plants in your own home or your own thing, they can grow in a basement of a house or that facility. It can become really unclear real quick. Now, I'm not just talking about pot. It could be a lot of different things. So I think that opening the can of worms here is you need to justify what is a group home. What kind of group home are we opening? That's my philosophy on that whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir? Did you want to come down?
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Your name and address, please, sir.
I am John Darling. I live at 2134 South Yukon Way. I am a CNA, that stands for Certified Nursing Assistant. and I'm also the assistant manager of Kindness Assisted Living. The topic is disabled. Another term could possibly be called, everyone could be called a vulnerable. I take care of vulnerables, society's vulnerables. And it's the most fulfilling position I've ever had in my life. I'm not a gambling man, but I would wager most of us in this room value family, if not all of us. In 2001, my mother, Dr. Lena Darling, lost use of her legs and asked me to be her advocate in POA. It was over the next 9 years of her life that I dealt with and was angered, saddened, and astonished at the indignities that she suffered in her nursing home. Because she was vulnerable, there was theft, abuse, neglect, contagion, cruelty, and medical mistakes. Group homes, I like to call them care homes, are demonstrably safer, are the demonstrably safer alternative to nursing homes. With hands-on management in these homes, it's provided unmatched oversight. The majority of care homes strive and succeed to be the antithesis of nursing homes, the opposite of nursing homes. Most homes, from owners to staff, serve in deep compassion, integrity, and excellence. Residents are cared for in a spirit of love, empathy, dignity, and family. I wish to God that we had known of care homes when Mom entered the nursing home arena. Most of you in this room will become vulnerable within 1 to 40 years. Many of us will have a decision to make, a care home or a nursing home. The residents in our homes are us. The residents in our nursing homes are you and me. The residents in our care homes are you and me. I ask that you please do not change the legislation that's in its present form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darling. Anita, you've already spoken, sir. I'll call on you next. Anita?
Good evening. You know what? I'm not going to let this little theater that somebody put on distract us from the fact that we are not discriminating against people. We are not asking for the elderly and disabled to be kept out of our neighborhoods, since we are the elderly and disabled of Lakewood. If you look around, everybody here, we had to bring some of my neighbors here, drive them here. They're on oxygen. They're on canes. They can't take care of themselves. You don't get to call us that. That is not what we're here about. And Ms. Morales, who just spoke, who had the 2 group homes in Lakewood, sat there and told me that she agrees that a 5,000 square foot home with lots around at 1,300 square feet is irresponsible. She said that one of her homes is 6,500 square feet for 12 people, but it's one of the smallest homes in the area where she is. And I wish she would have said that when she was up here. Speaking of reasonable accommodation, it's interesting that it was so difficult for my people who are elderly to park here tonight and to be put last on the agenda when they have to go home and go to bed. I think that this vote needs to wait because My understanding is that you all didn't get your legal packets until this morning, and it makes absolutely no sense to me that you can vote on something irresponsibly without looking at the legal information you've been given. That's really interesting that you got that information the day of the public hearing and not, I mean, you've had since December 2nd to get that information and you're just now getting it. Back to what we're looking for here. In Littleton, where Mr. Berkowitz was city attorney, my understanding is that only 8 persons are allowed to be in the group homes. And we can go back and forth with there's a case that's decided this way and a case that's decided that way. But the bottom line is, what do we have in common with all of these cases where there was a lawsuit between the city and some developer or operator? What we have in common with those cases is that the cities were going to bat for their residents. They were even willing to risk a federal lawsuit, which I promise you, we haven't risked that with the type of laws that we've had in place. So why are we risking that just to have something in place like you can't have more than 8 in a group home, you can't have a 5,000 square foot structure? I'm going to give you just one case as an example of the limit to 8. And this is, and I'll hand it to you guys after I'm done, but it's Oxford House versus City of St. Louis. And basically what happened was the City of St. Louis was sued for supposedly violating the Fair Housing Act and enforcing the city's zoning code to limit the number of residents to 8. And the court found that the city acted lawfully because the cities have a legitimate interest in decreasing congestion, traffic, and noise in residential areas, and ordinances restricting the number of unrelated people who may occupy a single-family residence are reasonably related to these legitimate goals. I want you to consider that you need to stand up for us.
Go ahead. You've been a spokesperson for the neighborhood, so take another minute here.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I was going to say about Littleton is that, one other communication I've had with somebody who is legal counsel for a very large nonprofit for the elderly and disabled. And I have been speaking with many, many people like that. And that's why I got Ms. Morales' information, because I want to understand what this is all about and what's going on. And this person said to me, the standard for group homes in the disabled system today is 4 beds. At one time it was 8. It was never more than 8. There was a state legislation defining developmentally disabled group homes as 8 beds or less. I'm not clear on what Lakewood is doing, but I've never seen a group home for more than 8 unrelated adults. And this is somebody who works with the elderly and disabled on a daily basis and defends them.
Thank you. I ask you to wrap up.
Okay. In summary, I don't think that we've done enough with the legislation here. We need to do more. We need to listen to all these residents who have lived here for 60 years. And they're heartbroken that their neighborhoods are not going to be residential anymore. Not because they don't want disabled people in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hosey?
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My home's on Lee Street, 20th and Lee Street. If you try to put a group home over there with that many bedrooms, that's an apartment complex. Only it's condos with a common area. Last year, I had to put my mom in an adult foster home. She had dementia and stage 4 lung cancer. She passed away. Tomorrow is a year. Her home had 5 clients. When you get these people to come up here and testify emotionally about how it's about the disabled and the injured and the sick, that's BS. When you're talking 15 bedrooms, you're not talking care of care. You're talking how many we can put in there to run a business and turn a profit. This is density. Have you looked at the photograph of the neighborhood? This is density. You're going to put a house that is hugely inappropriate for the density of the neighborhood. It's your responsibility to help your citizens who elected you to office. You're here to help them keep their neighborhoods, not to change it to some apartment of unrelated individuals. If it's about care, we're talking a whole different thing. We're talking no more than 5. I know, because I had to go through a whole bunch of places to find a home for my mom who was dying. This is not that. Support your citizens that voted you in office, else you won't get elected again. And guess what will be coming to your home next time around? Right next door, you'll have a 5,000 square foot, 17 or 20 bedroom group home. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hosey. Anyone else? Please, we don't. All right, we can. All right, let's do 2 more. And we've heard.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say something real quick. In the United States of America, everybody has a right to speak, and because you may not like what they have to say, it's still valid, and we listen to everybody. So I welcome you to our meeting tonight. We listen to everybody. We don't put up a show. Everybody's welcome to speak and have 3 minutes. So thank you.
All right, sir.
My name is Wally Setgast. I live at 6552 West Mexico Avenue in Lakewood. I have been involved in the discussion of these, I call them group homes, and people seem to think that we're opposed to senior citizens. That isn't the case at all. We're just trying to keep these down in size so that, number one, they fit into the neighborhood, and number two, the residents that are there have a decent facility to live in, a place where they can go outside and get fresh air and sun. That isn't the case of the one on Newland. There's going to be hardly any room outside for these folks. In the past, we had a group home that opened up on just a half a block from where we live on West Mexico, and of course we opposed it or tried to, and the city of Lakewood gave us no cooperation at all. They did agree to set up a meeting at the Lakewood Link Rec Center, and I guess the smallest room there was there, and there were a whole group of people standing outside, and they said, well, you can't come in, this room's too small. But there was an empty gymnasium there. They could have fit us all in there. So I criticize the city of Lakewood, whoever was involved with that, for not at least wanting to talk to us. And then our council person for that district, we asked her to be at that meeting, and she turned us down flat. She wouldn't even attend the meeting. We elect these people to represent us, not something else. Then we requested the presence of our city council representative at that meeting, but then also there was another meeting that she conducted every week or every month at an eating facility, and our leader wanted to speak about group homes, and she said, I won't hear of it. She wouldn't even listen. Now, she could be opposed to the idea, but I think she's still obligated to listen to our complaints. That's all I have in regard to group homes, but the challenge of getting here tonight, I don't know how to describe it. We tried to come in on the south end, and there's a fence there. Even the sidewalk was closed off. So then we went down the underground parking lot. Well, as I know, there's elevators. They all have a code. You can't use the elevators. So then we wound up parking over here, actually where it's illegal by the merchants. I think something needs to be done about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we apologize again for the construction out here. Sir, there is a disabled access microphone just on the other side there. Thank you.
My name's AJ Nagel, and I live 8605 West Belmar Avenue, just probably 4 or 5 blocks from a place where they want to build one. And I moved to this neighborhood for a reason. It's a beautiful, quiet neighborhood with houses. I guess my biggest fear is the size. And if they say that it's really not a business, then they should be able to run something with 4, maybe 5 bedrooms and make it look like it belongs in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nagel. Who else, ma'am? And then, well, you come on. You're ready. Come on down. And then, yeah, give you time to kind of get in place here.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Karen Bushlack. I live at 1535 South Newland Street. And the definition of a group home has changed drastically. For example, if you could show people this. Right here we have group homes.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Okay, can you show people this on this? She's going to.
Yeah, sure, we will.
As you can see on the old zoning ordinance, it defined what a group home is. Group home for elderly, handicapped, dependent, domestic violence, pregnant women, and then they also had group living quarters. And for the group living quarters, they were not allowed in the R1 zone area, along with the residential health care. It was not allowed in the R1 single-family home. But now with the new zoning ordinance, it's changed. Group home is all of this, but it's not defined in the new ordinance. So I would like the City Council to read exactly what used to be the definition of group home. This document has a detailed description of what a group home definition is. It defined the number of residents that can be in each zoning area. In an R1 single-family home, I did some research and did not find a home in an R1 single-family home that housed 12 residents. It was more than 8 residents with a home the home would be in a zoning area other than R1. So if it was a group home and it had greater than 8, it would not be in an R1 single-family home. We asked a list of homes that were built from the ground up and were given 6 addresses. And of these 6 addresses that were built from the ground up, they are all in commercial area. The 1325 Vance Street is MCT and it's commercial, along with 405 South Sheridan Boulevard, it's commercial, and the 1325 houses 120 residents. And then also 1450 Newland Street, that just for the group home for the elderly, but that's commercial. With the new zoning ordinance, now it's going to allow for the property over on Newland Street up to 12 residents, and that doesn't include the employees there, which is going to be 20 or more. We don't know. So this is why we're concerned with the residents that are going to be living there. I believe it should be 8 or less for the safety of the residents that are going to be living there. And I have talked to people that have worked in group homes, and they're saying that it's not safe to house 12 residents there because it's unsafe. I wouldn't want to put my loved one there, maybe an 8, but not a 12. So I vote for you to go back to the old zoning ordinance. And also, the old zoning ordinance would say 12 residents, but they defined it as 8 clients with 4 employees. Now with the new zoning ordinance, it's changed to 12 residents, and that's the clients. And you also say that this is an R1. Well, over on 6419 West Mexico Avenue, you say that's a single family. Well, it's marked as commercial. Why is that? So what is happening to R1 single family homes? Before these 9 or greater group homes, group facilities, living quarters were only allowed for not in R1. We would like it to only have 8 or less for R1. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hello, Kathy Young, 1590 South Newland Street. I didn't know what I was going to say tonight until I came here to hear what was going to be said. So I took notes, and that's pretty much what I'm going to. So I'm just going to give you the notes of what I've heard tonight. Travis Parker, he was talking about having a notification to nearby homes. I don't know what nearby means. Is it the closest 5? Is it 50? Is it a radius? What is it? What does notification mean? Is it the signs, or is it a letter? If the developer doesn't attend, how do the citizens receive appropriate information on the questions that they have? Second, how can a group home warehouse with 10 bedrooms only require 2 parking spaces? What about the staff? Where do they park? What about deliveries coming into that facility? What about visitors at that facility? And what about trash at that facility? If there's 10 bedrooms, 10 or a half bedrooms and 2 full bedrooms, where's all that? How is that going to be managed with 2 parking spaces? Why allow a building not consistent with the compatibility of the neighborhood in that neighborhood? We're talking size. We are talking a building the size that's compatible with all the other homes in that neighborhood. Mr. Berkowitz brings up making reasonable modifications. This is the same request we have. Reasonable modifications. Reasonable size. The size the same as the homes in the neighborhood. Reasonable parking. 2 spaces for 10 rooms plus staff plus deliveries is not reasonable. Reasonable space for the occupants on the outside. In 1570 South Newland, the setbacks are so tight on the sides, 10 feet. The top of the foundation is at the top of our fence, and everything runs down into it. All the water is going to go straight into our home. I guess you can be responsible for that, and I can put a claim or a suit against the city council if something happens. Reasonably compatible to the character of the neighborhood again. Imposing a neighborhood meeting, Mr. Berkowitz brought up that how can you impose that when it's not imposed on any other homes? Well, this isn't a home, this is a business. I'm sure we can find, also another thing, I'm sure we can find case findings that support our concerns, as Mr. Berkowitz has found for the city's side. I just didn't think of that because I didn't know we were going to start doing case findings. I'd like to thank Mr. Berkowitz for the scare tactics and the support for Mr. Travis. This is not a family, as Mr. Travis said. This is not a single family home. This is a business. No matter what Mr. Parker says, if this family accepts Medicaid as one of the current housing places said that he can...
Don't do that. You can talk. We don't cede minutes. You're welcome to... Yeah. Go ahead. Finish up.
That he said is that his family accepts Medicaid. This is not a family. This is a business. If you want to read these.
All right.
Right here. Stick it in your face.
If the care facility leaves the home, I can't look at notes. I am just frustrated that you guys don't care. I've lived there since 1960. there was only a few other homes there when we moved in. All of our children and grandchildren have grown up there. We're losing our property. We're losing our love for the area just because this great big monstrous house is right next door. Actually, I'd call it a warehouse because it does not look like a home at all. The property is so close to our fence, and it's going to be very dangerous if there's any weather, because all the weather, all the rain and whatever will go right into our basement. Will you come over and clean that up for me? Well, all of these folks, does anybody really care? Thank you.
You didn't need a script, did you? Okay. All right, one more, then we'll wrap this up. Come on, sir.
I just want to make another quick comment.
Did you talk already?
Oh, he did.
Oh, no, you talked already. We can't do that. Sorry. Sorry to raise expectations.
Good evening. Night.
You're on.
Good night. I also had a speech all prepared and decided I was just going to
I need your name and address, please.
My name's Karen Garber, and my address is 10856 West Beloit Place. I've dealt with councils before, much smaller than this one. And sadly, in my dealings with the council members in this town and other places, most of the time the information that comes through a public hearing, it falls on deaf ears. The decisions have already been made, and they've been made behind closed doors, in conversations with the public, with conversations with the developer and whoever else. So I would ask that you act with integrity, and if you need to look up the word integrity, I would ask you to do that, and see what it means to stand with integrity. And you were voted in or appointed, and never mind. You are appointed, and you have a obligation to your constituents that puts you up here to represent them. You're to stand for them. You're to fight for them, support them, and be behind them, and not the developer. And I will ask you also to look at impropriety in what you're dealing with right now. Been there, done that. I've done it with many councils. I know what goes on behind the closed doors. I'm just asking tonight that you work in integrity, and you stand in integrity for the constituents that put you up here, and don't disgrace the position you've been put in. And also I would like you to look at yourself deep within and find out, can you honestly look at your kids and grandkids and say that you stood there in your position and you dealt with this situation, particularly tonight or in any other situation, with integrity? And can you truly say that you're going to leave a good legacy from what you're doing? And from what I'm hearing, and I'm a PT. I work with disabled folks 5 days a week. I work with stroke recovery. I work with traumatic brain injuries. I work with the gamut. These people in no way, shape, or form are discriminating. And I have heard that across the board from Mr. Berkowitz. I've heard it from Tim. I've heard it from other people saying that this group of people are discriminating against the disabled or the elderly. That is such a smokescreen. I cannot believe that that even came out of their mouth. All they are asking for is for you to look at the footprint that they've got on all the properties and the one that's being proposed, that you decrease the footprint and make it appropriate for the covenants and the land that it's on. That's all they're asking for. So please don't take it as discrimination, because if you do, then you are going against integrity.
Thank you, Ms. Garber. Anyone else? Heather, and then Carrie.
Heather Wenger. I'm going to follow up on the... these people are also looking at what's in the best interest of the people who are going to be living there. I personally am trying to fathom living 19 people in 5,000 or 5,500 square feet, and throw in a couple of wheelchairs, walkers, canes, and narrow hallways, and I'm not able to picture it for myself or my mom. My mom has a traumatic brain injury, has for 10 years. We are very closely approaching that point of having to decide what to do. So it's on my mind. And to follow up, there is legitimate debate about whether the homes violate the law, and accusing the people here tonight of nefarious attempt or bias is a sign that the home proponents want to sidetrack the debate into emotion. They're not wanting to debate whether or not a group home can go into across the street. They're debating the size, and they are also caring about what state the people are going into. Additionally, somewhere along the line, the debate over the developer's practices got lost in the slew of things, but I'm concerned about mold. If he's got poor building practices, what happens? You've got a at-risk class who can't advocate for themselves. Finally, Ms. Kettner spent a lot of time creating the matrix you were given. The matrix is vastly different than the one provided to you at study session. The cases that Ms. Springsteen provided to you are vastly different than the cases given to you tonight. The delay in legal advice can ostensibly be seen as an effort to thwart the public's ability to counter the information you are given. Differences. There are two sides here. You should have enough reason between the information you've been provided by the public and what you've been given to your staff to pause and question why the information you've gotten is so one-sided, and just question, is there another side to this? And so I would ask you to think about that. And I like the person before, I didn't catch her name, but integrity. So think carefully tonight, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Carrie, then we'll wrap it up.
Hello, Carrie Mesh, 770 Crescent Lane, Lakewood. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I was interested in listening to the testimony and the case. As you guys know, and maybe some of the audience does or doesn't, I chair Lakewood's Planning Commission, and so we spent a lot of time on this subject. And so as I listened tonight, I realized, our discussion was really the unemotional one. It was the one that dealt with the code itself, the federal law, use by right, etc. And so I guess I really just wanted to say, well, I don't know a whole lot about the particular case that some of the public comment was on tonight. I think it's important to differentiate the discussion about the code itself and a particular case. But by the same token, I think it's important to say, with this particular case, how does the code work? And so, a couple questions came to mind because I hadn't heard about this case as a planning commissioner or during our discussion around the code and its changes or not. If a single-family residence was going to be erected on this site, would it be allowed to be the same size? And could it have 10 residents, et cetera? And I'm serious, I don't know the answer to that question, but I think that's what guided us through Planning Commission discussions is if by law group homes can be allowed in single-family residences, and if, in fact, that single-family residence could be built at the same size. That's what would have dictated our decision. And so, again, I'm standing here as the unemotional, that's some of the stuff we went through. And also, the 19 people discussion tonight, that's disturbing to me because I don't know if we didn't talk about 19 people in a home. So, is that the case or not? Is it violating something? I don't know the answers to those. But really, at the end of the day, as we went through our discussions, it really was about use by right, not only from the code, but that we put to the city, but also law, federal law. And we were told and we come to understand that there isn't a lot of leeway 8 and under, and then there is some leeway 9 to 12. And so I haven't heard it discussed a whole lot tonight, but I hope in question and answer we have a little more clarity around some of those differentiators and what as a city we have the ability to do or not. And then for the things that we don't have the ability, if it's use by right, the public meeting, I would say, is one of the things we spent the most amount of time talking about. If there isn't the ability to hear people that are against something because a law protects that right, then is the public meeting doing a harm or is it doing good? And we've spent a lot of time on that because I am 100% for everybody being heard and everybody having a voice. But when we give that voice to no avail, is it not just saying one more time, we're not listening? And that's my concern, and that there were all sides of that argument heard during Planning Commission, and so I just wanted to bring that to light. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we'll close public comment. What does council think about a break? All right. So when we come back from the break, Councillor Quinn and Councillor Shakti have had their lights on for a couple of hours here, so we'll start with them. I want to pose a question to think about, I guess, to Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Cox, and I'm going to cut right to the chase when we come back. I want to hear about the possibility of saying limiting it to 8 with reasonable accommodation, and then no notification, no meetings, no special use permit. And you know, we're going to get into some things like definitions and that sort of thing too. But I mean, to me, that cuts right to the heart of a lot of what we've been hearing tonight.
You mean only in the single-family residential?
In the single-family residential areas. All right. So let's take a break. It's 9:45. Let's be back by 9:55, please. I call back into order the council meeting, Lakewood City Council meeting of January 13th, 2014. With a big smile on my face for anybody watching us at home that thinks we're not having any fun up here. We absolutely are. So this is what we get paid to do, to make these tough decisions. And this certainly is one of those. As you heard, there are a lot of things to balance. Before we go to Tom and Shakti, I'd like to address the question I posed before the break. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of variations on that one from other members of council, but certainly the it's a little soon for a motion, but obviously the issue is, as one speaker put it, a matter of scale. So I just wanted to explore the possibility. What would this is all about kind of a level of risk. We have a fiduciary responsibility here too, not to do something that's going to clearly result in litigation that would cost the taxpayers money. But nevertheless, is there some place in the middle where we could talk about something like in our residential neighborhoods, our single-family residential neighborhoods, a limit of 8, and very importantly, with reasonable accommodation, which we understand may make it to 9 or 10. We would also have to probably come up with some standards, some criteria for that reasonable accommodation, so it's not, frankly, on just one person's back to make that decision. And then along the way, not require neighborhood meetings or notification or a planning commission meeting that would result in a special use permit. I think those are clearly questionable under the Federal Housing Administration law. So we'll just start out the conversation with that modest proposal. Mr. Berkowitz, Mr. Cox.
Is the question, do I think that would work? The answer is yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would agree. I just do want to clarify a couple of the finer points of that. I assume you're talking about for group homes for the handicapped.
Yes, yeah.
And up to 8.
Protected classes, yeah.
Yes, with the possibility of reasonable accommodations above that on a case-by-case basis. And the criteria, you said there need to be criteria. We've talked about the 2 standards that the federal law has imposed for granting reasonable accommodations, the undue burden financially on the city and the undermining of the zoning scheme. So I would think with those criteria being consistent with federal law and the other terms that you've identified, that would be doable.
Okay, I'm going to start with quick follow-up.
No, procedurally, do I have to open up the discussion based on a motion on the original ordinance that we have here on our agenda?
Well, it has typically been the practice to do that.
Right.
I don't know that if council has questions, you can pose them at this point. But that's your call.
All right, look, just for the sake of procedure, we're going to do what we always do. We'll start out with a motion in a second. It doesn't mean that's what the exact motion we're going to be voting on 10 minutes or 10 hours from now. But as a council president who makes the motion will tell you, it's not one that she even supports, which I think goes to my exact point, that we need the foundation for a discussion, so that will be the president's motion in second.
Yes, I'm making this motion on behalf of council. Mayor Murphy, I move for the adoption of Ordinance O 2013-27 on second and final reading.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. So I'm going to turn to our 3 attorneys first, Mr. Quinn, Shakti, and Ms. Kellen, and then Mr. Roybal and Ms. Barroway. Mr. Quinn.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. A first question to get back for Travis, for something that Ms. Mesh brought up in her testimony. If I'm the owner of that, let's take the Newland Street property example, 1570 South Newland. I want to build my 5,000 square foot dream house on that property. Can I do that?
Absolutely, yes.
And I have, how many vehicles can I have there if I build my dream house?
I believe the maximum is 7.
7, yeah.
So I can have my 7 pickup trucks and SUVs parked there on the property. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, to look specifically at the proposed ordinance, the neighborhood notification provision, and I guess this question I'm directing to Mr. Berkowitz. The neighborhood notification provision imposes a burden on the city to provide that notification. It does not impose a burden on the applicant. Are you aware of any cases that have addressed that issue where a city has imposed that burden on itself?
I think most of the cases that arise out of a situation where the city or town gives the notice. That's what I recall the facts, but I'm not sure that makes any difference.
Okay. Well, if we just consider the notification provision by itself, no requirement for a neighborhood meeting and no requirement for a public hearing. It's just a notification.
I guess the question might boil down to, do I think you would get sued for merely having a notice? I don't think it's likely. However, it's possible because it's a process that you're not subjecting other families to that would be living in single-family homes. You're doing something different for housing for the disabled.
Okay.
And that's what causes people concern.
Okay. Would there be any greater risk of being sued? Let's say the city provided the notification itself, but then required the applicant to be present at that neighborhood meeting.
Or what?
I guess that's the question. What happens if they refuse to go?
Right.
But if we put that in the ordinance, if we said the applicant has to be there?
You don't require that of other families living in single-family homes. That's could cause a problem. Now, look, there are many situations where the operator of a group home for the handicapped will not want to make an issue out of it from a business standpoint. They'll say a business decision. Is it easier for me to go to the meeting and just sit there and listen to what, in my past experience, has said it inevitably can get pretty abusive or not? They may say no. But they may say, well, it's easier for me to go do that and comply with the city's requirements rather than go into court, especially if I know that the city doesn't have any real option in the long run. So what do you do by the hearing process? Do you just inflame passions in a neighborhood, which, quite frankly, many times they can be unwarranted? For example, if you have, and I know Lakewood has group homes for elderly with Alzheimer's. Those people don't drive. They're not out making a lot of noise. Inevitably, what happens, from my experience, is that shortly after those types of facilities open, they're embraced by the neighborhoods. So I'm not sure what purpose is served by the hearing or requiring the proponent to be there. But what I'm saying is they may make a decision to go along with it.
Okay. Well, let's just say it's not a hearing, it's just a public neighborhood meeting.
I understand.
Okay. So that's who you're referring to when you said hearing. So just to make sure
a hearing would make the situation more difficult and more complicated.
Okay.
But just a meeting? Listen, I've been at many of those, and I've had clients who have said, okay, we'll go do it.
Okay. Now, to get back to, just hypothetically, get back to the old way we used to do things in Lakewood, which was to require a public hearing for a special use permit for all group homes, if I remember correctly. That's something that would definitely be a violation of the Fair Housing Act. Is that correct?
It's very likely it would be held to be a violation if the only types of facilities you impose that requirement on were group homes for the handicapped.
Okay. So we don't require special use permits for other single-family construction.
Correct.
Okay.
There's a differentiation here. You're saying about construction, and as I understand the issue which many of the speakers raised, it was the size of the house, not the use. You don't require hearings or special processes for homes that are going to be 5,000 square feet.
I can build my 5,000 square foot home. I don't have to go in and get a special use permit.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Does the Fair Housing Act provide for awards of attorney's fees and costs to the prevailing party or to the prevailing plaintiff?
Yes.
It does.
And punitive damages and possibilities of and compensatory damages and possibilities of punitive damages.
That's all I have for now.
Okay, thanks. Shakti?
Just to start, I would like to say that I, and maybe everyone else in this room, I don't know, thinks that group homes of a certain size are an important part of our communities, and that's already happening, and nobody's trying to undervalue that, and I respect that. I also want to say that I have read all the legal and any other kind of information constituents and staff have given me on this subject. And then I want to ask, if we look at the notice requirement, and my interest in notice is because I think that when people find out there's a group home and they don't know about it and they don't know about the Fair Housing Act, and it can feel like the city's trying to pull one over on them, sort of. And so it's just to have an opportunity to get good information out there. And so my question is that in the cases that I read, the notice was required for group homes of all sizes. So how does it, or do we know if it changes things to just require the notice for group homes above a certain size?
Well, notices on group homes for the handicapped or disabled, when you're not putting out notices for homes that are not housing the disabled or handicapped, creates a question whether that's a discriminatory treatment that's only being imposed because somebody's handicapped.
So
there's still issues, is what I'm trying to say. I can't give you an absolute guarantee that there's no problem and you won't be challenged. I think there is a possibility of that.
I guess I don't know what the legal answer is, and I couldn't see anything that made that distinguished that. But I think that when you're looking at a house for 5 people, which is 5 unrelated people is what's allowed in Lakewood, and another house for 5 unrelated people, if you do something that might be, you treat one of those groups differently, it's more clearly discriminatory than if you're looking at a house for 12 people and a house for 5 people, and the house for 12 people might raise other kinds of issues. So that's why it seems possible to me that above a certain size, if you had additional restrictions, it would be treated legally differently. And I think that's also a question in terms of the spacing requirement. So you had some concern about the spacing requirement that's in the code, and I think that makes sense. But what I wonder if, is it that we don't see other cities doing this, where they just put requirements on larger facilities, or?
I'm not sure what your question is. Sorry.
Do we think that the spacing requirement might be allowed if it was only on group homes above a certain size?
Spacing requirements have generally not been favored. not without regard to the size. But most of those cases are dealing with facilities of 8 to 12 or 14 people.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about, and somebody mentioned it, and I think there are more and more facilities being developed that would provide services to, let's say, 100 people, that's a whole different issue.
But it sounds like you're saying the cases are for 8 to 12 people. So
generally, yeah, and the spacing requirements have not been favored in the cases.
Okay.
Now, I don't want you. It's not absolute black and white, but it's more on the side of they are not favored.
Yep. Then I come to the question of the number of people that need to be allowed in a facility under federal law. And I don't at all have I didn't see an answer to this. I saw at least a couple of cases that said you needed to allow 9. Do we have any idea if we said 8 and reasonable accommodation, what that would mean in terms of a number?
No. But let's put it this way. If the applicant came in and said, we can't make this group home work financially if we only have 8. We need to have 9, or we need to have 10. That would be something you'd have to consider very carefully, depending on the basis of the argument that they were making. If they say, for example, we're nonprofit, we serve elderly with Alzheimer's that are on Medicaid, and those people, whether we like it or not, pass away. If the group home is then put in a situation where they couldn't make it financially, that's been held to be an accommodation that the city would have to make. In other words, to allow that.
And so there are facilities that are not, there are cases that are not allowing certain facilities in neighborhoods. So it's not just infinite. The ones I saw were quite large or not just residential. I guess the gray area seems huge. Could you make an argument if they came and said we need to have 15 residents in order to have a profitable group home? Could you make an argument that there are a lot of group homes with less that are profitable? I mean, would that help make a legal case?
If you're saying if someone came in and said we have to have 15?
I mean, it seems like there needs to be some limit, that you could have companies saying they need to have any number. Do we have any ability at some point to say, no, that doesn't seem reasonable?
Yes.
And so where is that?
I can't give you a specific number.
Can you give me a range?
Well, let me give you an example that I think would be supported. If somebody comes in and says, we want to have an 8,000 or 10,000 square foot facility in a zone where you only allowed 4,000 square foot facilities, you'd probably have a good justification to say that that violated the zoning scheme. Okay? But you have to make an accommodation when it isn't going to cost you any money and it's not going to violate the zoning scheme.
Can I just quickly piggyback on that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Councilor Shakti had said, mentioned something about an applicant coming in and saying that they, in order to make the group home profitable, that they needed to have 15 people. Would that be a grounds for reasonable accommodation, that's what would be necessary to make it profitable for them?
Well, merely making the argument without having the facts and evidence to back up that argument. You couldn't just make the statement. But the courts do take into account whether, and even they even say it in this sense, whether. Let me read this to you. And this is one case, Smith and Lee Associates, and I can give the site if they want it. It's held that the test to determine whether expansion of a group home was financially necessary was not whether a particular profit-making company needs such accommodation, but rather do businesses as a whole need this accommodation. So in other words, it's not the issue of a particular developer saying I have to make X amount of profit. It's what do these types of facilities need in order to break even?
Okay, and that makes sense, I think.
There's another case here where in Michigan where they say a 6-person occupancy limit on for-profit AFCs, I can't remember what AFC stood for, serving the elderly disabled guarantees a negligible or negative rate of return, and therefore they held in this case that 6 was not, that the applicant in this case was entitled to 9, and they'd asked for 9 as a reasonable accommodation under that test.
And then just this sort of, it sounds like you're saying that it's easier to understand what reasonable accommodation might mean when you're looking at things other than the number of people.
Well, reasonable accommodations can arise in all sorts of situations, not just this financial issue, but, for example, if you had a lot of HOAs might say, well, you can't put a ramp in the front of the building, front of a house. And by the way, the reason I brought up HOAs is that the law applies to HOAs or private apartment houses or cities or anybody else that's providing housing. So if the request is we want a ramp, and the architectural controls might say, well, you can't have a ramp, the HOA in that situation would have to grant a ramp if that meant that somebody in a wheelchair is going to be able to use that home, and without the ramp, they can't. So, but accommodations can arise in many, many different situations. Structural modifications, building code requirements, financial requirements like I've just mentioned on the number of residents.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Kellen. And then Roybal, Barraway, Coop, Harrison, and Paul.
All right, thank you. First off, I just want to put in a word of defense to our lawyers. Understanding that it's the job of the lawyers to be overly protective, okay? They're not taking a side in this matter. They are trying to give us probably some of the most conservative advice we can get to avoid being sued. That's their job. Our job up here is to take that advice and to balance what we have here, because we do have gray area. We're going to balance the conservative advice and try to find some way that we think that we can make some inroads that will limit the possibility of getting sued. Because nobody wants to get sued, but, so this is this balancing act. So with that being said, my first question is there any distinction in the law between for-profit businesses running these homes and not-for-profit businesses?
No.
Okay. Also, I also am very kind of hung up on the concept that we do have an ordinance that limits the number of unrelated people that can live in a house. Now, I understand that for all practical purposes, that ordinance is pretty much unenforceable. But we have it in our ordinance.
I'm sorry, that says how many unrelated people?
5 unrelated people.
Defining as a family, I would assume. Okay.
Right. So we do have some restrictions already. And when I look at our problems here, I look at it in 2 ways. It's like the people said, it's the size, it's the scale, okay? We're talking about the number of people or the size of the building and finding a way to limit one or the other. And it seems to me that limiting the size of the building can only be accomplished by limiting the size of all the buildings in the zoning area. Is that correct? Travis is shaking his head.
Well, yes.
because that's the only way you have the same standard applied to everyone. And I think in some of these neighborhoods where we're looking at smaller houses already, maybe they wouldn't mind. In some of the undeveloped neighborhoods, it's going to keep people from building their dream houses. There are other issues along with that could come along. You see it in Denver a lot of times where you get a hot neighborhood and they're scraping off and building the McMansions. People aren't necessarily happy with them. They're probably a little nicer architecturally, though. So looking at the number of people then, we had a lot of questions, and the number seemed to go from 12 to 19 and up again. Our proposed language talks about the number of clients, but is it possible to look, instead of at the number of clients, the number of people living in the house? So if you have caregivers that live there, they would be counted in the overall number versus caregivers who come and take shifts but don't live there. And that way we're looking at the total number of people living in the house.
The cases say, generally, if you were to take that scheme, you might be discriminating against the handicapped because let's say you have your 8 total limit and you include caregivers, you are making it more difficult for people with handicaps to live in those facilities because they can't do so without the caregivers. Now, let me make another point. You mentioned 5 unrelated people living in a home as a family. There's lots of arguments, and those distinctions have been thrown out in the context of the Fair Housing Amendments Act. But let me also point out that those people aren't necessarily covered as protected people under the Fair Housing Amendments Act. I mean, what if you have 5 college students who aren't disabled? They're not protected under the Fair Housing Act.
Right, and that's exactly why we actually put that in place, to avoid having more than 5 college students living in residential homes. But it does show, if there is even a way to enforce those, I mean, if it's an ordinance that's out there shows an intent to limit the people who are not in a protected class. So another question is state law. I know a lot of these, they're regulated by state law. Does the state have certain numbers? Does it have certain categories? And how do they classify their categories as to how they regulate them? The thought being that if the state has, the state says we regulate homes with 1 to 8 people one way and homes with more than 8 or more than 50 in another way, that could be some guidance as to some reasonable parameters in terms of the numbers. And I know it's kind of out of the blue in terms of, I don't know how the regulations work for the state.
Well, and I have some familiarity with that. Mr. Kinraid, if he's still here, might have some other answers for you. The state has a different licensing scheme for facilities like this, and they do have other requirements, but they're not. For example, I think they call it. I can't remember what they call group care facilities or something like that, and they have some other requirements that will apply for safety reasons.
Yeah, I think that would be a useful thing if there's any way to find out. It would at least buffer, help with our arguments in one way or the other. And ultimately, I think we come up with something that we feel like we at least have good arguments to support our position.
Karen, can Cindy do a quick follow-up?
Sure.
So Councilor Kellen brought up the issue of the licensing, I guess, of these types of homes. That's not within our zoning. Is that something we can require within our zoning? Or isn't that something that whatever that state licensing agency is, isn't that their purview? Can we cross over into that in our zoning to, I don't know if it's complement the licensing requirement? To me, it doesn't seem like it's our purview to get into the licensing of the group care homes.
Tim?
What I heard Councilor Kellen saying was to refer to those licensing requirements by reference. If the state says this is okay up to this number, Can we use that as guidance as opposed to requiring it as part of our ordinance? Hey, we do require them to be the group homes to get a state license. What standards and criteria they have to meet to get there?
I don't think you've got that requirement.
Not any longer. Okay. But it's important to remember that the state, for example, does have a spacing requirement, and it's in the statute. As Mr. Berkowitz has said, regardless of who imposes it, those have not been favored. And the fact that it's a state versus a local government doesn't necessarily save it. So if there were additional requirements at the state level that the federal government found objectionable, they'd be actionable against the state just as they would against local government. It wouldn't save them because they are state requirements.
Yeah, and my thoughts on that was more in terms of if the state, in regulating how these facilities are run, believes that after a certain number of people there needs to be additional restrictions or controls because of the health and safety reasons, it seems like that starts to get us into a number that changes the situation. If you like you said, if you have 100, clearly you've moved into a different realm. But I'm just trying to find some other area that we can find some guidance to set this upper limit somehow. The other thought I had
you're
was
going to find it in the state regs.
Okay, grasping at straws maybe.
Well, I've dealt with them, but it's not. It's kind of tangential. I've gotten into some issues with the state, but not a great number. But I don't think looking in that direction, from what I recall, would be of any assistance to you.
Okay. Then my final question is kind of posing a kind of scenario that just to see if something like this might work, is looking at allowing having no restrictions at all on the homes with 8 or less, and looking at that 9 to 12 range as being our reasonable accommodation range. So this is the range where people can make an individual application. I don't know what kind of process you have, who decides the reasonable accommodation. That's kind of a separate question. But looking at the individual circumstances in those situations as finding that range in there for the reasonable accommodation.
I'm not sure what your question is.
Question is, can you set up the 9 to 12 range as the reasonable accommodation range? So,
and say that 12 would be an absolute limit?
Actually, that's what we did. That's what the current code was designed to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if somebody comes in and says, I need 13, I need a reasonable accommodation.
Right, but in some respects, you get that in everything. I mean, you put it at 13, someone comes in, we need 14. You put it at 14, I need 15.
And just because they ask for that doesn't mean it's automatic. It's even, and I don't know, did you hand out the guidance to? Yeah, the joint statement. In this joint statement, which I think City Attorney has handed you, and it's called the Joint Statement of the Department of Justice and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Group Homes, Local Land Use and Fair Housing Act. I think you all have that. And if you look over on page 4, and it talks about what's a reasonable accommodation, and down at the bottom of the page, it's talking about, by contrast, a 50-bed nursing home would not ordinarily be considered an appropriate use in a single-family neighborhood for obvious reasons that have nothing to do with the disabilities of the residents. So, I mean, there are certain size of homes which aren't going to be, if you allowed them, they would probably cause damage to the overall zoning scheme. And this is giving you one example of that.
Okay. Councillor Roybal, Barroway, Coop, Harrison, Paul, and Johnson. Pete.
Thank you, Mayor. Karen, you stole my thunder. Thank you. I'd like to elaborate a little bit about the group homes, a little bit about standards, and a little bit about the state regulations. That's where I'm headed at. Doesn't HUD have minimum standards and conditions and parameters for group homes when they receive Medicaid?
I'm not aware of them. They may. I'm not aware of them.
What about the state? Would they have any
standards if they get Medicaid?
Yeah, for the building. Let's say, for example,
I'm not aware of any state requirements that are keyed on Medicaid. I could be wrong, but I don't think they're keyed on Medicaid.
Okay. Just asking the question. Yeah. Okay, then that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, Cindy.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought you was going to have some more when you set that up there, Pete. So you caught me off guard. So take a look here. What I haven't heard, and what I maybe would like to hear, and some of the material that I read, there was information that said legitimate government interest. That if the city does not have a legitimate government interest in terms of how they may change their regulation for group homes, that they cannot then take into account neighborhood concerns, objections, opinions, prejudices, discrimination, whatever. They had a laundry list of various things. That for a city or a governing body to make a change to their zoning regulations regarding group homes, that they have to have a legitimate government interest. Have you read that in your review of any either case law or of that this joint statement from the Department of Justice and HUD? I think I actually found it in the Potomac group home case. Let's see where it said that here.
I've got several copies of that here if you can figure out where it was, but I don't recall anything like that.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In the Potomac group home case, it was under the notice section where it said the court concluded, in quotation marks, that no rational basis or legitimate governmental interest supports the neighbor notification requirement. Then it went on to talk about the problem with notification requirements and mentioned the comment about that notification necessarily assumes that people with disabilities were different than people without disabilities and must take steps to become part of the community. This requirement is equally as offensive. I don't need to read that part of it, but it's 823 Federal Supplement at 1296 from the Potomac group home case. Furthermore, the court held the effect of sending out the notification is not to help integrate the group home residents into the community. Rather, notices of this sort galvanize neighbors in their opposition to the homes. Relying on evidence in the record of the case, the court found that the neighbor notification process has caused a great deal of harm to the plaintiffs, provoking petitions and letter-writing campaigns in opposition to the proposed group homes. The resulting stigma to the plaintiffs and other residents of the group's home is not necessarily erased. But that started out with saying that they could not find a legitimate government interest.
Right.
So,
and that's what led to the Attorney General of Maryland reversing his earlier opinion that said they could do it. This decision came down, and he said you can't do it.
So initially he said you could, and then when this case came out, he reviewed it and said you cannot do notification and additionally a hearing for a group home.
That's correct.
And they used the phrase legitimate government interest.
Right.
Counselor, if I could just follow up on that. I don't pretend to be a federal constitutional scholar, but the courts have, in different circumstances, when dealing with discrimination, established the test for whether a regulation is valid or not. And the lowest standard applied by the courts has been a rational basis or some legitimate governmental interest. For certain types of alleged discrimination, the standard is that much higher. There's an elevated level of review leading up to what they call the strict scrutiny standard, so that a regulation will be almost presumed to be invalid unless there's some compelling governmental interest. So this is a lower standard, and it's how the court in this case and other cases have evaluated, and I think it's in a reasonable accommodation setting. It's the equivalent of the criteria we've been talking about. What is a legitimate governmental interest? Well, that their zoning scheme not be completely undermined or a substantial financial burden placed on it. That would be a legitimate governmental interest. In denying a reasonable accommodation, absent one of those two criteria, I think the courts would find no legitimate governmental interest. So it's just another way of saying this is what you have to prove in order to deny what's been requested.
So so when the city council a year ago approved the new zoning ordinance and we changed the group home, the only thing that we've now heard through the past few study sessions and public comments have been concerns from neighbors. For us to then change our zoning ordinance, and from what I can see from what we've had presented to us, has been concerns from the neighborhood. Is that a legitimate government interest to change our zoning ordinance to make it more restrictive than it currently is?
Well, let me say this then. If Mr. Berkowitz has thoughts, he can jump in as well. But I think it has less to do with the source of the evidence as the substance of it. If the neighbors came forward and the evidence showed that they had established one or both of those or one or the other of those two criteria, that there is a legitimate governmental interest, then that's a basis for imposing the additional regulations or denying a reasonable accommodation. And I don't want to get the two confused because there are specific standards for reasonable accommodation. But in this case, imposing additional requirements on a home would require a showing of a legitimate governmental interest. And if the evidence showed that, regardless of who presented it, that would be justification. If we presented all the evidence and you weren't convinced that there was a legitimate governmental interest, then the additional regulations wouldn't be justified.
Okay, appreciate the clarification on that. Didn't know if Mr. Berkowitz had anything to add to that, so that's why I stopped for a second. So then the other question I have for you, Tim, is would anything we do tonight impact the house on Newland, the one that's currently under construction?
Well, the ones that are under construction were instituted under whatever regulations were in place when they began the process. So if you were to talk about, for example, the mayor's proposal for a limit on the number, that would not be applied retroactively to those homes that are underway, to my knowledge.
Thank you. And somebody mentioned earlier, I don't remember where in the discussion, about a moratorium. I think somebody may have asked Mr. Berkowitz, or you brought it up, Mr. Berkowitz, in your presentation about a moratorium. If we were to do something like that, wouldn't the moratorium, to be fair to all and to not violate the Fair Housing Act, also have to apply to anybody who's currently wanting to build something within a single-family residential area?
Well, that would certainly be better than making it only apply to
group homes. Or group homes for the disabled, for protected class. Let me rephrase the question. Let's put it this way. If we were to issue a moratorium on building or stopping the building of group homes for disabled, those who are protected under the Fair Housing Act, and we did not do the same thing for the single-family residential folks during that same time period, wouldn't we then be opening ourselves up to, or be quite vulnerable, I think is the word you used, that we'd be opening ourselves up to some vulnerability there, to being sued for treating those group homes differently than we are treating the single-family homes?
I think there's a distinction, or a lack of a distinction, we ought to talk about for a minute. They're all single-family homes.
Right.
It may be hard to understand, but that's only defining the nature of the structure, not the use that goes on inside of it. So I'm not sure how that fits into your question.
No, I appreciate your answer, actually. That's kind of where I was going, is that the group home is designed to be a single family. It's the purpose of the Fair Housing Act, from my quick reading, was to allow people to live within a neighborhood in the way you made, I think one of the two of you made a comment about it, to live within the neighborhood that they may have been living in for the last 30 or 40 years, but now they're in an environment where they're living with people they're not related to. And somebody's there to help them with their activities of daily living. People can continue to come visit them that live in the neighborhood. It's still a home. It's a dwelling. I think Travis used the phrase, it's a family of folks who happen to have disabilities. So yes, I agree with you on that the group home, I like the word care home actually probably better, is designed to be a single-family home environment, and the Fair Housing Act is there to protect those folks so that they can continue to live within a neighborhood environment.
It's a good way to say it.
Councilor, if I could just follow up on the moratorium issue quickly. We've talked about there being gray areas, and there certainly are. I think with that subject, as with the size of a permissible facility, it's probably more accurate to say we're talking about a scale. And while the one document helpfully pointed out that a 50-bed nursing home probably wouldn't be compatible, that's great, but we don't know about the 30 or the 20 or the 15 or anything in between. Same thing with a moratorium. It's judged by its reasonableness. If you impose a one-day delay on anything, it's probably not going to cause you much grief. If you impose a 5-year delay on every category of application, you're probably still going to get into trouble because 5 years is not a reasonable period of time to delay. In this case, there are cases that say an undue delay to a developer of a group home could be problematic. And so, again, it's on that scale. If you delay just group homes for protected classes, but you do it for a week, you're less vulnerable than if you do it for a year. And if you exclude everybody or include everybody in that moratorium, all applications, you're less vulnerable than if you narrow it down. But where on that scale can we land and be reasonable is really speculation.
Appreciate that. I'm not in favor of any moratorium, but I just wanted to have that discussion. One last question. So the number 8 keeps coming up, and I'd like to know, how is that the magic number? The cases seem to say that they go on a case-by-case basis, and there is no, from what I read in the joint statement, they defined group home. They didn't put a number on it. They said it's a dwelling where people unrelated that have disabilities reside and they may need care. There's no number. So when the number 8 gets thrown out, I'm just kind of curious to know, how did that magic number get arrived at?
Well, I'm not sure it's a magic number, but let me give you my take on it. In Section 31-23-303 of the statutes, it says, for example, the General Assembly declares that the establishment of group homes for the aged for the exclusive use of not more than 8 persons 60 years of age or older per home is a matter of statewide concern. And I believe the cases have said that's a use by right. Now, that same standard, that same statute, also contains a provision for 8 individuals with developmental disabilities. So I think that's where the number has kind of come from in Colorado, to say 8 is the minimum. Now, this, when it says elderly, it's not talking about elderly with disabilities. So I think there's even more of a reason to say if there's 8 people with disabilities, this should be the minimum number.
Okay.
Now, developmental disabilities, and that's why this statute's kind of weird, because it talks about developmental disabilities and it says 8. Well, look, those people have got to be covered by the Fair Housing Amendments Act.
And my understanding is I've never tracked sequentially as things have happened, but we're dealing with case law and opinions from all over the country. And I think at some point there was an opinion, or there was a home involving 8 or a regulation up to 8 that was challenged and upheld. And people looking for safe harbor, regulators, local governments looking for safe harbor said, well, if the court said 8 was okay, we're going to limit it to 8. And it became sort of a standard, but has never been established by the federal government as the limit or the magic number or the hard line. So it's appeared to be safe, but there's also case law out there recognizing that limits higher than that may not be reasonable under some circumstances. So,
and there's cases out there that say numbers and then higher than that are reasonable too.
Right.
Same way.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilor. Okay, Coop, Harrison, Paul, and Johnson.
Mr. Berkowitz, thank you for being here tonight and offering your expertise. And I think I know what I'm looking for. And I'm sure some other people are here too, is that we're trying to find something black and white in this situation. And thank you for helping us trying to work through this. I've got questions for just about everybody sitting down there. Mr. Berkowitz, I'd like to start with you and your opinions. In your expertise, does the state or federal entities that are controlling this have space requirements for these individuals living in a home? If there's 8 people, each person needs this much space.
Not that I'm aware. The federal government does not, to the best of my knowledge, I don't recall any in the state regulation. There may be some minimum requirements, but I don't remember what they are. But there's none in the federal law.
Okay. Now, I'd like, Mr. Berkowitz, I'd like to ask you this again. we were given case summaries as part of our packet here. All of those were rulings against municipalities in one manner or another. Have there been instances where the courts have upheld a municipality's decision to put regulations on group homes?
There have been decisions that have upheld city actions with regard to things they've done relating to group homes. If you're asking me about, are there cases that have upheld their regulations? Well, I suppose in a sense there have been cases like that, yes. I mean, there have been cases where the federal courts have upheld a city's restrictions or procedures.
It seems like that would have been a really great thing to have for us to try to get it.
Arise in this context of the context you're dealing with right here.
It is, as far as, and I don't know how we remedy that at this situation, to know what other municipalities have, how they've handled in allowing these group homes.
Also, if I could step in on that, one of the documents that we had available to us was the list of case summaries you're talking about. Those are settlements, cities that have entered into voluntary settlements with the federal government when accused of violations. There's been no finding of violations necessarily, but it just happened to be a document we had available. I have not located a list of cases that have gone in favor of the municipalities. I know Councilor Shakti mentioned a while ago some of her research, and you will find that some of them are focused on extremely large facilities, or in one case that I think we've talked about previously, was not purely a group home. It was a group home that also had a medical facility open to the public attached to it. So it was the size and scale of it that was objectionable to people around it, but the reason it was the denial was upheld was because it wasn't truly a group home. It was a medical use in a residential area with a group home attached to it. So there certainly have been examples in different parts of the country. There have been trends away from some of those decisions, and we can, you can find decisions going in almost any direction on some of these issues. What we've tried to focus on are the predominant outcomes or the likely outcomes based on the volume of cases or the trends in the law or the joint statement that Mr. Berkowitz has referred to, just for the record, is, as we said, from the Department of Justice and the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We did get a return call from an official with the Department of Justice where we asked for their position on some of these key issues, and the answer was, read the joint statement. That's our position.
Okay.
They wouldn't elaborate, but so we're relying on some of these secondary sources because that's what's available in some cases.
Okay, thank you. I do have some questions for Mr. Parker. If somebody comes in to build to build to the maximum size in a zone, a single family home, do you care about, do we have standards about what is inside those walls?
Not zoning standards. You mean you're talking about the layout of the house?
How many, if I come in and build this large home, are you going to limit me on the number of bedrooms and baths I put in?
No, the one limitation that I can think of, it would have to do with kitchens. We sort of determine how many units are in a building by how many kitchen facilities there are. So if you have 3 kitchens, we're going to assume that you've got 3 living units in there versus 3 dwelling units versus 1. But in terms of bedrooms, not at all.
Okay. In talking about design standards, are what we're calling group homes, are the design standards for the outside of these structures the same as a single family if I was to build this home? Are they differentiated in any way?
No, we don't have specific design standards that lay out, roof pitch and that sort of thing. What we really have is this subjective statement in our new code that says group homes of 9 to 12 must maintain the residential character. And so we review that. Again, we don't have specific objective standards of what residential character is, but we do review that subjectively to ensure that they look like a residential home.
Do you have that for a single-family home? Do you review
Requirement that it looks like a single-family? Not per se, no. So you could build an architecturally modern or, an all-glass residential building.
Okay. And I'm not sure who to ask this, Mr. Berkowitz, Mr. Cox. If you build, we'll just say a 5,000 square foot residence, you build to the limit that you're allowed in that zoning. Is it possible to still have 8 people in it, as opposed to the 12 that is being proposed on Newland?
Possible to have 8? I'm not sure.
Yeah, is that? I mean, just because there's 8 doesn't mean you have to build it smaller.
Could you have
right?
You 5,000 square foot home. In other words, 8 clients or residents, not counting the care staff.
Correct.
Right.
So just because if there is a limit on the number of people doesn't mean the structure has to be smaller.
Right, and to be clear, we keep talking about square footage because that's a good way to measure a structure. What determines the size of a legal structure in a particular zone district is how big is the lot, how big are the setbacks, what's the height limit, how much can you fit within that basic building envelope, and whatever the math adds up to is what you can build. It's not as if we have a number that says you can build up to 5,000 square feet in this zone district. But with that in mind, you can build whatever you can build and have as many or as few people as you want living in there.
Let me add something to your asked question, by the way. And the city, Lakewood has no restrictions like this. Let's say you had a restriction saying no more than 2 people could occupy any bedroom, or you had to have a minimum amount of square footage for every person that lived in a home. Some of those restrictions have been upheld. They're pretty rare. I mean, there aren't many communities in the United States that have those types of restrictions. But those types of restrictions would be applied to everyone, not just the disabled. Okay? And some of those cases have been where those things have been upheld.
I have one other question for Mr. Barker. If someone is building a single-family home, there's constructions on a lot. A neighbor wants to know what is going on there. How do people usually find out what is being built in their neighborhoods?
They call the city. They call the planning office or the public works office.
So that's how, if somebody wanted to know if a single family is going in or whatever is going in. Okay. Would the city hold a meeting, an informational meeting, for those residents that request one about that single family residence?
Would we host one? Probably. I mean, we would certainly attend any meeting.
Would you attend? Would you come and give information because some neighbors want to know what's going on there?
If planning staff is invited to a neighborhood meeting and given enough notice, we would attend for just about any neighborhood meeting.
About a specific property?
To answer questions? Sure.
So, Mr. Berkowitz, in your opinion, if somebody calls the city on their own, if a neighbor calls and says, I hear that there is a group home of some kind going in my neighborhood, I would like the city to come and give us information about that. Is that, how vulnerable would that make the city to a lawsuit, in your opinion?
It's not a requirement.
If the neighbor calls and asks for an informational meeting?
I don't. And so somebody just calls up and they say, give us some information about what's going in?
In a meeting situation, an open house type of situation.
I don't see that as being real problematic.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions.
Good question. All right. Where am I? Karen, you're on.
A couple of different questions. First of all, I want to review to make sure that I've got everything correct, because 9 o'clock was my bedtime. I don't know about you guys, but my coffee ran out a long time ago. So here we go. So the existing property that most of these wonderful citizens are here to talk about, we have probably no way of stopping at this point, correct?
Correct.
You mean the house on Newland?
On Newland. I'm talking about the house on Newland. Okay. So if we go to the second issue that I heard these same citizens talk about a lot, was notification. Are building permits public knowledge? Public record?
Yes.
Okay. And are building permits at this point posted online anywhere?
I don't believe so. They're available to the public upon request, but I don't think every building permit gets posted on the.
Well, I wouldn't think, because
it'd be for fences and.
Yeah, I get that. I just want to go back to the idea of figuring out some way, and I think Scott was almost there, about if a neighborhood organization wanted to ask staff to come talk about this particular issue, and that you would be invited to be there, knowing full well staff cannot change what's in the zoning ordinance, but that you would be willing to answer questions. That's doable, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
And that would be a policy, not an ordinance, then, is what you're suggesting.
It would be a practice.
Yeah.
Practice, not an ordinance, not a requirement. That's what I'm hearing from Councilor Coop and Councilor Harrison.
It would be a practice. It is a practice. Councilor Paul.
Thanks. Could I start with just kind of going down the proposed language, 17.4.3L, alternate ordinance language. The group home shall be limited to those individuals protected by the Fair Housing Act. Now, in this alternate language, this only applies to 9+. Could we? What's wrong with adding that to just group home period, whether it's 8 and fewer as well? So there's a clear definition of what a group home and who it protects and who applies to that.
So you're talking about just that first condition, comprised of fair. So our definition of group home includes everything, includes protected and not protected. What we would have to do in that case is create group home A and group home B, protected and not protected, and create some rules for each. Even if it's completely prohibiting group home A, the non.
We could just say the only ones allowed are those protected by the Fair Housing Act. Those are the only group homes allowed in the city of Lakewood.
Fair enough, if that's where you want to go. But there are homes for people that aren't protected. There are homes, I think somebody mentioned pregnant mothers or the non-disabled people that you want to house.
So
abused women, I think you brought up at the study session, was another one.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think this was kind of touched on, but the proposed occupancy shall comply with the provisions of the building code, which essentially we have no provisions in the building code for single-family residential, other than an ordinance that allows 5 unrelated people, correct?
Well, there's certainly a building code for single-family homes. I mean, the building code covers single-family homes. So all this is saying is the building code has to be followed.
So potentially you could put language into the building code that could get us to where some people, I think, would like to be, that would then allow us to regulate through the building code as an acceptable means in compliance with the Fair Housing Act. Does that make sense?
No.
So if there was a limitation put on the number of people, say, per 5,000 square foot home, I'm going back to a little bit of what Mr. I think Berkowitz might have touched on, and that has to do where you did regulate sometimes one per bedroom in very few instances. Is there something that could be utilized in our building code to help address the compliance in the 1 to 8, the 9 to 12?
As long as it applied to every other
They'd have to
single-family house.
Well, that's the problem, and I think you'd really need to think about the ramifications of that. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, the building code is a place you could do that, but I think there's pretty serious ramifications that are going to spread out through your community that you may not want.
Well, it's already confusing, though, when we have an ordinance that says 5 unrelated, and it seems like we're allowing a special accommodation to be up to 8 outside of that 5 already. And I understand it's a protected class, but we are giving a reasonable accommodation. And the 5 is unenforceable, which makes it even more gray, where we're just in a big gray river tonight.
Welcome to the...
So,
our job to clean up that river.
So, getting back to, it's clear when we go to regulate size, then we really deal with infringing on property rights of everybody in the city of Lakewood. If we relegate a certain area to a 2,000 square foot house, I mean, that's it. So I think we need to move away from the size argument, because, you know, if I lived on Newland Street and I wanted to scrape my house, I could scrape my house and build a 6,000 square foot house, correct? That's what I'm hearing. So we go to use. So we do regulate use in the residential neighborhoods, correct? Mm-hmm. So with the intent of a law, could you regulate the use to allow, and you're not discriminating, you are allowing, it's not discriminatory, up to 8 with a reasonable accommodation, I'll get back to the minute, in single-family residential neighborhoods. And then beyond that, you allow for the larger ones in a more suitable, such as a multifamily type zone district. Because that really, when it comes to, the federal government's not doing land use, we are. And we do separate out multifamily, single family for a reason, retail, commercial. So if we say the intent of the law is not to discriminate, and we are not, we're providing a place for those larger ones in accordance with the character of the neighborhoods that are established in our community.
Another way that could be looked at is you're saying where disabled people can live. That's an argument that would be made.
Okay. But I'm saying in a single-family residence, only 5 unrelated can live, non-disabled, and up to 8 with a reasonable accommodation could live. So we're not discriminating at all. We're saying that this is the cap.
The 5 unrelated is not really a relevant issue.
Okay.
It's only defining what you in the zoning code consider, through the zoning code, consider to be the equivalent of a family. It's not applicable to this discussion.
Because it's not protected class.
That's one of the reasons, but it's also, you're just defining what's a family. What's the equivalent of a family? So, say, related by blood marriage, any number of people, usually related by blood marriage or adoption, or 5 people who are unrelated will be a family. We'll consider that a family. It's a different, sometimes these are conceptually difficult issues to separate, but they are separate issues.
And I guess there's a concern I have with the reasonable accommodation, and financially, if that is taken in, I can back out what I need to make. If I know that I need 9 people to make it work, I could come to you and say I need 9 people to make it work based on my math. I mean, I don't know.
That doesn't mean the city has to accept the math.
Okay.
That doesn't mean, for example, that if you have a group home that's proposed and you understand that everyone in the group home will be able to drive and will drive, that it won't have a parking impact in the neighborhood that would have to be taken into consideration. That might cause would undermine the zoning scheme. But when you're dealing, for example, with clients who suffer from Alzheimer's, they're not driving. There's no driving impact. In fact, there's probably much less impact by those types of homes on the city than any other possible use you could have. Even a vacant home, an empty home, would have more impact.
So help me as far as intent goes. So we create an ordinance, and the intent of that ordinance is not to discriminate. However, feel it that 8 and fewer in a residential single-family neighborhood is reasonable. And beyond that, with the reasonable accommodation exception, beyond that, if you go larger, we believe the intent is to have other areas that are suitable. In a multifamily area in our city, they are mixed in with our residential. So it's not like you're putting somebody on the other side of the tracks.
Are you saying that if somebody came in for 9, you'd say you have to be in a multifamily zone? Is that what you're asking?
If you came in to build, I mean, what would we say if somebody came in to build a 10?
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
That's what he's asking.
I think that could be a problem.
Because of your earlier statement? Okay.
Somebody comes in, you'd allow 8, and they say, I need a reasonable accommodation. I need to have 9. And if you say I can only live in a multifamily area, you're restricting where me as a disabled person can live.
Hmm.
Can I follow up a little?
Good question.
The same thing. What I'm thinking is, so if you have this area beyond 8 where you have this ability to make a case-by-case determination for a reasonable accommodation, it seems to me that, I mean, well, if you have Alzheimer's patients, obviously they're not driving. Most of these people are not going to be driving. But when you start getting a certain number of residents who are in need of assistance, they're going to start needing more services. So if you have 8 people, there's probably a set number of caregivers you're allowed to have minimally to meet state law. If you have 20 people, you probably have to have some kind of proportionally larger number of caregivers. You're also going to have some proportionally larger amounts of food delivered and other services. So even if those people aren't driving, I think the larger the number you get, the more tangential related services that have a definitive impact on our neighborhoods. Just like we look at with zoning, we limit multifamily and single family because of the impacts on traffic and parking. So it seems to me that there is an ability to have this continuum that you can have, and it would be different if you have, I would assume that if you have recovering drug or alcohol people, they probably need less caregivers per person than if you have the developmentally disabled or the Alzheimer's people who need more people. So if it's an individual consideration on the reasonable accommodation, those factors would all have to be taken into consideration. So what I'm proposing is a really complicated scheme, but it sets up that reasonable accommodation beyond 8. Okay, so we're not saying it's strictly cut off at 8. We're just saying that when you get to these larger numbers, you're going to have to come in and show
what you said,
your individual circumstances, why it's not impacting the neighborhood adversely.
I think
that's the proposal.
That's the proposal that the mayor made.
Although
Sorry.
I would phrase it a little differently, because if a plaintiff can show that the restrictions are unreasonable, the burden's going to shift to the city to prove why it's not. So if somebody comes in and requests a reasonable accommodation, they can make an argument, and then the city's going to have to kind of overcome that.
And wouldn't we have to do that anytime someone asks for a reasonable accommodation? I mean,
if you're trying to deny it.
Right. And if essentially, don't you leave it where I could come in here and say, I want a 20-person group home. I want a reasonable accommodation. Deny it if you want. I have reason. So it seems like there are inevitably some lines that you have here. And maybe what we need is more of a framework. I mean, I didn't see in the proposal any way for us to deny it.
I'm not sure. I mean, taking your argument out to its logical conclusion, we would have no regulations.
Right.
No, it has regulations. It just requires the individual weighing in those situations where you get above 8 people in the home. The person applying for the group home has to come in and indicate why they deserve a reasonable accommodation to have it set up beyond that.
I just don't know how that's different from what we're seeing. That's what I'm struggling to understand.
Okay.
And if you're thinking about setting up a framework above 8, that's a whole different, and as you said, very complex conversation. Adam, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I think that's it. But what you just touched on, Bob, is something that I think I'd like to see or discuss, something beyond the 8. And that's why I keep coming back after what Karen said. I keep coming back to the intent. The intent for us is not to discriminate at all. These are important. We welcome that. We understand that. But we need to also understand the existing neighborhoods and the impacts that they could have. And to say that they don't is not true. It is true. I mean, this is double the size of every other home on the block, okay? And it has 10 people, possibly 12 people that work their deliveries. I mean, there are true impacts. So where is the discrimination now? Is it now on the neighbors who need to just deal with it? So I'm just trying to find that middle ground to say, hey, we understand it, we welcome it, but there's also different areas, and I feel like we do that with zoning all the time, and it's not discriminatory. I mean, tell somebody to come in and say, I want to build a multifamily housing right here in the middle of a residential, we say, no way. And nobody thinks twice about it. We're protected. And I understand the challenge of the federal government, but we're tasked with local land use. That's our job, not theirs.
So let me just throw another thought out there then, Adam, to go along with that. If I have 12 kids and I move into that neighborhood, I'm a single family. And again, back to what Mr. Berkowitz said earlier, we're talking about these as being, all of these homes are single family homes. That's how the Fair Housing Act is looking at this. Is that correct? So to say that at 12 in a home of unrelated people who need care and have a disability is different than a home where I have 12 kids in a single-family residential neighborhood is discrimination.
But I believe it's different because there's a profit.
But profit or nonprofit?
We limit profit agencies in our neighborhoods.
Can I throw in a question?
No, wait. Let me just say something. We as a group are groping here for somebody to give us a black and white answer, and there isn't one. It's our job to come up with a scheme that we think is best for our community. And it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be without risk. I mean, we are, responsible governance doesn't always mean we make the most popular decisions. We're responsible to all 143,000 residents, and part of that responsibility is a fiduciary responsibility, right? To try to avoid recklessness and avoid litigation. So, as we contemplate all these possibilities, we don't know if, when, or even if a lawsuit's going to come. I mean, I think Mr. Berkowitz has made that clear. But we got to come up with a system here, and whether it's, I don't think we can make it too complex. We have to make a decision. We got to pick a number. Go reasonable accommodation above that, decide what determines reasonable accommodation, maybe talk about the definition a little bit, and then just kind of move this thing along. Adam, you still have the floor. All right, Ramey?
Thank you. I have a couple of comments and then some questions. There was one gentleman that was here, Mr. Darling. I think he may have left. And he was describing some very onerous type situation in a nursing home with his mother. For those of you who are watching, if you find that there's that kind of activity in a nursing home, you've got recourse. You can call the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and ask for long-term care facilities, make a formal complaint, and they will come out and investigate it. That doesn't need to happen. Also, thank you for coming. This is a late night for you, and you're fielding many questions. I appreciate that. In some of the reading that I read, you referenced at some point regarding spacing of group homes. At some point, there was reference to that regarding clustering of group homes. And basically, you're defeating the purpose because you're trying to get them into a residential neighborhood. So there is some kind of balance there as far as spacing, in my opinion. One for you, Travis. There was one lady that testified that the group home on Newland, that the roof hangs so far over her property that it would actually drain on her property. To me, that seems like a real problem, and I don't know if that's the case, if we can physically go and take a look at that. That to me seems like a real problem.
Take a look.
Yeah, Travis, for the record, Counselor, I spoke to that woman during the break and told her I'd find out who in the it's really an engineering issue, drainage, and I'd find out who in the city would be the appropriate person to talk to, and get her that name as soon as we can.
Perfect. Karen brought up the situation where you do have more of an impact with more people in a residence. That's absolutely the case. You'll have oxygen trucks. You're going to have more ambulance use. Generally in those type of facilities, people need to be transported, sometimes with large vans, and so there is an impact. If I were a builder, I would propose to build a facility of 8, but then make it so that it could accommodate 10, and then come back to the city for reasonable accommodation to make more money. I mean, I think that this can be gamed. Also, it's not clear to me if someone does come to the city and say we have 8 residents, but the building is large enough that it can accommodate more. Does the state come and actually survey that to see if they are actually holding to the amount of residents that they've had a permit for? That's just a question. You're answering yes. They do get surveyed to see how many residents. Okay. Also, to kind of follow up with Adam and I think Tom, to me there is a difference in building a dream home on property and a business. And I understand property rights, but there's a difference between a residential home and building something that you're making money on. I'm struggling with that. I believe if we go with what Bob is proposing, to have 8, and then beyond that, a reasonable accommodation, if that is the case, then we do need to have public input. I do have a document here that does reference 10 different cities and cross-references different accommodations that they have. Of those 10, 5 of them do not allow any type of group home beyond 8. So there is precedence. I don't know if this document is accurate, but I don't know if they've had lawsuits based on that or not. But if this is true, some cities are using that as a reference. Also, at some point, there was some discussion about somebody that might have 6, and then he went up to 9. He probably was starting at 9 to begin with, and then had 6 as a starting point. I guess I do have a question, Travis. We have changed the zoning ordinance to what we have now. With what we had prior, did we have this kind of issue? Did we have people that were coming to city with concerns regarding group homes, or has it just been since our new ordinance? And if that's the case, why don't we just go back to what we had originally?
What we had before was not any better. I mean, in terms of public relations, it was a neighborhood meeting for each group home over 9, and we had a lot of very contentious, very angry neighborhood meetings. And then, the group home would go in, as they were allowed to do in every case, and we never heard about them again. We don't hear complaints about any of the group homes that we've had these contentious neighborhood meetings on. We just had contentious neighborhood meetings.
So is our intent then to try and avoid contentious neighborhood meetings by doing it this way? And for me, isn't part of the democratic process that people can have input?
If there was any democracy to be had, I would agree with you, but there's nothing we can do. We're having contentious meetings for the sake of contentious meetings, not for the sake of democracy.
And that actually, as someone who sat on the Planning Commission for many years, it filters up to that level too. When you have a special use permit requirement and you come to the Planning Commission meeting and with a rightful expectation to be heard, and you hear from the Planning Commission that you don't have any discretion. That rising level of expectation creates an even higher level of frustration.
Yes.
Councillor, could I follow up on your question to Travis? I think your question was, is the reason we're proposing doing away with notice and neighborhood meetings to avoid contentious meetings? If you were to decide to uphold the current standard, which is no notice, no neighborhood meetings, it would not be, in staff's view, it would not be to avoid contentious meetings. It would be because we think the law says you can't require them. They are contentious, and in my experience, I've attended some, and half of the animated discussion that goes on is about, well, what are we doing here if this is already going to be approved and nothing we say is going to change anything? That's a big part of the frustration that arises when you have a meeting that doesn't have any hope of changing the outcome, and that's part of the practical problem. But the legal issue is, does the law allow you to impose that requirement under the circumstances?
That's, if I can add, in the Attorney General's opinion that I mentioned from Maryland, it says, for example, about hearings, a hearing required of people with disabilities but not of people without disabilities in comparable residential settings violates the Fair Housing Amendments Act. That's what you're up against. It's not an issue of democracy. It's a question of protecting people who have been discriminated against in the past.
Follow up, Pete?
Yes, I'd like to follow up. Tim, when you go to the residents and, you go to the meetings, yes, they get mad. They're upset. But what would happen if you don't tell them? Eventually, they're going to end up coming to City Hall and they're going to explode.
That risk is, of course, there. What the federal law is concerned with is, would you go around, and this, I think it's in the joint statement, so I'm not trying to be inflammatory here, but what the Department of Justice says in that statement is, would you give notice that an African-American family was moving into the neighborhood? No, of course you would not. You wouldn't think of doing such a thing in the 21st century. And under federal law, discrimination is discrimination, whether intentional or not. I wanted to add that in response to Councilor Paul's comments. There's no doubt that no one on the City Council is attempting to discriminate. What the law is concerned with is the impact of the action. If the result is discriminatory, that's the same as if you intended it.
But how are we going to notify the residents? That's the question.
That's what we have to decide.
That is
the threshold question is, do we? And then secondary question is how. If so, how? All right. Ramey still has the floor.
I just have one more comment. I really do support us tightening up the definition of group homes. If we have a federally protected group of people, the definition should define that and say who they are. Otherwise, we're leaving the door wide open for anything, really. If we're talking about FHA, let's put it in there.
It's in your law. It's in your ordinance.
The definition of group homes.
Well, protected by the Fair Housing. Okay, for 9.
Protected by, it should be
in the ordinance for 9 and up. What about 8 and below?
Again, what we've done is created a definition for group homes in general. That if you have a care facility for battered women, for anything, whether they're protected or not, you're a group home, and then we've created rooms. We certainly can create a different scheme where we have protected group homes and unprotected group homes and have different rules for them. That's a possibility, but that's a whole other conversation.
Well, was there a problem with the previous definition of group homes? I know that there were many.
There was, and the problem is, I'll use my fruit analogy again. That it's like defining fruit as an apple, a banana, an orange, and a pear. And the trouble is, then when someone comes in with a kiwi or a grapefruit, you don't know where it goes. And we had a group home definition that had listed 5 types of group homes. Well, those aren't the only types of group homes. And so we changed the group home definition again to make it inclusive of group homes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just going back to the question that you posed before the break and that we talked about briefly after the break. If I remember it and understand it correctly, it would require us to define group homes for persons with disabilities, because that's what you're saying would be allowed up to 8. Am I correct?
Correct.
So in that circumstance, we would have to create a different definition for what group homes for disabled persons would be. That we Go ahead, Trav.
I may have misunderstood the mayor's. I thought the mayor was leave 8 and under alone as it is, and it just all group homes allowed, and then allow reasonable accommodation, which is only applicable to protected classes. So only protected classes could ask for reasonable accommodation.
I thought your proposal was up to 8 for a protected class, and then reasonable accommodation beyond that.
No, up to 8 across the board.
And could I speak to that very issue?
Yeah.
Very briefly. I support the mayor's position on this, because I think, right now what we're saying is that the issue is the size and the scale. Okay, so let's just focus on the larger ones, because there's a lot of groups that aren't protected class. Seniors aren't in the 7 protected class. You could get a bunch of old people who aren't disabled. They wouldn't be able to then be into a group home of 8 or less. And do we really want to do that?
Excuse me, yes, they can. That's specific under state law.
State law covers it. Okay, I was looking at the 7. But still, it's like you said, they're pregnant people. There's a lot of, the group homes of smaller numbers are not a problem. So let's not try to fix something that's not broken.
Right, exactly. Tom, you actually are next. I know Pete wants a follow-up. Oh, wait, you still have the floor, Ramey. All right. Quick follow-up, and then Tom, you were next. You turned off your light, but you were next. Go ahead, Pete.
Just a quick question. Why can't we go back to the old definitions and tweak those? Clean them up a little bit.
Well, again, it's a matter of before we defined via a list. And you can't define by a list because your list is never complete. So we defined using the broad definition of group homes.
So why can't we tweak it a little bit?
How do you mean?
Change it around where you need to be. We need to get more definition on the group homes. What specifically A through Z? What do we need to do to be very specific on group homes? What are they covering? What do we need to do?
I don't think it's a definitional problem. A group home is a group home. If it's people being cared for by another person, that's a group home. I think maybe what you're getting at is we need to have different regulations that limit what we don't want and allow what we do want.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet, but
I think the problem is, to go back to the fruit analogy, there's a whole lot of kinds of fruit out there, and some which haven't even been invented yet. And we can't, as soon as we start putting out a list, then we become at the risk of becoming discriminatory when the next new fruit comes along.
Can I add something to this, maybe? Let me take you back to what a handicap is, and then I'll broaden out that description for you a bit. The prohibition against discrimination because of handicap refers to a person with physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. That has been interpreted very, very broadly. It could mean situations that we would all agree upon: people that need help dressing, people that need help eating, people that need help bathing, people that need help remembering to take their medicine. But from there it goes on. You could have people who can't run, people who can't crawl. There are, I wouldn't say infinite, but there are an extensive laundry list of people who are considered disabled under that definition. And there are specific cases that have looked at it. So I don't know how you're going to get any more definite than using, because that list is being added to all the time.
Right. I can see, you could just list off a group home for people with ALS, a group home for people with cystic fibrosis. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And if we forget, God save us if we forget one. Tom?
Thank you. And I just want to make a comment. I think, frankly, the way that we changed the ordinance in that way, as far as removing the specifics of defining what a group home is, I think you were fixing a problem that definitely was there before. But I wanted to get back to something that Tim had mentioned, and actually this was exactly the question I was going to ask earlier, which is discrimination doesn't have to be intentional. We don't have to sit up here and say we don't like elderly people, we don't like disabled people. That's not how you typically prove intentional discrimination. It's the impact, right?
Right. Very few people who intentionally discriminate admit that they intentionally discriminate. So if you're saying we're not, well, you're probably not, but the impact is what matters.
So the court is going to look at that impact in determining whether the discrimination was intentional or not.
Well, they're going to look at whether the discrimination occurs or not. And if it occurs, regardless of whether it was intended, it's problematic for the entity that imposed the restriction.
I agree with that.
Okay. And not to get too far, I mean, I know we're trying to move towards a solution on this, but Travis, something I wanted to ask you about was we received this handout with a comparison of the group home ordinances in different communities, which doesn't seem to match with, I rewatched the study session this afternoon from December 2nd. I've actually seen it twice. Once wasn't enough, so I had to watch it again. But this doesn't really match up with your chart that you put up on your PowerPoint.
No, there's quite a few inaccuracies in this chart, and a lot of it comes. Certainly, I don't believe it's intentional. A lot of it comes down to, if you remember how things in Lakewood changed, we had a very restrictive ordinance, and then as a result of the Fair Housing Act, we added another section that said, "Forget about that. Here's the rules." That's what a lot of these communities have done. They've got a hidden section that says, basically, for Fair Housing Act projects, ignore all the rules. And so, like right at the top of the list, Aurora, I spent half an hour with them on the phone today just to confirm, that this was not true. They don't have a limit at 8. They're unlimited. Protected or not, they're unlimited. So this where it says all these rules for 1 to 8 and then over 8 is not allowed, that's just incorrect. And several of those are the Wheat Ridge is the same way. I've got the language of Wheat Ridge right here. They allow an unlimited number of persons who are defined as handicapped persons under federal housing law, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of it is just confusing ordinances, and part of the reason that we're in this fix right now is that we're trying to make things more transparent. We had a confusing code before, and we're trying to put all the rules in one place, make it easy to understand, and now everybody understands it.
And, Counselor, to the extent there are jurisdictions that do impose, say, special use requirements on group homes of all sizes or other requirements that we've talked about, some of those communities are in the place where we were 2 years ago, in need of new regulation. Yeah, the books still say this is what's required, but they just haven't done the update that we did a year ago to do away with some of those things that have been on the books for 15, 20 years or longer. So we have to take that into account, too. That they may be accurate, but they may be in need of an overhaul.
And let me add one thing. The way the regulations are described for Littleton are not the way I remember them. Now, maybe my memory's getting bad, but that's not what I remember, unless it's changed in the years since I've been gone.
Okay. Thank you. And just for purposes of clarification, Mayor Murphy, because it's the hour is rather late, and my memory is not what it once was. Could you tell us again what your proposal was earlier?
Modest proposal. The modest proposal was to choose the number of 8, keep the current definition of group homes. The limit shall be in a residential zone district shall be 8 with allowance for reasonable accommodation. That reasonable accommodation would be the 2 criteria that we have heard about in line with the zoning scheme and remind me of the second. Undue burden on the city.
Not to change the zoning scheme.
And again, just to be clear, the reasonable accommodation would be for protected classes.
For protected classes.
All group homes are allowed up to 8.
All group homes are allowed up to 8 with reasonable accommodation above 8 for protected classes. The criteria would be those 2 categories, which we'll lay out here in a second.
And that would still be...
The definition would be the revised definition.
And that would still be an administrative determination by the zoning administrator?
That's where it gets sticky. I don't have that answer. I think that's probably where it needs to go. That's an awful lot of pressure on the planning director. Well, you know what? Well, we need to talk about it. Certainly, the city attorney is going to consult on that. Kathy?
I was going to say you also need to talk about this idea of the notification and the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah. And spacing, too.
And for clarification, how does what you're proposing differ from our alternate language?
There'd be, I wasn't quite finished. There would be no notification requirements, no required neighborhood meeting, and no special use permit. Because I've heard loud and clear tonight, that's as close as we're going to get to black and white. I don't like that. I mean, I sat here a month ago and said I'd like the neighbors to know about this, but I'll just say again, that's the closest I've heard to black and white tonight, the issue of notification.
You know, I think we need to take another look at this DOJ statement. I was perusing it, and there's specific language in this statement about talking about when you can restrict unrelated persons that live together, so long as they're imposed on all groups. So if you say 6 unrelated people in your ordinance can live together, then you can say a group home for 7 people with disabilities was not allowed in a single-family zone. It basically says that you can make restrictions if you have a restriction on unrelated, non-disabled persons, so long as you have a process for them to request a reasonable accommodation to seek a waiver. So it seems to me that we have a basis based upon this DOJ interpretation here to say...
We have a basis that is completely unenforceable.
Right, but
completely unenforceable.
But it's unenforceable everywhere. I mean, any of these are unenforceable. What DOJ is saying in this document, and it's the 4th question down, and there's no page numbers, it specifically addresses our situation. We have an ordinance limiting the number of unrelated persons to 5. If we allow group homes up to 8, we've already increased the number that we allow in the group homes. And then allowing, if you could actually do a special use permit from 9 to 12 that would then require the request for the reasonable accommodation to show why you should be able to allow more unrelated people. That's what DOJ is saying. It's DOJ, not me.
Help me understand how then when you're saying from 9 to 12, again, if I have 12 kids, you didn't do anything differently for me. You're treating the...
Related.
They're related.
All right, let's just say we went back to the adoption, and all that stuff. I have 12 people living in my house. They may or may not be related to me. I'm in a single-family home. I'm not running it as a group home. I don't have oxygen being delivered, et cetera, et cetera. I've got these people living there. Back to the unenforceable thing, you're going to have to come in and say, okay, you're not related. You've got to be out of there. How do you make this equitable? To me, you're still discriminating against the people with disabilities who are only trying to live within a home environment within a neighborhood.
We're treating them the same as we're treating non-disabled people. It doesn't say anything about enforceability.
Flawed ordinance. The current ordinance is flawed.
Yes, it is. But obviously,
So you're proposing that we make a new ordinance whose foundation is a flawed ordinance?
No, what we have is we have a statement in our ordinance of how we treat people generally. And we're treating disabled people the same as we treat other people. We're just saying that, but we're actually treating them better. We're allowing more people, and they still have the opportunity to request a reasonable accommodation and argue why they should be allowed even more. I think the nature of ordinances that limit the number of unrelated people is by its essence flawed, okay? It is. But DOJ specifically addressed this issue, and they said you can make some limitations there.
I think, having just reread that paragraph, what I see is there are two things specifically prohibited by FHA: discriminating on the basis of handicap and not granting reasonable accommodations. And what this paragraph talks about is the old facially invalid versus as applied. So that an ordinance that sets the limit for unrelated persons at the same number, whether you're disabled or not, is not invalid on its face because you're treating them equally on the face of the ordinance. It would be invalid as applied if reasonable accommodations were not made. And the example in this statement talks about a limit of 6, and a request for a reasonable accommodation of 7 would essentially have to be granted under the criteria. Well, would 8 have to be granted under those two criteria we talked about? Would 9 have to be granted? And when do you get to that point of the substantial financial burden on the city versus or the undermining of the zoning scheme? There's a number out there somewhere.
It's a case-by-case basis.
Case-by-case basis. And we do know of courts that have said a limit of 8 is probably reasonable. If we're trying to limit them to 6 or 5 based on our current definition for unrelated persons, I think it's on that scale, and it's more precarious, more risky. Yeah. We're going to get sued? Maybe never. Maybe none of the cities in the metro area that have any of these restrictions will ever get sued. But if we get sued once and lose, that's bad news.
Yeah, and I would never say go down to 5. I think 8's a good number for that. Right. Let's not worry about anything under 8. It's above 8, then what you set up is the reasonable accommodation process. So that what it does basically, it doesn't, maybe 90% of the homes can come in and argue that there's a reasonable basis for them to get the permit, and they do. And so maybe there are some out there that won't be able to meet those standards. Maybe there are some that have such a high requirement for care of caregivers or whatever reason that you can justify it. But you're giving them the reasonable accommodation process. And you have to set up that process at that point. But at least you're setting some general standards so that people know when they're coming in with the larger numbers, they're going to have to at least show why they need the reasonable accommodation.
And I think if that number is 8, then it's what the mayor has proposed, that those...
But there's nothing in here for a decision process.
Right.
So we have to add a decision.
Right.
That's
okay.
where we are. Yeah.
We're saying the same thing. We have been since the break. And it's midnight. So, all right, Shakti and Councillor Wickman.
I just wonder for the where we have the looser definition of group homes, 8 and under or under 8. Can those be prisoners, like people just out of prison?
No, we have a separate category for correctional facilities. So if they're involuntarily incarcerated, that's a separate category.
Those people aren't covered under the Fair Housing Amendments Act.
But the less than 8, we're not limiting it to people covered by the fair housing. And then the limitation that means students wouldn't use it is because it's described as there's a caregiver, or...
Yeah, and that's the difference between number of unrelated people in a family, so we can prevent 8 college kids from living together. The difference between that and a group home is supervised care. These are people that by the nature of their either disability or condition or whatever, need supervised care.
Okay, thanks.
Did we clarify that point of parolees?
Yeah, we have a separate category in our use table for correctional facilities.
Councilor Wickman. I'm sorry, are we done? Okay. Dave?
Since we are looking at the midnight hour, and I'm concerned about recklessness here, making mistakes, can I propose that we postpone this and decide this on another night?
Sure, you can propose it.
All right, I guess I would move that we table this till our next meeting.
Right. So the motion is to continue this discussion until a date certain of January 27th. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Mayor.
All right. We have a motion and a second. I'll state I'm not in favor of that. We're close here, folks. We're close to a solution. So it's not going to. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I would just like to speak in favor of that because we've gotten a lot of new information today. To me, I think we can continue to kind of grind through some of this and maybe even see some things that we haven't been seeing tonight.
Okay.
I agree with it.
All right. Any other comments on the motion? If not, please cast your votes. I'm sorry. I'm going to clear the board here, and a yes vote would be to continue the conversation to a date certain of January 27th. A no vote would be to continue the conversation tonight. Please cast your votes. And the motion fails 4-7. 7 are Murphy, Kellen, Quinn, Shakti, Barroway, Paul, and Coop. All right. So let's start. The starting point for our discussion since the break was a motion on the ordinance that's before us. And the principal changes in that ordinance, Travis, included the notification and the required neighborhood meeting. And what else?
Well, there were two versions of the ordinance. The first version was notice only, and then an alternate version was notice and neighborhood meeting. And so I don't know which the motion was on. I assume the first one, which was just notice only.
Go back and read it. I'm sorry, I'm working electronically, so.
But the original motion was in the ordinance that they had in front of them.
Well, let me. I'm going
to. The language that was in the ordinance that is under 2013-27 is about subsection L of section 17.4.3 of the Lakewood zoning ordinance. It's amended to read as follows, and then you had new text underlined under group home. That's under the ordinance that I made the motion on. There was alternate language, which was not.
So the motion was on the version to solely add neighborhood notice, not a neighborhood meeting. Okay. For 9 or over, correct. But that motion keeps all of the other stuff that's in that doesn't match up with the mayor's proposal.
That's correct. So we're going to have to attack this through a series of amendments. Right? So, I'm going to think this through for a second. If we had a vote on the current motion before us, there's a pretty good chance that's going to go down. Right? I mean, a little risky. I'm speaking about risk tonight. Or we could just attack this through a series of amendments. And the amendments would include taking out we could vote on. We could have an amendment that would take out the notification right, which is the motion you made, right?
No, the motion I made was to have the notification. Remember, it's
Have
not
the notification, right, but we could have an amendment that would take that out.
I could maybe make this simpler. All of this section L with all these conditions is tied to the use table that makes 9 to 12 a limited use. These are the supplemental standards for that limited use. So your amendment could take two parts. First is just remove group homes of 9 to 12 from the table as a limited use, and that by its very action removes all of these statements underneath, removes the entire section L. And then amendment 2 is add another section elsewhere in the code. I don't know right now where that statement would go, but we can find out where that would go, that would provide for the reasonable accommodation that you're talking, or that you've talked about.
For 9.
For 9 and over.
Just for clarification, the First Amendment then would only allow Lakewood to have homes 1 to 8?
As a matter of right, yes.
And then 9 to 12 would be special use?
No, 9 to 12 would be an administrative review of reasonable accommodation request.
And would that go through the
classes only?
Okay, would that go through the Planning Commission?
It could not. Well, not according to the mayor's proposal.
So where would that go? Would it come back to council?
It would not go to council. It would be administrative approval with the criteria of, Tim, please read those two criteria.
And zoning scheme.
I've got it here. The determination of, I'm just going to quote from this statement, the determination of what is reasonable depends on the answers to two questions. So these would be the criteria as applied under federal law. Does the request impose an undue burden or expense on the local government? Or does the proposed use create a fundamental alteration in the zoning scheme?
Right. So now we're still within the boundaries of federal law by using that as the criteria.
Right.
Tom and Karen, you both have your lights on.
Well, does not the current ordinance contain exactly that language concerning what the rule is with regard to reasonable accommodation? That the group home shall not create a fundamental alteration to the city's land use and zoning scheme, and that the group home shall not impose an undue financial or administrative burden on the city. Isn't that already in the ordinance?
Yeah. We again, when we set up this 9 to 12 category, we did it in an attempt to define reasonable accommodation, and so that was what we put in there. I think the advantage of the mayor's proposal is when Mr. Berkowitz spoke earlier, much earlier tonight, he identified 3 issues, potential legal issues with our current ordinance. In his review of it, first was the spacing requirement. Second was number 3 on here, that it shall comply with the requirements of the building code, because there can be reasonable accommodation from that as well. And third, I don't know if it was tonight or in an earlier meeting, was just the number 12 being thrown out there as the upper limit on reasonable accommodation. So the mayor's proposal keeps the Fair Housing Act requirements, but removes those other legally questionable items.
Well, and I think, Travis, if I heard you correctly when you explained the 2 amendments that would be necessary, I think you said the first one would take out all of these, that you're asking whether the current ordinance contains that language. Where it's currently in there is under the limited use heading. And what Travis was saying is if you make a motion to remove group homes of 9 and above from the limited use standards, then all of that language about fundamental change in zoning, that goes with it. So we'd have to restore it in another section of the ordinance. You see what I'm saying? If all of the limited use criteria go away, that takes away the undue financial or administrative burden and the fundamental alteration. All that language is part of the limited use. So if we take that out, it has to be restored somewhere else along with the process for making the reasonable accommodation determination.
And so where are we moving? I'm sorry, where are we moving it to? We have to have some place to put it.
Travis, I think would you mind repeating your suggestion that you made?
Could I interrupt, because Mr. Berkowitz and I just had a brief colloquy about this, and I think he's right. The law says we have to make reasonable accommodations, and it's a violation of the federal law not to. The law tells us what the standards are for reasonable accommodation. If we say that group homes are allowed up to 8 persons, then by law we have to consider reasonable accommodation requests for group homes for protected classes of more than 8. And we know what the criteria are because federal law tells us what they are. So I'm not sure that the reasonable accommodation provisions need to be in our ordinance because we're bound by them whether they are or not.
I agree with that. I don't think you even need that language in here. That's what the law is. It says it anyway.
The only problem is if it's not in the ordinance, it's much harder for the planning director to explain to someone.
Okay. Well, that's
doesn't say anything about
concern.
undue burden on the planning director. But
it was out for New York 2nd. It's back in.
Okay.
Karen.
Could we not take the second alternate proposed language and just tweak that to make it work?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it seems to, maybe we change the language to say that group homes serving more than 9 people or 9 to 12 people are subject to reasonable accommodation requests or something like that, just to throw the basic concept out. Is that enough for Travis to be able to explain to people? I'm just trying to make this simple so that we...
I think the mayor's is the most simple.
It's simple.
Okay.
Well, I think both the proposed ordinance and the alternative language call for that limited use. And so that's the problem exists in both of those versions.
Okay. I still like Mr. Berkowitz's suggestion.
All right, so now, how is this fundamentally different from the current ordinance that's on the books?
Well, the official limitation becomes 8 rather than 12. We still have the reasonable accommodation. It's less defined, so it's more case-by-case review than just anybody who meets these automatically gets it. Those are the different, and it removes the 3 questionable aspects that are in our existing code.
Spacing,
the spacing, the 12 limit, and the building code reference.
Spacing is a separate issue for me. We got spacing in a lot of things. It's never really been a problem.
I agree with spacing and also some sort of notification, whether it's a letter or a meeting.
Well, then that's where we have to negotiate up here. I've been up here a long time, and we've done spacing with taking some risk on things like pawn shops and lots of things, medical marijuana. I still think that's valid.
They're not protected classes.
There is that. All right, so we got to take these one by one. Oh, Scott, I'm sorry. Scott and Remy.
Is there, the state has spacing in their document. Do we know what that number is?
There is a spacing provision in the law that talks about 750 feet, but it doesn't talk about it in the context of facilities that are protected by the Fair Housing Act.
Okay, thank you.
And the cases, I'm sorry.
And
The cases
Remy and then Shakti. Yeah.
almost uniformly throw out the spacing requirements on these types of facilities. Did you hear the first part of what I said? Okay.
You may want to repeat that for other people listening. No?
The state law that talks about 750 feet is in a different section and predated the fair housing law in Colorado. And it talks about that's, in effect, a use by right, a group home for 8 persons or more, 60 years of age or more, and for developmentally disabled. But
Ramey, and then Shakti.
Thank you. The alternate language, this is for group homes of 9 to 12, is that right? I'm getting confused.
No.
Both the ordinance and the alternate language are the supplemental conditions for 9 to 12, for group homes from 9 to 12.
Okay. Number 7 on here, I really feel like we should be including the Planning Commission and kind of get you off the hook, Travis. Let it go through the Planning Commission, let it go through that route. To have the ability to waive the neighborhood meetings, I think we're asking for trouble. Well, it can.
It doesn't go through Planning Commission now.
That's what I'm saying, to have it go through the Planning Commission rather than to just waive that.
You know, it just gets to be a question of who gets hung out to dry. Is what you know. I mean, if you set up an appointed body and to have a public hearing and they don't have really the discretion, that's a tough one.
Well, I think that it should be cast that there should be neighborhood, period, and take out the ability to waive. I'm not comfortable with that.
And I'll take the reverse on that. I'm not comfortable with notification because of the Potomac group home case that we've talked about earlier, where the judge specifically said that the requirement of a notice and a hearing was discriminatory and was violation of the Fair Housing Act. So that's my position. I know I'm again in the minority opinion on that, but when the case says notice and hearing are, because you're treating the group home for the disabled differently than you are treating people who have purchased or want to buy a home or build a home in a single-family residential neighborhood differently, you're discriminating against them, and it's a violation of the Fair Housing Act. So that's my position. I know people disagree, but that's my position, and because of the Potomac group home case.
Tim?
Well, I did. We were still looking for the simplest way to get at Mayor's proposal. I understand there have been different proposals since then, but this section, 17.4.3.L, group home, is, as Travis said a few minutes ago, one on a long list of specific uses for which supplemental regulations are required. So we've got 17.4.3 supplemental standards, and then you have A through whatever, and it includes accessory dwelling units, and it includes animal care, and it includes apiaries, as we've talked about, and community gardens, and ultimately group homes. Each one of those begins with the phrase, where identified as an accessory use, the following shall apply to that use. Where identified as a limited use, the following shall apply. Each one of those has that restriction. And so the alternative ordinance language is set up the same way, when identified as a limited use, because that's what's in the code today. I think one way potentially to get at what the mayor has proposed is to simply change that first clause or eliminate that first clause and say, instead of when identified as a limited use, a group home serving 9 to 12 clients shall be subject to the following. It would simply say, a group home serving 9 to 12 clients shall be subject to the following. Right. And on that list is the group home shall be limited to those individuals protected by the Fair Housing Act. That was part of the proposal.
Should it say 9 to 12 or just 9 or more? I thought I heard earlier from Mr. Berkowitz that the cap of 12 was potentially problematic. Meaningless. Okay. 9 or more.
So a group serving 9 or more, and then the restrictions would be it's got to be limited to those protected by the Fair Housing Act. The next one is the spacing requirement. The next is the compliance with the provisions of the building code, which Mr. Berkowitz has talked about. The next is any alterations or additions shall maintain the residential character of the neighborhood. Travis talked about that earlier. The next two are the reasonable accommodation standards as identified under federal law. It shall not create a fundamental alteration to the city's land use and zoning scheme, and shall not impose an undue financial or administrative burden to the city. And then the seventh is where the two proposed ordinances differ. This one has the neighborhood meeting. The other version has just the notice requirement. Your proposal, Mr. Mayor, was not to have either. So although it differs from the structure of the supplemental standards because everything else is either a limited use or an accessory use, I think, it's a supplemental regulation for group homes saying that if a group home is 9 or more, these standards shall apply. And then you can pick and choose from what's on that list based on the advice that you've been given.
Those could be voted up and down as amendments.
Right.
Right.
Well, I want to try to achieve some clarity of council's desires up here, and I'd like to poll council on some of these key issues of whether they're in favor of neighborhood meetings, whether they're in favor of notification, whether they're in favor of planning commission meetings. And I just lost my city attorney's attention. But so how can I want to poll council on how they feel about these key issues of notification, neighborhood meetings, and special use permits, and anything else we think of here, spacing requirements. Can I do that, or does it have to be through amendments? I'm trying to find a quick way to do this.
Well, in past discussions of this nature, we've had sort of straw polls. As we agree, we want to put this to a vote. If you don't take a vote, whatever anybody says is not really binding. So
I'm going to go ahead and ask. No, go ahead, Shakti. Go ahead.
I read something, and I read something, I'm not sure where, I think it was in the joint statement, and it talked about if you don't have it said you can't have the setbacks, but sometimes you can turn down a group home because of the density of group homes in that neighborhood on a case-by-case basis. Will you speak to that for a minute?
As I recall, there are cases that talk about if an area is going to become, and I don't remember the exact words they use, overpopulated with group homes so that it's completely dominated an area, then that's a criteria that can be taken into account.
Okay, thank you.
You know, Councilor, I don't know if this is what you read, but there is a section in the joint statement that asks the question, when, if ever, can a local government limit the number of group homes that can locate in a certain area? And it goes on to talk about there are ways to address this concern of a neighborhood having more than its fair share, quote unquote, unfair share. But I think what it proposes is not that you can say enough is enough. It says a local government that believes a particular area within its boundaries has its fair share of group homes could offer incentives to providers to locate future homes in other neighborhoods. So I don't think the Department of Justice is saying you can set up a scheme that says this is the most we'll allow, or this is the radius within will allow that many. I think it's other sort of voluntary ways of incentivizing people to go elsewhere with the proposal. There may be something else that you read that's different from that. This is what I recall.
All right, I want to start in some informal polling here to see if we're in the right direction. How does council feel about the idea of mandatory neighborhood notification? Those in favor? Adam, question?
Clarification. I would just suggest we just vote up or down on them rather than poll. I mean, the outline that Tim just gave us basically allows us to go check, check, check.
Yeah, all right.
Can I throw something else in notification?
Sure.
One of the issues I think with the notification is if you have notice before this happens, then there's an opportunity of some undue influence or process. One thought is, what about sending out notice after a reasonable accommodation decision is made, if it's allowed? That way people at least know it's coming. It doesn't set up a process for them to object because that's not the process. The process, it leaves a reasonable accommodation decision in kind of a vacuum where it should be based solely on the facts, but you let the neighborhood know it's coming before they start building.
I guess I have two comments, and Larry, feel free to chime in. One would be the argument that to the extent notice is an undue burden because you wouldn't require it of another type of occupancy. Notice is notice, whether it's before or after the reasonable accommodation decision. That would be one concern. The second that comes to mind is what we talked about with the environment in some of the neighborhood meetings. If the notice you provide is we're going to allow this home and we've already made the determination that we're going to allow more than what the law otherwise requires us to allow, I think the notice becomes more inflammatory than helpful. So you're telling us you allowed this and you're going to allow 9 where 8 was the limit, or whatever that might be. I'm not sure that it would be productive. That's subjective.
Let's go to the.
Ramey, then we're going to start ticking these down.
We've heard all night and for weeks that the biggest issue was that people did not know what was going on. That's repeatedly, that's what we've heard.
It is. It's true.
Yeah.
But there's that pesky federal law,
It's Fair Housing Act.
We all took an oath up here to support the Constitution and the laws of the United States. Adam, did you want to say something? No. You sure? Okay.
Sure.
I'm going to turn to the council president, who makes the motions to start running through these.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Karen? I'm Karen Harrison, sorry.
I want to go back to the question about public notice on building permits. That still could be, because we do that with all building, correct? And, I mean, if they're building this building, there has to be a permit generated, and that has to be public knowledge. Could be public knowledge. It's not a protected piece of information.
Yeah, they're certainly available for people to come in and see. They're publicly accessible information.
But there's also one that's hung on the window or on the piece of property or whatever. Also, correct?
I believe so, although I think...
Yeah, our chief building official isn't here, but I believe every permit has to be posted on the property for the...
So couldn't that constitute quote-unquote notice? A building permit will talk about who owns it. It'll have the address. It'll basically talk about kind of what's going on there. I mean, it doesn't say this is going to become a group home, but it says, a few other things. It could get a little bit of information to the neighborhood if they wanted to go around and look. Now, I'm putting some responsibility on the neighborhood as well.
Okay.
Be actively involved in their neighborhood.
It does seem as though the key building permit is it's a fait accompli at that point. And really the question is advanced neighborhood notification. I think that's the kind of the crux of it.
Yeah, I think you answered my
all right.
question.
Yeah. So Cindy, take...
So let me practice here first. So we would look at a motion. I'd have to make amendments to the original motion, or should we vote on the original motion?
No, it would
be an amendment.
Let's make a motion.
So I would make a motion to amend the original motion so that it would read, when identified as a group home serving 9 or more, shall be subject to the following. Is that what I...
Yeah. For clarity, I don't think you need the when identified. That's for the purpose of either a limited use or extended use. I think you just say a group home serving 9 or more shall be subject to the following.
Okay. A group home serving 9 or more shall be subject to the following. And then are we making a motion? Am I making a motion and having people vote up or down on each? Is that how we want? Okay.
And I want to give Travis an opportunity to interject here.
I guess I also want to address what we're going to do in the table. So right now we have the table that has 1 to 8 is permitted across the board. Below that, it sounds like the 12 is going, so we're saying 9 and up. And are those now limited uses that send us here, or do we just leave that because something's got to send people here from that table, and I mean we could just block out that line and say see section L.
That sounds good to me.
9 and up, go to section L.
Yep.
That works for me. I think you need to add that to your amendment is all, so that.
Just make it more.
I think that works. So you're just saying in the table it would simply refer somebody to additional regulations here without identifying it as any category of use.
Right.
Okay. So
Tim.
So the motion would have to allow for amending this text and also at some point including it in the table, which currently identifies group homes of that size as a limited use. Yeah. I think the introduction that you proposed would still be the same.
Except we need to clarify that it doesn't apply to the 1 to 8s. So it's not just a group home.
But in the table, yeah,
got it. Got it. My apologies.
Right.
So now do I have to say about anything about the table? No. Okay. Right.
Does their ordinance need to direct that change?
Yes.
So
I think that the table currently identifies group homes of that size as a limited use. If you're proposing that it not be characterized as a limited use anymore, which is what we're talking about, then somewhere in these amendments there has to be a motion, a provision to amend the table so that it says merely
C section
17.4.
So could that be like the last motion? We'll go through all these one by one, and the last motion would be, I make a motion to amend the table to read C section L.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mayor Murphy, I make a motion to amend the current motion that we have on the table. A group home serving 9 or more shall be subject to 1. The group home shall be limited to those individuals protected by the Fair Housing Act.
Second.
We have a second. If you're voting yes for this, it means you do agree that the group home shall be limited to those individuals protected by the Fair Housing Act. 9 or more. So that would eliminate concerns that people may have about offenders that are not in protected classes. It does also eliminate the potential for the other folks that we talked about that are not in protected class. The abused women, pregnant women, that kind of thing. Those would be under the 8 and under. So we're up for discussion or a vote?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we're trying to, I want to test this one more time, make sure we're trying to limit the frequency of these large homes in the neighborhoods. Are we achieving that goal or moving towards that goal? We're never going to totally eliminate it.
One thing I want to try to clarify as we go through this exercise is some of these provisions exist today. All of them exist today, but as applied to limited use. But I don't think we haven't heard any discussion about allowing group homes for 9 or more that are not protected by the Fair Housing Act. So the question is, do we need to have a motion on that amendment if it is understood that today and going forward, only group homes protected by the Fair Housing Act of 9 or more are possible?
I withdraw my motion.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Absolutely.
Withdraw my motion.
There.
So here's another motion I'd like to make to amend the original motion made earlier. The group home shall not be located closer than 750 feet from any other group home of a similar type.
And you're proposing that be
included in the language. And so if you're voting yes, you want it included. If you're voting no, you do not want it included.
And again, for the record, that is in the ordinance as the motion
So you want me to change the motion to say, I want to remove the language that says a group home shall not be located closer than 750 feet from any other group home.
That would be a change from what the motion currently covers. So you can move however you like, but I wouldn't move to include something that's already included.
Okay. Here we go again.
And I think one way to be clear for the record is to say you're amending the current motion, which is to approve ordinance 2013-27. All right.
Yep.
And the amendment would be to delete subparagraph 2, which says the group home shall not be located closer than 750 feet from any other group home of similar type. So if the proposal is to remove that language, I'd refer to the subsection so that it's clear what language would be taken out.
I have a question. Does that mean that we are not having any limit on, or it's just going in a different section?
It'll depend upon how the vote goes. So if people vote yes, they want to keep the language in there, we would have a 750-foot spacing. If people vote, if the majority vote no, then it would be eliminated. So it depends on how the vote goes. Yeah, so let me try to restate what Tim just said. I make a motion to amend Ordinance 2013-27 to delete subsection 2, which states the group home shall not be located closer than 750 feet from any other group home of a similar type. So if you vote yes, that means you will remove spacing. If you vote no, then you want to keep the spacing. Is that correct, Tim?
That's correct.
So yes means you'll keep it. You will take it away. No means you'll keep the spacing.
And just for one of those fuss budget things that we have to worry about, any proposal to delete any of these would include and to renumber the remaining provisions accordingly.
Okay, can we just have that as a...
It's just a given.
Yeah, thank you. A given for the future 5 proposals coming.
I just asked once again, we at one point had 1,000-foot limit, and then we put it to 750, right?
1999, is that right?
And the reason again for that was?
I think at that point, in 1999, the change was because of state law reference to 750 feet or the federal, it's not in the Fair Housing Act amendments.
That was the discussion at the Planning Commission meeting where we discussed it in 1998, before it went to City Council.
Ready for a vote?
All right. Is everybody clear? Are we ready?
Should I say it one more time?
Yep.
So the motion was made to delete the language. So if you vote yes, that means you're going to take away the spacing. If you vote no, it means you would like to keep the spacing in. Okay?
All right. Please cast your votes. The motion fails 5-6. The nays are Murphy, Quinn, Johnson, Paul, Coop, and Roybal.
And so paragraph 2 would remain in the motion.
Spacing remains.
That's the subject of the...
Correct. Spacing would remain. The language, the group home shall not be located closer than 750 feet from any other group home of a similar type. For those 9 or more, would remain. Okay? Clear the vote. All right. The next one is I'd like to make a motion to amend Ordinance 2013-27, deleting subsection 3, which states, the proposed occupancy shall comply with the provisions of the building code. So what I'm asking for is to delete the language. If you vote yes, that means we will not have this language in the ordinance. If you vote no, it means you want to keep this language in, which says the proposed occupancy shall comply with the provisions of the building code.
Sure.
Yep.
This would mean they wouldn't have to comply at all?
It's been a long time since we covered the subject. Mr. Berkowitz talked about it several hours ago, and I'll let him correct me if I'm wrong, but whether or not that provision is in there, any structure has to comply with the provisions of the building code. The concern raised was when you're evaluating a reasonable accommodation, that might require a variance from, or I don't want to use the term variance because that's another whole ball of wax, but a departure from the building code requirement. And so this would, as written, it would appear to limit the ability to impose a reasonable accommodation or grant a reasonable accommodation that arises out of the building code. And if it's not there, the structure still would be required to comply with that, with the building code, except as a reasonable accommodation grants.
So it's a given, basically, that any building would have to follow the building code.
Yeah, and just for the record, and I think Larry said this too, that we talked a little while ago about whether the reasonable accommodation language needs to be in the ordinance or not. For clarity, for completeness, for emphasis, sometimes you include things that don't have to be in there. If you thought that some reference to the building code needed to be there, you'd have to account for the fact that it's subject to the reasonable accommodation standards. And then it just starts to get a little bit messy. You'd say the proposed occupancy shall comply with the provisions of the building code, except as necessary to allow for a reasonable accommodation. Well, now you have to define what that is, and so on.
I think the only structures that are exempt from your building code requirements probably are schools. Is there anything else?
That sounds like...
No. Well, I'm not sure about federal buildings, but schools are definitely exempt.
You would remove the yes vote means we would remove that language from the zoning ordinance. A no vote means you want to keep the language in.
Tom, did you want to?
It seemed like there was some discussion earlier about changing that language to read the proposed occupancy shall substantially comply with the provisions of the building code. I think that was just a suggestion.
I think I said you could put in generally was a suggestion, but
what's the point?
These words are not necessary at all.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, motion and a second. Are we clear on what our votes mean?
No, it stays in.
Yeah. And this one passes 7-4. Nays are Murphy, Wickman, Johnson, and Roybal.
So for clarification, it means that language will not be in the ordinance.
Correct.
Okay. Mayor Murphy, I move to amend Ordinance O 2013-27, subsection 4, to delete the language that says, any alterations or additions to any structure shall maintain the residential character of the neighborhood.
Here again, you can move for whatever you desire. I don't think there's been any suggestion about taking that language out or any.
No, but I might point out one thing that might be good to clarify while you're here in light of Newland and some other new structures. This language just talks about alterations and additions. You may want to, if you'd like the language and want to keep it, you may want to also apply it to new construction. Perhaps you could just remove the first 5 words and start with any. Any structure shall maintain the residential character.
Okay. Let me change my it wasn't seconded, so I can change that motion. Mayor Murphy, I make a motion to amend Ordinance O 2013-27, subsection 4, to read, any structure shall maintain the residential character of the neighborhood. Second, if you vote yes, you agree that any structure shall maintain the residential character of the neighborhood. If you vote no, I'm guessing you don't want that language in there.
Questions, comments?
Did I say it backwards? I said I wanted to amend it to say.
Yes.
So yes means you want to keep it in. I wanted to amend it to say, any structure shall maintain the residential character of the neighborhood.
yes vote would change that provision to delete those first 5 words. A no vote would leave the language in as it currently reads.
So what I just said is the same thing. I said yes. If you vote yes, you want this language that I just said. Any structure shall maintain the residential.
I thought I heard you say a no vote would take the language out altogether, but the provision would remain as currently written on a no vote.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Deleting the provision would be a different motion altogether.
Great. Thank you. I've asked for it to only say any structure shall maintain the residential character of the neighborhood. A yes vote means that's what you want it to say. A no vote means you want to leave it the way it is.
A no vote means you want it
To stay the way it's written now.
A yes vote means you'll change it.
To any structure. In new construction, not just addition. Sorry.
Please cast your votes. Unless, you have questions?
Is there an option here to add that additional language to this language? So that way there is no question to add any alterations, additions, or any new structure? If we're looking for clarity here, that makes it perfectly clear that if you do anything, add anything, or if it is new.
But I think it does even without saying that.
And I think, Councilor, the risk of that, and this gets back to well, this is Travis and his fruit, is if you make a list, it suggests that there might be something other than what's on that list. If there's new construction, there's alterations, there's additions. Well, is there something else out there that's not listed there? By saying any structure, I think it suggests that whether it's new construction or not, but that's for all of you to decide.
All right, please cast your votes. That one passes unanimously. So now we've protected new structures as well.
Tim, the procedural. If we want to keep the language in, or do you want me to have a vote on whether or not they want to keep the language in a reasonable accommodation? That's number 5 and 6. That's the reasonable accommodation language. So if we want to keep it in there, I don't have to make a motion about those two.
I would agree. If someone else wanted to change it, they could make a motion to that effect. But as I understand it, the goal was to keep that in and make those requirements continue to stick.
Yay. Two less motions. So we have then what I will call 7A and 7B. 7A was in is the notice one. 7B is the hearing one. Do you want the votes on that? Okay. So Tim, another procedural then. So currently the original motion that's pending has the language that I'm calling 7A. Upon application for a group home, it's the notice one. So my motion would be to delete that from the ordinance.
If the pending motion is to approve the first version, not the alternate version, and that's as I understand it, then, and if your goal of your motion is to not include the notice requirement, then a motion to amend the pending motion by deleting paragraph 7 would be the way to do that.
Okay. I think we were looking for a vote on notification.
And let me just get one step ahead because you already referred to 7A and 7B. Again, if the current motion is to approve
7,
right, with the notice requirement but not the neighborhood meeting requirement, then no motion would be necessary to remove what you've called 7B. That could be the subject of an affirmative motion to add it to your current ordinance.
Okay. Yep. All right. Mayor Murphy, I move to amend Ordinance 2013-27 to remove the language under 7, which says, upon application for a group home, the planning department, I should say delete. It doesn't matter. Okay, delete to be consistent. Make a motion to delete language under subsection 7 that says, Upon application for a group home, the planning department shall send an informational notification to property owners within 300 feet of the subject property and registered neighborhood organizations within a quarter mile of the subject property. This requirement may be waived by the director based on privacy or security issues associated with the resident population of the proposed group home.
Ramey.
Oh.
Okay. I'm getting concerned about this one. It says this requirement may be waived based on privacy or security issues associated with the resident population. It seems to me if there were any security issues, the neighborhood should definitely know.
We're talking about battered women as the example we've been used, where you wouldn't want the public to know that.
But we just changed our definition of a group home of 9 or more for only the protected class, and they're not in the protected class. So,
stand corrected.
Well, the primary purpose of the motion, as I understand it, is to eliminate
notification
notice requirement as it's in the proposed ordinance, and that waiver language would go if the notice language goes, because there's nothing to waive if you don't have a notice requirement. If your desire is to keep the notice requirement in,
there would be a second motion to then eliminate that.
But to keep it intact, it would be a no vote on the current proposed amendment.
And then bring back another motion to then remove that last
Modify
sentence.
the waiver language if the notice provision remains, but you want that out.
So we have to take a vote first. If you're voting yes, you're voting to remove notification. There would be no notification. If you vote no, you're voting to keep this language, under 7 in, which is 2 sentences, for notification. Is that clear?
Yes to remove notification, no to maintain notification. Tom, did you want to?
Yes.
I did, but
my apologies.
Just waiting for Ramey. So yes would be remove notification, and no would be to maintain notification. And we still have notification. The nays are Kellen, Wickman, Quinn, Harrison, Johnson, and Roybal.
Remove it.
Am I right?
That's
we
correct.
Still have
Still
notification.
have notification.
As written in paragraph 7 of the proposal.
Correct. Do you want to talk? Go ahead.
I'd also like us to consider removing the language that says this requirement may be waived on privacy and security issues.
I second that.
Let's talk about the potential ramifications of that. Mr. Berkowitz?
I think there are a number of situations where it probably should be waived or legally must be waived. For example, if you have a group home that is all HIV or AIDS victims, I think that could easily be waived to protect their security because it's medical information. Similarly, if there were, we're not having, would this, I'm getting a little confused at this point, would this apply other than situations where you have coverage under the Fair Housing Amendments Act? Only protected? Well, certainly within any medical conditions, that might be an issue. Privacy and security.
Larry, what it currently says, this requirement may be waived by the director based on privacy or security issues associated with the resident population.
Right.
Is your concern that in some cases state or federal law would require or would prohibit the notice? So if we were to say, yeah, sorry, but it's the same waiver language. If it were to say something along the lines of this requirement may be waived by the director if required for privacy or security issues by state or federal law, I mean, is it going to be tightened up that way, or do you think it needs to be the way it is?
I think it's okay the way it is, but you could certainly rewrite it the way you just suggested.
Would that be acceptable to you?
Yes, that sounds better.
Let's restate the motion then.
Yeah, what we
It's
don't
a
want to do
medical issue, then it's a HIPAA violation.
Exactly.
we don't want to mandate. As it currently stands, the director has discretion to decide if there's a privacy or security issue, and I think the concern, if we do away with the waiver, is that there are circumstances where federal or state law would prohibit the notice or require the waiver. So it sort of takes away the discretion, I think. So
suggested language for a new motion?
Yes, to change, the motion would be to amend the ordinance by modifying paragraph 7 or amending paragraph 7 by replacing the second sentence with this requirement may be waived by the director when required by state or federal law based on privacy or security issues associated with the resident population of the proposed group home. So everything would remain the same. Actually, we would be adding language is what it amounts to. After the word director, it would say when required by state or federal law.
Why not just end it at federal law, period?
This might be a clarity situation where people need to know that the privacy is the issue.
Travis, yep. Scott, go ahead.
I have a question for Mr. Parker on why you asked that.
Well, the important piece seemed to be the federal law, and if there were federal laws that dealt with things other than security, we'd still have to waive it either way. But I'm fine either way.
Would there be something added in the state on the state level that would require privacy?
I guess what we're saying is, and I understand Travis's concern, if there is a circumstance where a waiver would be required other than for privacy reasons, we're not accounting for that if we keep in the second half of the sentence. What we could do is say may be waived by the director when required by state or federal law for privacy or other reasons. I mean, you could leave the door open in case there are circumstances that we're not aware of at this hour. And the city manager raises a good question. If federal law requires the notice to be waived, then I don't know how much we need to say about that, but
so again, it's a communications tool, though.
Right.
To residents.
I would recommend, for simplicity's sake, going back to what we suggested by the addition of when required by state or federal law and leaving everything else intact. If that doesn't fly, then we'll... Yeah.
Should it say for medical reasons or just not?
Based on privacy or security issues is what it currently says. We would leave that intact, and privacy would encompass, I'd say, medical privacy.
Couldn't it also be if somebody had a restraining order? I mean, there's a restraining order where they needed to have their privacy protected, and people weren't supposed to know that they live there. I mean, there's something other than medical that could be involved.
As currently written, privacy or security, I think, would cover both circumstances.
Tom?
I think this should be left in the discretion of the director. I'm in favor of the language exactly as it's proposed here. I think we're not accounting for situations that might arise after the passage of the ordinance, and I think the language should be left exactly as it is.
I agree.
Okay. Well, we have a motion on... Pete, did you want to say something?
Again, with opinions, I disagree. I think Tim Cox has a great statement. I like it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Either we vote on that or the person who made the motion amends it. withdraws the motion and amends it.
Well, I'd like to keep the language that Tim has suggested. Am I supposed to make the amendment?
So you would withdraw your motion?
No, I'm not going to withdraw it. I like the way that Tim has...
You have to withdraw it.
The original motion that you made, I think, was to delete the second.
Okay.
Second.
So then I amend...
You withdraw that motion.
I withdraw my original motion, and I'd like to replace it with another amendment for Section 1, I guess.
17.4.3
that says this requirement may be waived by the director based on...
We said by the director when required by state or federal law.
When required by state or federal law, based on
privacy or security
issues, right?
Associated with the resident population of the proposed group home. So
perfect.
Pete, you okay with that in a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Karen?
When you're saying as required by state or federal law, and since the issue of notice is a little iffy under the law anyway, how does that work together?
Irony.
So what you're saying is if federal law requires the waiver of the notice now, then the notice shall always be waived?
Well, it could be a matter of, if something comes down that definitively decides this, then it will go away. But it's a kind of a weird place to put us in.
Yeah, if something definitive comes down, we'll have some other changes to make probably too. So
true.
Good point, though.
All right.
So you might want to go over voting yes versus no.
So if you vote yes for the motion that Ramey delivered and Pete seconded, we're changing the language to read.
Well, the fundamental change would be the addition of the words "when required by state or federal law" after the word "director" in the second sentence.
Right.
That may be the simplest way to phrase it.
Clear?
Yeah.
Yes. Please cast your votes. This is fascinating. Fascinating. All right. So this one passes 7-4. The noes are Kellen, Quinn, Shakti, and Barroway. It's interesting. The attorneys, right?
I'm not an attorney.
The wife of an attorney.
I only read a lot of case law in my past life.
I guess that ought to tell us something, but anyway, the vote is cast. It remains.
Well, it remains as amended.
As amended.
As amended with the federal.
Right.
Okay. So then, since notice has been approved, the question now becomes whether or not there's a hearing. A meeting. Neighborhood meeting.
But no action is necessary to remove that from the ordinance as proposed, because your motion was to approve
correct
the first version.
Right.
So it would be an affirmative motion to add that if someone wants to add the meeting requirement.
Actually, you'd need to replace it. The meeting requirement includes notice inherent in the meeting. So you don't need the notice requirement and the meeting requirement. I wrote them as two options. It's a 2-for-1. So if you want the meeting, you replace it. You replace the notice with the meeting.
No, but you also have in here a special use permit. I mean, using the notice requirements for special use permits.
Exactly. The notice, special use permit has its own notice requirements. So, does that make sense? So we don't need to notice twice.
So to be clear, where the ordinance that is the subject of the primary motion refers to notification to property owners within 300 feet of the subject property and registered neighborhood organizations within a quarter mile. That's all taken from the special use, and the alternative language just shorthands it by saying the notice required for special use permits.
It requires a special use permit, which has its own notice requirement.
Right.
Because it identifies the limited use.
I'm sorry.
Correct.
Oh, it's a neighborhood meeting, not. Yes, it does.
So Can you guys just clarify your conversation? Because I think you were talking about the special use permit thing. Can you?
Special use permit has its own inherent
Travis had said that the neighborhood meeting paragraph required a special use permit, and we were clarifying that it does not. It says you're going to use the notice requirements that are used for special use permits, which is the same as is described in the notice.
That was just approved.
Right. So you can, if you like the clarity of having the 300 feet and the quarter mile, if the vote is to include the neighborhood meeting requirement, you can either adopt it. Well, you can do any number of things, but you can adopt what's in the alternative version and replace the notice requirement that you've already approved.
And we'd have to add the federal
provision
law
in the
thing.
alternative language just shorthands by saying the notice requirements are those required for special use permits, whereas the notice requirement that you've already approved in here specifically states what those notice requirements are: 300 feet and a quarter mile.
So could I not say, not that I necessarily am a proponent of this, could I not say that the language is just amended? Well, first off, I got to get up here. I could read it this way. Upon application for a group home, the planning department shall send an informational notification to property owners and within 300 feet of the subject property and registered neighborhood organization with a quarter mile of the subject property and hold a neighborhood meeting. Is that correct?
Right, or the language that's in the alternative, and shall schedule a neighborhood meeting following the procedures in section 17214. And then you would delete the using the, and mind you, I'm looking at the two versions here. I realize you may not be.
I'm going back and forth on the computer.
So you're
what I don't want to do is then we'd have to do another motion again on the federal law issue that just came up, that just got approved. Correct?
The waiver.
Right. So what I'm wanting to do is just to amend, I'm going to guess Ramey's motion. Would that be correct?
No, because that motion's been acted upon. So what you'd be doing is moving to amend the ordinance by replacing, this is one way, by replacing paragraph 7.
Which was amended.
Which was amended. With the language that's currently in the alternative version, plus the amended language that we just added. So, and I don't...
All right, so let me try it this way.
Yep.
So then, let me just read it. So then, I would want to replace paragraph 7 with this language. Upon application for a group home, the planning department shall schedule a neighborhood meeting following the...
You were going to put the notice language in before that. This is what I...
Can you pull...
But you don't need the notice.
Do I need it?
Because it's subject to
the special
use permit.
If you keep that language in, we were talking about adding notice language at the beginning and scheduling a neighborhood meeting. As currently written, the notice is required, and the waiver language was amended by the addition of those 5 or 6 words. Okay? What you would be doing is replacing the current paragraph 7, as it was amended, with the following language. And obviously, if this is not what you intend, just say so. Upon application for a group home, the planning director shall... The planning department shall send an informational notification to property owners within 300 feet of the subject property and registered neighborhood organizations within 1/4 mile of the subject property, and shall schedule a neighborhood meeting following the procedures in section 17.2.1.4, period. This requirement may be waived by the director when required by state or federal law based on privacy or security issues associated with the resident population of the proposed group home. That's what I understood that you were going to say, was to keep the notice requirement that exists now, and in the same paragraph, add the neighborhood meeting requirement with the waiver language as amended by the previous motion.
So can I make a motion to amend ordinance 2013-27 with language that the attorney Tim Cox just stated to replace paragraph 7?
I have a question about that.
Yeah.
These are two different subjects. There may be somebody here that doesn't think that notification is appropriate, but if notification is being given, we need to protect certain groups. I don't think it should be voted on at the same time.
Well, however, you're voting to replace, so if you...
We've already said that we want...
It's already in that there'll be...
So let me say this. If we've already said that we want to have notification...
A majority of council did.
Correct. So if I were to make, again, I'm not saying that I'm for this, but if I were to make a motion that includes both the notification and the meeting, if it's defeated, the notification stays and no meeting is held. So if you vote against me asking to amend paragraph 7, and correct me if I'm wrong, then if you're voting against it, it means the original notification stays in place.
I'm going to correct me if I'm wrong. Councilor Coop has a point. We voted on the notice requirement. By lumping them together now, it would give an opportunity to rescind. If someone doesn't like the neighborhood meeting requirement, then it would take out the notice requirement too. So I think the better way to do it is using the language that you just approved, which, bear with me, reads, upon application for a group home, the planning department shall wrong one, send an informational notification to property owners within 300 feet of the subject property and registered neighborhood organizations within 1/4 mile of the subject property. And then there's the second sentence is about the waiver requirement has the state and federal law language added. This would be to amend the approved paragraph 7 by adding at the end of the first sentence, and shall schedule a neighborhood meeting following the procedures in section 17.2.1.4.
First of all, let me withdraw my motion. Yes. Let me ask a question. Couldn't I just let's add a subsection 8 that talks about having a neighborhood meeting?
You could propose adding a paragraph 8 that says the planning department shall also schedule a
neighborhood meeting
following the procedures in section 17.2.1.4.
Period.
And the notice provision that you just approved as amended would remain the same.
Okay.
Much simpler.
Can I remember what I just said? Okay. So, Mayor Murphy, I make a motion to add a subsection, whatever it may be. We're going to make a motion at the end of this to get this all correctly. Numbers will change. Language that would say the planning department shall schedule a neighborhood meeting following the procedures in section 17.2.1.4. Period.
Second.
And a yes vote would be to add that language in whatever numbered paragraph it would be, but it would be the last paragraph. A no vote would be to retain the ordinance as it currently.
You would have notification but no meeting.
Notification but no meeting.
Adam?
If I could just speak to the amendment.
Sure.
Okay. On its face, I support this. I support the idea of a public meeting. However, if we can't make the person who's developing this site attend it, I don't. We're setting up our staff to go and have to take arrows on behalf of developer, and I don't agree with that. So I support the fundamentals of a public meeting, but without anything that requires that applicant who's building it to be there, it just doesn't seem fair to do. So I won't be supporting this amendment as is.
Tom? I agree. I mean, I've sat through one of these meetings on a group home before with staff, and it really doesn't serve any purpose to send them in there by themselves. And actually, the applicant was at the meeting that I was at. But I think that's exactly what we're doing, is we're just sending them in to take arrows. Without the applicant there, it's just meaningless, and we can't compel the applicant to be there. So I'm going to oppose the amendment.
Cindy?
I, too, am going to oppose the amendment, just as I did on the notification, because of the Potomac group home case that clearly said notification and hearing were a violation of the Fair Housing Act. Additionally, I have been to a neighborhood meeting. It was my very first encounter with City Hall because we received notification that there was going to be a group home in our neighborhood. And I attended that meeting thinking, oh, I may have an ability to influence change or maybe, see what can be done differently. And when we were given the information that said, no, because this is a protected class, this is a Fair Housing Act, there is nothing that can be done. At the same time, I heard several of my neighbors make comments that I hope that they regret it later, that were discriminatory, offensive, and towards the people who are going to be living in this particular group home. They've been there now for, 20 years, and we haven't had any problems. All that notification that meeting did was cause some controversy and some hurt feelings and high emotions that were unnecessary. So I would be voting no.
And, as I indicated earlier, this is despite some comments I've made in the past in the recent, a month or so ago. I support the idea of of notification, letting the neighborhood know what's going on. But as I said earlier, there's really searching for black and white tonight. This is as close to black and white as we got in terms of a violation of federal law by requiring a neighborhood meeting. And I agree with Tom's point. If we can't require the developer to be there, Adam's point, what's the point? So it pains me to say that, but I'm going to have to vote no. All right. And the amendment fails 2-9. The nays are Murphy, Kellen, Wickman, Quinn, Shakti, Harrison, Barroway, Paul, and Coop.
I think now, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I need to make a motion that the ordinance be properly numbered or something to that effect.
Well, my point was that as we were making those amendments, it should be understood with each deletion and each addition, the numbering would change. So if we say delete paragraph 2, obviously the next one becomes paragraph 2. I think the record is clear that that was the intent. I don't think we need a separate motion on that.
Okay, cool. Would you mind maybe repeating back to us what has been...
Scott had a question.
No, go ahead with that.
No, sorry.
Go ahead.
What has been, what's in our ordinance after the vote tonight?
Well, I'll rely on the city manager's handwriting, which is a lot better than mine. So, as currently standing, the ordinance would modify 1743L, group home, to read, a group home serving 9 or more clients shall be subject to the following. Paragraph 1 would remain, the group home shall be limited to those individuals protected by the Fair Housing Act. Paragraph 2 would remain, which says the group home shall not be located closer than 750 feet from any other group home of similar type. Paragraph 3, as written, which says the proposed occupancy shall comply with the provisions of the building code, would be deleted. Paragraph 4 would be modified to delete the first 4 or 5 words and say any structure shall maintain the residential character of the neighborhood. The next paragraph, numbered 5, would remain, as would 6. Those are the 2 reasonable accommodation standards. Paragraph 7 would be, upon application for a group home, the planning department shall send an informational notification to property owners within 300 feet of the subject property and registered neighborhood organizations within 1/4 mile of the subject property. This requirement may be waived by the director when required by state or federal law based on privacy or security issues associated with the resident population of the proposed group home. And that would be that. There would be no additional paragraphs.
Thank you.
Karen? Kellen?
Where do we have, is it somewhere else in the zoning code where we have who actually applies these factors and makes the decision?
Unless it's sent for a special use permit, that's me.
Say that again?
Unless something is sent to the planning commission through a special use permit, the enforcement of this is the planning director.
Okay, but that's part of the overall code, so we don't have to restate that.
Correct.
Okay.
Scott?
Yep. There's another issue that has not been talked about in quite a while, what the neighborhoods bring up, and that's the size of these buildings. It hasn't been addressed. And my question is to council, if I can do this, is council willing to take on changing the entire single-family structure in the zoning code to change that?
No.
No?
No.
Thank you.
We're the only two verbal.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that has very broad implications for the future of this community. Negative.
Not to cut off that discussion, please discuss that as long as you need to, but Travis reminded me that we do need the table to be revised, as we discussed a while ago.
I'm sorry, that was the last motion.
Let's finish Scott's thought, though. Any more comments on that? Shakti and Ramey both had their lights on.
So the line that 9 and above only apply in order to give reasonable accommodation, which line is that?
Well, I think they would become paragraphs 4 and 5 now. They're currently 5 and 6 are the criteria for reasonable accommodation. So, as we said earlier, we don't have to say it's subject to requests for reasonable accommodation because federal law already says that. What we've done is we've integrated, or what this ordinance proposes is that we integrated the two criteria for reasonable accommodation into the standards for
clear that you
group homes.
can't build one that's 9 or more if you don't have those criteria met.
That's the purpose of this. Is a group home of 9 or more can't be built unless A, it's subject to the Fair Housing Act, B, C, D, and it either creates a fundamental alteration or undue financial burden. So that language on reasonable accommodations becomes part of the standards for approving a group home of 9 or more.
Ramey?
Please remind me again, number 3, with the provisions of the building code, why did we delete that one?
Because in evaluating a request for reasonable accommodation, as Mr. Berkowitz suggested, a reasonable accommodation might involve construction of a ramp or some modification to the structure that is alleged to be necessary for the resident population, but which the building code wouldn't otherwise require. So with this language in there, it would conflict with the reasonable accommodation requirement. We couldn't deny a reasonable accommodation based on the fact that our building code doesn't allow that. You'd have to consider modifying the building code.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay.
So I need to make a motion that to something about the table.
Well, and I'm actually still having some trouble with how this works because we had talked about just blocking out that whole line under group homes of 9 and up and sending people to this section. But quite frankly, this section wouldn't apply in zones that would automatically allow homes of 9 and up. So mixed-use zones, multifamily zones, these things don't apply. It's just in the residential zones. So we need to keep the table with separate codes in each. It's all up here. So we kind of need to keep the limited use in order to identify which, or some indication to identify which zones these standards apply in.
As you understand it, would limited use still apply in multifamily zones? Or does it at all? As I'm looking at that.
Well, it has to be applied in every zone. We can't relegate it to one zone.
But you can be more permissive. So in multifamily, where we allow unlimited apartments, we can allow unlimited group homes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Travis, what the table currently says, this is 17.4.1, the use table.
Yeah.
And it has a heading for group home, and it has 2 entries, 1 through 8 client residents, 9 through 12 client residents. 1 through 8 is listed as a permitted use in all of the residential and mixed-use zones. 9 through 12 is listed as a limited use in the single-family zones and a permitted use in the multifamily and mixed-use zones. What you've done tonight is, so far, we haven't approved the ultimate motion, is to remove the 9 and up, not 9 through 12, but 9 and up, from the limited use requirements in the table.
Yeah, and it's actually gotten more complicated doing this on the fly because our definition of group homes limits it to 12, which we've changed now in our discussion. We've got cascading issues.
So aren't we having another update on the zoning ordinance, and we're cleaning that up? Could this not be a piece of cleaning up the zoning ordinance that we're already undertaking?
We could put together the language that reflects what you've said here tonight and bring it to you in the first reading next on the 27th, along with all the other zoning changes?
Right. That's because the table can only be changed to reflect the substantive changes you make. So by separating that out, it would be a cleanup item, depending on whether the ultimate motion here gets approved.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is they could just, I hate to throw away all the work, but all the work that they've done tonight could become guidance that we turn into language and then they vote on as part of the, I don't want to take it off the rails, but
what I'm saying, what I think would work is there could be a vote on the ultimate motion, the original motion, as amended by all of these amendments tonight, that would address the substance of the code and say this is now the new requirements, and then the table could be amended to reflect the change, however the table needs to be, and the group home definition could be amended to reflect whatever changes are made tonight. Is that what your concern is?
Yeah, assuming that it's possible to use the language as we've written it in conjunction with the table, I suspect we can make it work.
Okay.
Right.
So what I'm hearing you say, Tim, as well, is that we need to have a vote on the original motion that has now been amended X number of times.
Right. The motion subject to the amendments made and approved.
So I think it's a call for a vote on that.
Mm-hmm.
I call for a vote on that.
That's a motion. So you...
Okay. He second. So what we would be voting on now is, I originally, when we first started this discussion, probably back around 10 o'clock, made a motion on the original ordinance language that was given to us, so that top part of this. We've now had many amendments to that. The amendments have all been made and approved or not, and so the overall motion now needs to be approved or not. So if you... for the entire piece. So if you vote yes, it means you agree with all the I guess, the changes that have been made, the amendments that have been made. And if you vote no, you would say you don't agree with the ordinance language. In other words, you would prefer to have kept it the way it originally was.
Travis, is this going to work?
We'll make it work.
No, is it going to work?
Yeah.
Bringing forth the table as part of the zoning update.
Yeah, my only consideration is we may need to keep that L in the table, in which case we need to reference limited use in the language we've got here, but it's such a minor fix that it's not a problem. We can make it work.
Yeah.
It is, as I see it, and I understand Travis's concern, it is sort of a structural problem. But the structure
not a policy decision. It's a
policy is reflected in however you vote on this motion.
Right. All right. Last question: have we gotten nearer the goal that we stated that we wanted to reach before we took the break tonight? Mm-hmm. And that's trying to limit the size of these homes in some of the neighborhoods.
as it currently is proposed, the motion would amend the ordinance by limiting group homes as of right for any purpose to 8.
Right.
Where currently group homes for handicapped are permitted up to 12.
Right.
That's the...
And are we reasonably within the guardrails of the FHA?
As
with some obvious, I mean,
as discussed by myself and Mr. Berkowitz tonight, there are areas of risk attached to some of the requirements. I guess we could leave it at there are. You're not breaking new ground by imposing those requirements.
Right. Exactly. Okay. So we have a motion and Cindy?
Oh, I'm just going to give my reason why I'm going to vote no for the motion.
Okay.
Since we've had a lengthy night here. I'm going to vote no against the motion because of all the amendments, 2 of which I don't agree with. One is the spacing issue. The other one is the notification issue. And I go back again to the Potomac case that the Attorney General from Maryland cited, where he even overruled what his original opinion was in 1990. Then in 1993, once the Potomac case came out on the notice and the hearing issue. So that's on the notice piece. On the spacing piece, I'm not comfortable with that. I guess you could say I'm risk adverse. But if you go back to what I've done in my professional life, it was to review cases and how they may be applied to a certain set of facts and whether or not what action you then take is within the guidelines of the cases that have already taken place and been adjudicated. And what is the law? And in this case, we have a Fair Housing Act that's been in place since 1968, amended in 1988, and it was there to protect a class of people who have been discriminated against or may have the opportunity to be discriminated against because they are within this class. The purpose of the Fair Housing Act was to allow these individuals to have the same enjoyment of their lifestyle that each and every one of us have, any of us that do not have any disabilities or have not. If you've never been discriminated against, you may not know what that feels like, but to have been discriminated against is very uncomfortable. It's not a great feeling, and you want to feel like you're welcomed in a neighborhood. So when you have the notification go out, to me, you're just giving rise to, I don't want that in my neighborhood. And so now when they move in, the feeling is, I wasn't wanted in this neighborhood because you've had the opportunity for people to voice their opinion. You know this from the study session from before. Fundamentally, I feel like we would be making a decision that is making the city vulnerable to potential lawsuits because we're violating the Fair Housing Act. So I guess that's enough said at this hour. Thank you. And thank you to everybody that showed up tonight. Thank you to Mr. Berkowitz for your time and your attention. Travis, Tim, Clark, you're still here. Thank you very much. We have some other members that spoke earlier that are still here. We appreciate the fact that you are here at this late hour. Thank you for coming out and taking part in the process of your community. We know that you all care about your community and that you care about your neighborhoods. That was very apparent. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that, in my opinion, I cannot vote for something that I believe is a violation of the Fair Housing Act.
All righty. I can certainly respect that. I think if we started this process over 2 weeks from now or 2 weeks from then, we've proved by the number of 6 to 5 votes and 5 to 6 votes up here that we have honest and respectful disagreements. And our job is to try to certainly manage the risk, and I think we've crafted something that is, I think as Tim said, it's certainly not out of bounds with what we see in other neighboring jurisdictions. There is a small element of risk to what we've put together here, and that's a level of risk we're just going to have to accept for those that vote in favor of the motion, and I will be one of them. All right. With that, please cast your votes. And the motion carries 10-1 with Councilor Barraway being the nay. We have no council reports tonight. I just thank everybody for their work, and the meeting is adjourned.
And no meeting next Monday night.
No meeting next Monday night.
This makes up for that.
Thank you to staff and Mr. Berkowitz.